Magic Spotlight Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is happening March 6th through 8th in Richmond, Virginia. There's a Super Shredder with art by Chris Seaman for all participants and a foil version for the top 128. Need a TLDR? Coverage highlights will be featured on magic.gg and Play MTG social channels. And you can see the full Magic Spotlight schedule for 2026 over on magic.gg/spotlight.
Bum, bum.
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse here from Richmond, Virginia. We are well into day 2 of competition, and we are out of draft and shifting our attention to standard here in the building. A lot of players competing for just 8 spots in our top 8. We'll find out who those top 8 are by the end of today. Welcome back to the news desk, Marie Bertholdi, Mani Devuti, and welcome into Phillips. Yay!
Okay, that's a bit much. That's a bit much.
He's home.
Okay. He's home.
But
He's got his cards in
I got my
hand.
cards. I got my Blight Rod here. We're done with Limited, though, which is kind of a bummer. But yeah, I got my cards here. The rare I opened, Champion of the Weird.
Okay.
That one's nice.
Okay.
It's one of my favorites.
Well,
so,
speaking of Limited, you get to tell us a little bit more about Limited. We're looking at the draft pod to find out how those people did.
Yeah, that's true. A little segue there, which is very well done by Maria, of course.
Thank you.
This limited format, Lorwyn Eclipse, awesome for many reasons. One of them is especially if you draft green, which was what many players felt was the best color coming in, but Julian said, I don't need green cards at all. Black and red for Riedner. 9, 1, and 1 are 3-0 of the pod. Pretty diverse little pod here as far as color distribution is concerned, but for Riedner, a very, very impressive win and getting just that much closer to the top 8 here in Richmond. Second pod, we're going to take a look. Archdota is one of our players that we did highlight yesterday. Christopher Larson as well. Dom Harvey too. But it is, in the end, the big Dane. Big because he's very large, and Dane because he's Danish. Christopher Larson, one of my favorite players. I don't get to see him often, but we do get to see him on the Pro Tour. And when he's here, he seems to win quite a bit. 9 and 2. Ooh, okay, this pod's fun. I see Ken Yukahiro's name. I think that might be the one that's highlighted. I'm pretty smart, aren't I? 9 and 2 for our reigning player of the year and one of Magic's very best. I would be pretty scared because Ken's been a little under the radar here this
Hello.
Kind of
Hello.
Those standings.
Welcome to day 2.
And now, last but certainly not least, our 4th pod here. Ely Cassis, he's a survivor. He gonna make it. 92?
Congrats.
How does he never lose? It's pretty unbelievable. Him and Javier. I haven't seen Javier on this yet, but I bet he's probably doing pretty well too.
Damn.
Ely, again, another one who's kind of
everyone's doing okay
quiet so far this week when it climbing up the standings. He's got a really interesting Izadek in standard too, so we might see some more of him here over the next couple of rounds.
Speaking of the standing, let's take a look at those after draft this morning and find out where we're at here. As we gear up for the next round, take a look here. Our overnight leader, Marco Balaka, finally taking an L last round to fall to 10 and 1. Remember now, 12 is the magic number. If any of these players get to 12 match wins before round number 16, they automatically lock up a spot in our top 8 and get to stop playing. But we have a lot of huge names which are beginning to climb the leaderboard. You mentioned Ken Yukahiro, current player of the year, currently sitting at 9 and 2. Right ahead of him, Luis Salvato,
exclamation mark PT standing should work.
9 and 2 as well. Christopher Larson 9 and 2. Ely Cassis,
we see the top
9
deck
and 2. It goes on and on, Cedric.
It really, really does. That's a really nice first page. Second page here is pretty nice as well. Got Dom Harvey checking in at 8 and 3. Arna Huschenbeth been flying under the radar a little bit this weekend at 8 and 3. Monty's giving me a look. I don't know why. Julian Henry checking in 8 and 3. Oh, you're GOAT. Shota Yasuoka, 8 and 3. There we go. I understand the look now. Adam Edelson, 8 and 3. Gabriel Nichols, 8 and 3. This is a nice.
I'm still surprised Marco went 2 and 1 in this pod with that deck. I don't know if you guys were watching the draft pool ahead of time, but it was pretty bad.
After day 1 of Constructed, you're like, okay, I'm pretty sure I got my deck right, but now can I win with it?
Absolutely. Let's check in on our teams. Let's see how Team TCG player is doing, Monty.
Well, things were not looking great after day 1, and they haven't really gotten better. Gavin Nassif was leading the pack for Team TCG players.
Dude, Jim Davis is 5 and 6.
0 and 3 in draft this morning.
Brutal.
So things falling apart a bit as we
So he went 1 and 2 in draft because he was 4 and 4 yesterday.
TCG players suffer.
What about Handshake Moxfield? Cedric.
We're gonna take a dive in
some people have to lose, right?
Stoyer on that team is a player I've been kind of keeping my eyes on a little bit here. He's checking in at 5 and 6, so not having a great return to the Pro Tour, but teammates certainly are. Eli Cassis and Arne Huschenbeth among them. So Team Handshake Moxfield, we've seen them be one of the best teams over the past handful of years here on the Pro Tour. They're putting up another impressive display.
Let's check in now on Team Moriyama, Japan. How are they doing here into day 2 of competition? Ken Yukihiro, your player of the year, leading the pack here at 9-2.
A lot of 7 and 4 as well.
Records. Takumi Matsura has been at the top of the leaderboard.
I mean, if
all
they
weekend
win
long.
out, they might be able to make top 8.
Currently sitting
Probably
at
not.
7-4. Kenta Arana 7-4 as well.
All right, and taking a look at Cosmos heavy play. Let's see. We see Chris Larson and
What a
Luis
stacked
Salvato.
team, though.
They are leading the pack for the team, both at 9-2.
Christopher Larson, Javier Dominguez, Lamb Canning, wow.
Things up at 7-4.
Luis
so
Salvato,
quite a few live players.
Sergio Garcia. Holy crap, what a stacked team.
All right, a new team to the scene in some regards, but these are some familiar faces, Andrew Ellenbogen among them. What you're going to find here is that all of these players made day number 2 of competition, which is
I like how he points out Andrew Ellenbogen, but he's at the bottom of the
Romo,
team. Poor guy.
We see around the top tables quite a bit on the Pro Tour level. 8-3, leading the team in 14th place. Dom Harvey, someone I know quite well, at 8-3.
People still in the running.
Just a team that is performing quite well. Not one of the big names coming in.
A lot of 6 and 5s. Wow.
Coming out.
Speaking of, let's take a look at our rankings here as far as our win percentage goes for our biggest team. The Italians, which is a group of Italian players, just get together. They make the PT, they test together. Win percentage 61.5%, so a very good Pro Tour for them. Moriyama Japan coming in 2nd place here, and then there it is, Team The Boulder, 58.2%, and they love their standard deck. The win rate of that deck overnight was absurd, so they're very happy to transition over into standard here today.
Is it Lessons deck?
At our teams, and like I said, we are transitioning into standard, so set us up, Monty.
Okay, so we're going to start by taking a quick reminder at the sets currently in Standard. We are on the 3-year rotation format now, so Standard tends to get pretty big, and as of now, we are 14 sets in Standard, spanning all the way back to Wilds of Eldraine and all the way forward to the most recent set as of about 10 days ago, Lorwyn Eclipse. But what was our metagame starting out the field? Well, there was Cubs everywhere. Civic Rhythm and Bat Rhythm led the field.
Look at that. Cubs and Cubs and Cubs and Cubs. Dude.
Most played deck. But as I'm going to bring you a little later, we're going to take a look at how these decks performed on day 1.
Cubs and Cubs and Cubs and Cubs.
Looks like going further
and Cubs and Cats and Boots and Cats and Boots and Cats.
I'm interested to hear that coming up a little bit later, Monty. Round number 12 is on the way. Let's find out who will watch do battle in the feature match area this round. Like I said, transitioning now into standard for the rest of the tournament. Some teams very happy about that. One of those teams is, of course, The Boulder, featuring Dom Harvey on Is It Spelementals. Dom Harvey, you see, win-win, loss-loss, so a couple of losses most recently for Dom, hoping to turn that back into winning here as we go into standard. Up against
Still
Australia's
not showing
Nick
Cub
Talbot
decks on stream, which is insane.
So a couple of different
I guess I'll take it.
Of elementals here in this tournament. Dom Harvey, Amulet Titan Master. His last top 8 at Pro Tour was Lord of the Rings in 2023. 3 regional championship top 8s. Let's take a closer look now into his stats with Riley.
Dom struggles on day 1 with a 46% win rate, but does very well on day 2 at 63% with 1 top 8 finish. A superb 63% limited win rate is hampered by a 43% win rate in Constructed.
There's a look at Dom Harvey. Now let's take a peek at the opponent here. Nick Talbot started playing Magic in 2003. Goal is to win the Pro Tour. His first Pro Tour is Pro Tour Final Fantasy last year. Has 2 regional championship.
He wins out, he can make top 8, right?
Of Team Bananas. Let's take a look at some stats for Nick here, round by round, Cedric.
Let's run it on down. I had the pleasure of meeting Nick on Thursday, and he is more than happy to be here. He is winning. That's what you can see here. You see on the first day of competition, 3-0
lost to Ken
Yukihiro. Get that out of the way.
Can't be mad about
Pick up
that.
a couple of losses of Constructed. Might be second-guessing yourself a little bit with that Elemental's choice, but then win, and then pick up a couple more wins in number 2 of draft. And now going up against an Is It
Beat a
strategy
lot of Cub decks.
Nick Talbot was not a big name coming in up to this tournament.
Wonder why
he might be on that Sunday stage.
What he lost to
a day 2 crusher though there in Dom.
Absolutely, and like I mentioned,
that one Badger matchup he lost.
Flavors of elemental decks.
Because I assume the elemental decks were the bad against Just Get Control.
So is this the new hotness here, Monty?
It's definitely the hotness for this weekend.
Yeah.
New hotness yet to be determined, but these are very different decks despite them both featuring the word elemental in the title. We're going to start with this Is It Spelementals.
Yeah, one's going to be spells and the other one's going to be lessons.
Hey man, all you need is a crab.
All you need is an elemental Crab. This deck is based around cheap spells, ultimately leading you to be
You'd
able to
definitely be
cast
playing this
Hearth
deck on stream.
Elemental or Eddy Merc
I love the
Crab
one get
for
out.
their discounted cost, and then they
Glacial
in
Dragon
turn
Hunt is an
discount
interesting one, though.
Thunderflock, and that does an incredible job of keeping all the Cub decks in check. This deck is incredibly powerful against Cub strategies.
How does Thunder work?
Talking to the Boulder,
Thunderflock work
they
against
feel
another
we are
elemental deck? Do you just take it out?
Conservatively 70% in the matchup, but that comes at the cost of being around 45% against every other
But also,
deck in the
they
field.
have no way to
So
kill
when we
opposing
look at
elemental
the
decks,
matchup
right? In the
here
main
of
board?
Jeskai Elementals,
Like what, they
in the
bounce
hands
out?
of Nick
Or
Talbot,
counter it?
that's definitely not a Cub deck. This is part of the rest of the field. And Nick has gone for trying to take advantage of the power of cards like Ashling and Flame Braider.
For a
These two not
Beza
only
is
give you
sick.
access to
That is an elemental.
essentially all colors of mana for your elemental spells, but they also give you ramps. So you get to really take advantage of these powerful new evoke elementals and wistfulness and vibrance and deceit. And with these, you're also using the same strategy of getting discounted Thunderflocks. So clearly, both strategies have come with Cubs in mind, but when it comes to the head-to-head, neither of these players had the opponent's deck as their goal.
Oh, very interesting. So we'll see how they battle against each other.
I think I like the Jeskai list a little better.
Ahead of this matchup with this cool Spellmentals deck. Let's find out.
Because it's just going to get bigger creatures, right?
Hey, I'm joined by Dom Harvey. And Dom, you and your team are playing Is It Spellmentals here this weekend, and y'all have just been absolutely crushing it. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we over on the border, we've been pushing our border up the hill, and it's been pretty light work so far. We may have broke it, unclear, don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but we
I like the shirt. I would wear that shirt.
Registered this deck. We all made day 2. I think we had, if not the highest win rate overall, at least one of them by team, and yeah, the deck is really nice.
Players flirting with the judge over there? What?
Playing for another shot at the Pro Tour today over in PTQ. A lot of them have
Yo, what up, Buff? You're first today. Hey, buddy.
Might be here to say. It's a nice one.
Yeah, I love
We're starting off with
15
Is It versus Is It.
Usually there's like that 1 or 2 detractor that stays away.
But
from
also,
the deck the whole time.
like,
I've heard
did you
that
watch
were
that,
last
the
one to
draft
jump on this.
portion?
And historically, I've been the one.
My roommate was asleep, so I didn't stream during it. But the draft portion was kind of sick.
I wasn't convinced.
That last round opponent, the guy who finally beat the undefeated guy, had like an amazing Rakdos Goblin deck. It was dirty.
14 people over here.
It had Grub that returns target creature, and then it also had the tree that returns target creature power 3 or less in the graveyard, and also had Grave Crawler. So he just he started top decking in the loop,
Dom Harvey pushing
and
the
then would
boulder
blight
up
his own
the
creatures,
hill
kill him
here
in the
yet
graveyard, and
another
then he'd get him
round.
back and
Round
just started
number
looping. It was
12
sick.
on the way. Let's pass
Sick.
things over to Ailey
Sick
and
deck.
Courtney.
And he had Soul Immolation too in his deck.
Thank you so much, Maria.
Like wipe up the board and keep going with
team
recursion.
known as the Boulder has indeed cracked it this weekend. I guess a boulder does crack if you push it off a cliff.
They're definitely rolling, is all I know.
They're rolling.
Sure, yeah.
They're rolling, and they're not letting up any steam as it stands so far. Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister here to bring you the action of our constructed rounds.
All right,
Dom
I think
Harvey
I think the Jeskai Elementals has a really good matchup here.
Australia.
Like the Is It
Two
Spellmentals has
decks,
ability to
but
tap
very
down,
different
but it
indeed.
wants to get
Yeah,
Thunderflock to
and
get
Dom
value,
just coming
and then both
off
decks
a
have a Thunderflock, so they don't
1-2
care, right?
Record here in Limited, just lost the last 2 rounds. So at this point, you know, when you start X1 at a tournament, you lose a couple, you're just like, okay, come on, let's not have the wheels fall off.
Time to rally. Let's
and
go.
the boulder roll down the hill instead of up. But these decks are very different.
They are.
Haley. They are, you know, one is basically a
Dude,
spell
Nick is
deck,
just
and the
happy to
other
be there.
one
That would be
is
me.
just the all-in
He's having a
kind
good
of
day. All
elemental
smiles.
plan. Both definitely have strengths, but the one thing they're kind of their strongest cards, the Thunderflock.
We definitely want to play these decks
So
this coming week
we're-
for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna
It's
see
gonna be fun.
those more than likely come out unless, you know, from Dom's side, it's the type of card where you just have to leave in your threats.
Yeah.
I kind of doubt it, but always worth checking out if that's the case.
Yeah, big ol' flyer in the air, never a bad thing to have in these matchups, but let's get things underway here. Sleight of hand, kick things off for Dom
Turn 2
Harvey,
Ashling.
and now we
On the
see
play.
Ashling rekindled for
Seems
Nick
good.
Talbot. This card has impressed me a lot. It's
I would
so
probably
powerful.
jump
Yeah,
Thunderflock.
very good. We're seeing it in the Elemental Shell.
It's open deck list, so he knows what he's playing. Thunderflock does nothing
have
here.
decided to play that card as well. It's making an impact across multiple decks. So, yeah, really powerful
agrees.
one. And I think that kind of answers our question of how important is Thunderflock when your opponent's on all elementals as well. And not very, I think, is going to be the answer.
At its best, it's a 2-mana 5/5.
Yeah, and that's a pretty high floor, that's for sure.
Beza, the Bounding Spring, drawn
I wonder why they didn't play the lessons package, right?
He prepared for this tournament with a group of chill farmers who grow cool bananas. So that explains the team name.
Okay, yeah. that is very interesting. Nick was just saying he's just watching at home, thought he was better than the other players, so said, you know what, I'm going to try to be
just slam
on
a
the Pro
Beza
Tour as well. And
draw a card.
Now, doing it.
Love it.
Yep.
Elemental. Yep.
So Ashling flips, adds mana available for 4 mana plus spells.
Yep.
There's Beza.
Whenever you have a 2-drop that is both an accelerant and does more things from that, no matter what, that is going to be a really solid card. So going from 2 to 4 is really what this version of Jeskai Elementals is trying to do.
Yeah.
I have way more cards than you.
I have way more cards than you.
So just the draw off of Beza's enters the battlefield effect.
4 mana, 4/5 draw card still looks pretty good. And, you know, kind of looking
I
at
like Beza,
the
dude. Beza's kind of sick.
Side, there's so much
We kind of played a
removal
version
that
like
is
that,
aimed at
but it didn't have Beza in
dealing
it.
damage, dealing 3
It'd be fun to
damage,
interest.
bouncing creatures, countering 2-drops. It's very much the anti-Cub deck, but like having these just big bodies, these big toughness on the elementals, this could actually be a big problem here for Dom Harvey. And the, you know, air quotes, broken, is it Spelementals?
Yeah, it certainly had a great day 1 conversion. The Cub decks, on the other hand, did poorly.
I mean, 35, 40% win rate, and that is going to be the most interesting part of day 2. I think this is going to be the most interesting part of the Pro Tour in general, is how the anti-Cub decks fare against each other. Now the Cub decks aren't really around, so it's going to be all the anti-Cub decks to see how they stack up.
Yeah, I didn't check the
Lessons
standings
pitching Winter Night Stories?
who the
Seems
highest,
like a good one.
you know, Cub deck is at the moment.
Yeah.
Here's Hearth Elemental.
Slam that
for
Hearth
Dom
Elemental. I like it.
Harvey, just to try and match up against that big ol' elk on the other side of things.
And of course, we play limited at this Pro Tour as well, so that's going to change, you know, the players at the top of the standings.
I would
You can have a bad record
call
with your
black
standard deck and 6-0 limited,
just
and
to
you're still
seat
going to be
them.
doing quite well.
2 roaming thrones in hand for Nick. This card, along with the Elemental's enters effects, is just...
Yeah, it never really comes up,
Incredible.
right?
A very tough card to kill already. The Ward 2 makes it very difficult. You know, cards like
He's like, oh,
Dom
wrong
going
elemental.
a braid and
1, 2,
paying
3,
2 on turn
4.
4. That would be great, but
Roaming, throw
we don't see any of those in the main. There's 1 in the board.
And then he's going to double the
That
seat
type
here.
of card, I think, is just going to be very, very good.
Yeah.
Boy.
Gross.
Case and point.
Well, I assume we paid... what did we pay for this?
You take Sunder and Endymion Crab? There's nothing they can do for it?
Nope, just paying the black.
Black, yeah.
It would seem, so that's going to be take 2 cards away.
Yep.
And now, of course, the flip side of Ashling. If you don't flip it back, you just get that mana again. So
Yeah,
it is
it's
a
pretty cool.
card. It's the gift that keeps giving.
And I know it's cute that we want to keep all the things on the field.
Yeah, if you
But
if you don't
to
have
be
any good
honest,
cards in hand, you flip it back. You do a
it's all
looting.
on elemental. We all know
But
this.
for the most part, I bet this card flips to the backside and
Attack
you
with
stay
Beza.
there.
Yeah.
Just until exactly
No?
that you start flooding.
Coward.
And Nick's hand, needless to say, not flooded. It looks great.
Another throne, another deceit. He can just rip Dom's hand to shreds here.
Yeah.
Ashling's command as well.
Kinda.
Maybe not as good in this
Gets rid of
matchup,
2
but
lands.
still
It's
good to
pretty
copy
good.
any of our elementals.
Still, yeah, the floor of it is 5, almost 3 mana, draw 2, because you get the 2 treasures as a little, you know, cash rebate on your investment. And now we look at we look at Dom's hand, kind of exactly.
Does he have a second
what I
deceit
was,
in his hand? This
afraid of
game's
from
going to
the
be
perspective of the
kind of over
Is It
here in a minute.
Spelementals deck. Cards like Spell Snare, Burst Lightning, they look terrible right now.
At least he's got ways to filter through the top of the library. You
So
know,
he
it's
draws a
probably
card.
not
He
as
has to
potent
discard
as
a
the
non-land
Lessons
card
deck
to do
in
3
terms of
damage.
just sheer number of cards you get to see.
Yes.
But he still has ways to do that. He's still playing plenty of the important card draw and discard spells.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go find what you can to get you out of this, because Dom is currently on the back foot.
Yep, and
Like he
now
needs
can
land drop,
double deceit again. I mean,
Ew.
as far as hard casting,
I
doesn't look like we're
I mean,
ready
you
to
can
go
honestly
there, but
just
if you wanna
like
take 2 more cards away. That's an option. Now that
slam
we
roaming
did
throne again. You know his hand sucks.
Ashling here, you know, you can just hard cast the command, just play another roaming throne to set up for an even more impactful deceit next turn. All options look good for Nick.
Glacial Dragon Hunt taking care of Ashling.
He's just smiling at all the
A good way
things.
to remove the mana acceleration and the card advantage if it were to flip over. Cavern of Souls drawn again. How? What? Okay, he's just got... I thought he had multiple. He's just got the one on the board.
Yeah, Nick is very much stressing our label maker.
Yes, yep.
You're running out of the words elemental here in no time.
Label maker is representing Shadowmoor.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
So there's two options here, right?
Yeah,
you can play the Roaming Throne and then hold on to
day one and, maybe not
the command, or you can just play the command, draw cards now while they're tapped out.
Ashling's command. What modes are we choosing?
Make another Biza.
Draw 2 cards.
Yes, sir.
Make a copy of Roaming Throne.
Sure, why not?
Looks great.
That works too.
Double.
D5,
Hey, Dom should understand that reference.
Yeah.
He's probably looking for a land for Deceit, because like Deceit next turn with 2 Roaming Thrones out is just game over, right?
Okay.
Yeah, coffee, 2 cream, 2 sugar. Double.
All right.
Dom is just smiling about it.
Coffee with double, so I'm here for it.
Oh, bother, said Pooh.
Yeah, Dom knows.
Dom does not like his chances in that, so let's go to game number 2.
Oh, that did not.
What does Dom have?
How you doing today? How's the family, Buff? Also, hi, chat. I know we started just on time. It's not usually what we do here, but I had fun yesterday. I had fun doing this yesterday. We're just like hanging out, talking about some stuff, talking about Magic.
Planeswalkers might be good. The Hydroman Fluid Felon might be okay.
Also an elemental.
And there we see Broadside Barrage. That was another one of the sideboard cards. Just something to kill a big creature.
Yeah, like a Beza that's in hand there for Nick Talbot.
And even Spell Snare, it's like, it's going to look better here. Maybe it's going to get a 2-drop. But the biggest problem is it's still a 4 Cavern of Soul deck, so your Spell Snare could still just be bad. So Spell Snare in hand there.
I wonder who brought it in the sideboard. I wonder what Jeskai Elementals brought in.
In this matchup.
Yeah, and that's the risk you take, you know, when you make a deck that is so
targeted
like
on
Soul Guide Lanterns for sure. That's that's right on the battlefield. But
and, you know,
did you just like 4 for 4 for Sunder and Soul Guide Lanterns?
That's why this format is so incredible. You know, we saw the Cubs. Everyone thought, oh, Sky is falling, Cubs are too good. And now it's targeted, it's doing terrible. Same thing for Lessons a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
There is always answers to whatever deck is popular at the moment. And that's just a sign of a great metagame and great metagame shifts.
I agree and disagree with that comment.
Oh, yeah.
Because the meta is so warped because like 2 cards exist. I don't call that a healthy format.
Fun testing for these events, too. It's been great.
Pick a poison. What would you like to play today?
I get that's what he's calling on camera, but I don't think a healthy format is something that's 45% of the format, and the format has to warp around these like 1 to 2 card identities, right? I don't think that's healthy.
That elemental, the fireplace.
If the format was diverse,
is discarded
and one of the decks happened to be there, sure, but not warped
quick note there.
in like a fake version of diversity, right?
And Crab is 7 mana? 7.
Yeah, and I was talking to Dom, you know, yesterday, and he's like, well, I'm doing okay. This was at this point, he was 3-2. He's just like, I just want a bread and butter finish. I either do extremely well or I completely, you know, don't win another.
Scrub out,
I don't win a single round in Constructed, which was his quote. That's, of course, a little exaggerating, but.
Well, glad that he jumped on board with the rest of the Boulders game plan here.
Yep.
Bringing a pretty powerful
Like he's
deck.
going to go find a Cavern of Souls, which is perfect.
Wow.
So
that's incredible.
If I remember correctly, so that's very
Really
impressive.
underrated
So
Vibrance
kudos
when it
to
says
that
search relay for a land. I really underrated that card. Definitely not the most played because Gruul is not a popular color right now, but
took down a couple Magic Online challenges yesterday. It's doing well in the PTQ between the pro players.
gonna die. He just slams it off because he needs cards in his graveyard.
Interesting.
Okay. That was going to die anyway, yeah?
Yeah, that was going to die.
Through cards.
That is just, I need more action. I need to be and get
know about
more
that play.
threat so you can just play these Cubs.
I don't know about that
play.
play.
Not a good exchange.
That felt maybe a little aggressive.
Yeah.
I guess he knows he's getting Cavern of Souls, so Spell Snare does nothing anymore, and it's just he just wants card selection.
You know,
that was really
trying
aggressive.
to get the Eddie Merc Crab discount online quicker.
Can't say it's diverse when 2 minutes ago you literally said there's Cub decks and anti-Cub decks. Yeah, that's not diverse.
Nick just looked.
That's not diverse. That's not what that means, buddy.
So was never going to walk into it. So Dom was going to, and especially with the Caverns, Dom just wanted to discard the Spell Snares to be able to cast Crabs quicker. Nick sniffed it out and was like, well, I'm going to prevent you from just hard casting Eddie Merc next time.
Yeah, still 7 mana at this point.
Yep.
Alas, nothing in the bin. But He will dig and continue to dig, firing off a couple card draw spells.
Probably the best draw there for Dom. Abandon attachments to just be able to
Eddie Merc crabs, okay.
loot away Glacial Dragon Hunt, make 3 spells into the yard, and at least have your crabs only cost 4, and you're able to cast that next turn. So nice stuff.
This deck is very reminiscent of the Eddie Merc Crabs, Hilarion Terror.
Brawl Beza, I guess?
Of days
Wistfulness seems kind of bad in this matchup.
Extra card draws. Yeah, that was kind of where we first saw
It's
that
still a
deck.
big elemental, right?
It's powerful. It's powerful. Just trying to use high CMC cards.
Yeah.
Play them for cheaper and really early is a good strategy.
As is just a 4/5.
Doing anything ahead of schedule is
Big bear.
a good thing here this weekend.
But now you're in Eddie Merc territory.
So there is the Fluid Felon there. I was wondering if Dom was going to bring
Or Hearth Elemental, that works too.
Yeah.
A
way to ramp yourself, and it's also safe.
An ugly looking card.
So speed removal won't get it.
What an ugly card.
Yeah, so kind of cost 1 this turn, but it looks like, you know, we can't go Fluid Felon, untap the land, and then Eddie Merc.
What if,
we're going to be 1 short of that, so...
What if this card had like an artifact or enchantment, so it turns into an artifact land? Would that make him actually more busted or worse because there's a way to remove artifacts? Or make him better for like older formats? A land artifact is always really, really good.
Backup. Like I said, all good card needs an understudy. All right, opting to go for the Eddie
here comes
Merc
Crab.
end step. It seems like.
Yeah,
he's got enough in the bin for it, right? Yeah.
Yep, definitely has enough right now. So it costs 4.
Nick has sniffed that out too.
Yeah, and I think just fully knows about it. Like it is just face-up information. Wow.
He is very wistful.
Yeah, wistful thinking over there.
He's got a
Nick.
fistful of wistfuls.
I think I know what Nick's going to cast this turn.
And Steam Vents, good grief. Do you think?
Yeah.
Are you sure it's not Deceit?
You know, I'm pretty sure. Okay. I mean, even
Cards
this,
discard,
you didn't get to destroy. You
throw
didn't get to
away
exile an
another
artifact or
Wistfulness. You don't need
just
3.
5 mana, do some looting.
Yeah.
Is perfectly fine. These elementals, these evoke elementals, have just been really awesome into standard here.
End step, tap that down. Gives it a stun counter 2, I believe. No,
No stun counter. If Eddie Merc gave stun counters, that card would be busted.
All right, so Eddie can start.
Imagine a stun counter on an Eddie Merc grab.
So chooses.
So now we could start with abandoned attachments, get rid of an extra Hydroid Fluid Felon, and now we draw an untapped land.
Yeah, you can put one of the enchantment land.
Look like that's the case.
It comes into play tapped from Carlo. I don't think it's an artifact.
That was just the worst. Now
it's Valgovath Slayer, I think it's called.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate.
That was unfortunate. That was a risk right there, but settling with the Hearth Elemental is not so
going big.
Decent sized blocker up against what's on the board there right now. It's a 4/5, so it can bounce off of Beza. She's a 4/5/2, right? Yeah. And then that's a 6/5. So the 6/5 is the biggest issue for Dom.
Yeah.
But next turn, you know, we do have a discounted Eddie Merc Crab. Possibly going to see.
We can play Roaming Thorn and hold up Disdainful Stroke. That seems great.
So, if he's real lucky, he gets to cost 2 crabs next turn.
Nick just drew maybe the best possible card, aka
Scene of the Crime.
That is good. Just leaves him the ability to cast a 4-drop and Disdainful Stroke something from Dom.
I don't think I know that card.
Which is excellent here. And so far, the big wrinkle of this matchup
Artifact Land Clue. Battlefield tapped. Tap it. Untap creature you control. Add 1 mana of any color.
Counter spells work. Dom's
sacrifice it. Draw a card.
It's not a cavern deck.
Maybe like a 1 of.
Nick's used a lot of elemental labels, to say the least.
Yeah. He's certainly causing a disruption in the market there when it comes to elemental labels.
Yeah.
Hoarding all the resources for himself. Tricky spot here now for Nick.
Yep. Just deciding to attack or not. I seems like a pretty easy one to me, just because there's no real way that you're going to die on the crackback next turn, especially with a Disdainful Stroke.
Yeah, got some protection there. Get outs from Dom Harvey.
Oh, God, it just looks so miserable to have get outs in the face of 2 caverns on the other side. You can do some nice combos with it to, like, you know, if you know your opponent doesn't have any counter spells, you get to get out the crab.
It is a free munitions.
Crabs, tap your opponent's creature, attack, get out them again, tap the crab. Like that's the only case that we can really use for the get outs now with 2 caverns, but not really gonna work when there's already this stuff.
I mean, yeah, I guess. Like a one of. It comes into play tap though, which is rough.
So I don't know how Dom gets out of this.
It's not looking super good here for our Amulet Titan Master. I've heard from a couple players when they have to prepare for those events, it's always like, yeah, we just asked Dom for, you know, his play-by-play in terms of how the heck do you play this deck.
He literally wrote the book on Amulet Titan, and that's not just like, you know, a phrase or anything. He wrote a book on the deck Amulet Titan. So really shows that he just had the greatest time ever in Barcelona.
So get out, Eddie McCrab, Eddie McCrab.
Getting to top 8.
So at least he can do some shenanigans with bouncing his elementals.
Sweet run indeed there for him. Not having the hottest run this morning, unfortunately, for Dom Harvey. Nick Talbot up game here with Jeskai Elementals, just applying a right amount of pressure and having the right amount of permission too, stopping anything that Dom Harvey tries to get going.
Yeah, and now Nick just has a great turn of playing untapped land, uncounterable wistfulness, get to draw 4, discard 2, and then hold up Disdainful Stroke. Like, that's just the first glance play, and I think there's even some other options that you can do if you really want.
I'm going to pay 2 blue for wistfulness.
2 blue, yep.
Saluting, okay.
Evoke away.
4 triggers, I'll draw 2 and discard 1 dice.
You still have to do them in order, though. So.
Yeah, you don't get to just draw 4, discard 2. It's draw 2, discard 1. That was double Vibrance. You know what that means, y'all? That is 12 damage to the face.
Has he got 4 red open?
Sure, it sure does.
Yeah.
You know, that there is only
uncounterable,
one
though?
untapped cavern, so they're not going to both be able to be cast this turn, but you can also just attack, and even if one of them resolves, so I think this is the last turn of the match.
Feeling like it. Draw the second time
Draw a
around.
cavern.
Finds
Please draw a
seat
cavern.
Too, so that's another way to get a blocker out of the way. Nick Talbot super close here to a 2-0 victory, which will improve his record to 9-3.
Yeah, now you can Deceit first for a double hand disruption spells, take both get outs, and then throw 6 damage upstairs if you really want.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, this looks sweet. No, hold up, elemental.
Nick's having
No, do it afterwards. It's more fun.
Oh, absolutely.
Cast items.
To the face.
6 damage to you.
6 damage to the face.
Dom is just
Now
not happy. He's
that
like, this is
Vibrance
a
happened,
terrible matchup for
why
me.
not
I'll take 2.
another.
Try one more time, just to get this to resolve. And that's going to do it. Dom Harvey's not going to fight over that spell resolving. Excellent victory there from Nick Talbot playing Jeskai Elementals.
He was dead on board
And that's
both
a
ways.
classic case
So even
of
if he
the
counters
two
that, he's dead.
anti-Cub decks
Because he
that
had
very much are
12
targeting
power
that deck
attackers.
going up against each other, and that just looked like
Oh,
Dom
Vibrance,
had a
dude.
very low chance to win from the very beginning. It just seemed like Nick's deck very much lined up against that particular version.
The more controlling decks seem to have a much better time when it comes to these anti-Cub deck face-offs. So
yeah,
it's going to be interesting to see how this happens, how this carries on going forward. So we're going to take a short break, friends. When we come back, we'll have more Magic for you shortly.
All right, that was a good round. That makes me excited to play the elemental deck with Beza. Can we make that deck right now? What's that guy's name? Hold on.
Face off.
Why not?
That is Nick.
Try one more time, just to get this to resolve. And that's going to do it. Dom Harvey's not going to fight over that spell resolving. Excellent victory there from Nick Talbot playing Jeskai Elementals.
And that's a
Get off my screen.
of the 2 anti-Cub
care about you.
decks that
Well, there's a Team Rounders player, right? Nick Talbot. Yeah, let's look at his sideboard. That's what I want to see. Hold on. I pulled up the list. I'm pulling it up now. He's playing Torpor Orb sideboard in his elemental deck. Playing some big idiots for cheap to stop the infinite combo deck, I guess. That's funny. Also, chat, I posted this on Discord, but this song is gonna get DMCA striked on YouTube. Isn't that weird? And kind of stupid? And kind of pathetic? Ooh, I have a pack. Hold on. Open a pack. Never mind, it's a gem.
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse here in a chilly Richmond, Virginia. Well, as cold as it is outside, things are certainly heating up in here. Corey Baumeister on the booth with me. Hello, friends. I'm Eloni, and we are going to jump into some more magic here, friends, to see which of our players are keeping their top 8 dreams alive. Now, Corey, we don't do numbers and math and whatnot, but we do know that anyone who is not yet
Pyro, Disdainful, Soul Guide Lantern, 4 of a Braid, Torpor, Tidebinder,
stake their
1 Riddler.
Top 8. So we're going to jump in here. Tom White, Team Sanctum of All, playing Team of Harmonizer up against Gabriel Nicholas, who is playing Is It Blink?
Yeah.
We're back. Sorry, we're back.
Oh, yeah, I've been playing this deck so much, it just felt like maybe it was just my pet deck as it wasn't picking up a lot of steam, but there are some big-name players playing the deck. Gabriel Nicholas is an incredibly talented, established player. Both of these players we would know a lot from Magic Online. McWinsauce below, as well as Oink Mage up top. I've lost to both of them plenty of times.
Link Mage, what a name.
Yep.
I do.
Is it Blink with main board Soul Guide Lanterns?
Against a draft punk yesterday.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and both of these decks very much in the other category.
I guess I have to vote for Is It because it's not playing Badger?
And then the Teamer Harmonizer deck that we saw from Team Sanctum, as well as Tony Portland doing extremely well with the deck as well. And they kind of think they broke it, you know, with going Harmonizer, full bore, fetch land, 28 damage.
I love the answers.
Oh no, we want this Harmonizer combo deck to win, right?
And Tom's is, I broke the all-time record for most Mox points earned in a season.
Yep.
That's no small feat, friends.
Yep. Qualified via the leaderboard there, and it was not close for him taking first, needless to say.
Second place. How far behind?
I don't remember exactly.
I'll have to ask him later. Team of Harmonizer, though, a sweet, sweet list here from Team Sanctum of All. Tries to kill you in one fell swoop. Turn 4 combo, yeah?
Yep. No, not necessarily possible turn 4, but turn 5, because you need 3 for the Harmonizer full bore, and then you need to play.
No, the Teamer Harmonizer combo is the combo we saw earlier where they play the 1 red, 3/2. If a creature's warped, it gets haste and trample. So combos you on turn 4.
Turn 4
with 2 cards.
to Earthbender Ascension first to do a little bit of ramping.
Gotcha.
I think we have that deck saved.
Takes care of a little otter. Man, you think you get rid of these otters, but they just work their way back in.
Hold on.
So often.
Let's find it.
Always come back here, and this is a deck that Gabriel's playing. The best possible draw is to Splash Portal it there. So missing out on that is really brutal. And even maybe the next level version.
I'll show it after this game.
That Ely Cassis, Arno Huschenbeth, and the rest of the team are playing. They're actually playing Springleaf Drum, so you can warp Riddler on 2 and Splash Portal. Keep it around.
That's not the only deck I've seen playing it this weekend. So, you know, Springleaf Drum making its way back into the format. A sweet addition for these decks, just to use your creatures.
Nope, there it is, just hard cast.
Into your next threat. Hello, Might Form Harmonizer. How's it going?
Harmonizer here.
That means he doesn't have the combo piece.
Makes it a little tricky to kill. I do see 2 Torch the Towers for Gabriel Nicholas. Otherwise, Roaring Furnace, kind of the other way to deal with this. And I mean, this is one of the best Roaring Furnace decks.
Sacrifice it to get a Scry.
The best. It is so
Those hands
good
pretty
in this
weak.
deck, as you have so many ways to pick it up.
Because normally they want to hold on to that for like
and full hands most of the time. Thanks, Quantum Riddler.
bouncing it, but
the real
whatever.
MVP.
Yep.
So 1 threat off the board. Got to think Tom White's got a backup in hand. Ral Crackling Wit hits the board here.
Yeah, you would really think that there's a backup if you lean one out. And the
Ral
game
is
can
scary.
be over right now.
Sure can.
For what it's worth. You harmonize.
It's tapped out.
Yep, you harmonize, full bore, Fabled Passage. Even 1 blocker is nowhere near enough. But if it's not there, then Gabriel Nicholas really gets to take over the game with having an active Planeswalker here. And I don't think it's there.
Him playing Fable Passage first means he doesn't have the combo.
Alas, no big wombo combo turn here for Tom White. But
Why you show the bad Fable Passage? Stop it.
Find an Ice-Steel Explorer to start taking advantage of the lands in
They're
the yard.
children.
Absolute worst case, you get to attack for 2 at Raw.
There's children in my adult card game.
Not great.
No. Planeswalkers are real annoying.
Joke.
Aren't they?
They are very, very
I want to be
much so.
focusing on that life total, not your loyalty
Yes.
counters.
I do like the change kind of that we've seen in Planeswalkers. You know, they're much more role-playery now than, you know, maybe Chandra Torch of Defiance in that standard format where it was just...
Unkicked Consult.
Exactly. Those are two prime examples. Or the last time we were in this building, a certain Oko was doing pretty well. Now I feel like Planeswalkers very much are role players, and there can be certain decks like this where you're casting spells over and over. You basically get to, you know, air quotes, brainstorm every single turn with Raw because you cast so many spells from
they only play 2 Earthbender Ascension? That's interesting.
From that deck, and it's really powerful.
Riddler number 2 hits the board here. We're going to see a cheeky splash portal this time around, perhaps.
Doesn't look like it.
We have it.
There's a cheeky boomerang basic that you can basic your Riddler if you really want to, but it looks like Gabriel Nicholas is holding up. Get out! Get out a card that Ely and the rest of the teammates did cut, but Gabriel Nicholas still keeping around.
All right. 10 passes back now to Tom White. 2 mana open on the other side of things. Not something you want to see as the combo deck, but hey, this is the fight you have to win.
3 mana for
and this
Harmonizer.
Is a deck that is pretty well lined up to be able to defend.
Ooh, has the get out.
It was probably there. Harmonizer, double get out, and 1 land drop is what looks like it was for Tom White's plan. Get out, Seer, Bossing Say. And I think that's a second full bore in the back, so that was the turn. If get out was not there,
we would have gotten out of this game.
Yeah, Tom would have got out of this game with a win.
Looked like 2 boomerang basics in hand, like you mentioned. For
Expecting 2 blue, being up and getting countered, what would he do instead? Activate Bossing Say as a blocker?
Rel ticking down, finding some cards for Nicholas.
Yeah, and these players, when they are at 8 and 3, the main thing that is really saying is
no more losses.
If you lose this round, you can still get to 12 wins and hope tiebreakers get you into the top 8. But
so we talked to X Harmonizer, he can win.
We're going to be talking about here for the next few rounds.
Nice.
You very much need to win this round.
So Rel taken care of there. Tom found an opening and took his opportunity to sear off the Planeswalker.
Yeah.
But now, problem number 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, and so right now, Tom's hand before we drew was land, full bore, full bore. So if we draw a Harmonizer, we can probably do it. I mean, what else would you be doing math for?
4. Yeah, 3, 4, 4. Okay.
Because Harmonizer into full bore, double is a 20 damage. So it would force a chump block, but not enough.
Bossing Say activated. Here's our mountain. This is, as you said yesterday, a sign of weakness if this is all that the turn is for the combo players.
Yep.
Bounce your land.
There after the
Bossing
Say animated land here, as there's no war in Bossing Say.
Oh, obviously.
And now just Riddler after Riddler, and even if
now he needs double red for the combo.
Just has a normal land drop here. Attacking for 20 is just not going to be enough when you can just chump block with a Riddler.
Oh, splash portal on Riddler.
Get it going. So.
Woo!
A nice other play here. Splash
what are we playing white for?
Just be a pseudo. Give my
or not white. I'm so dumb. It's not Jeskai.
We saw here.
I had a brain fart.
It's pretty neat when you're
what else do we have?
3 mana for a 4/6 that gives you 2 cards if you're lucky.
Looking really bad for Tom.
Still my favorite card in Standard. Quantum Riddler is so fun to play with. It's so clean. It's so powerful.
It fits in everywhere.
Yep.
Any blue deck. There's no downside to it.
I'm surprised this deck is not playing
Sorry, what are you at?
the 3-drop wagon. I wonder why they're not playing that.
It's also not a question.
Because that's also Cabo. You know, you just like
is it a player on the other side to ask you?
warp.
Like I'm the one.
Harmonizer on turn 4, crew the wagon, wagon trigger.
Roaring Furnace, taking care of the land.
Yep.
Tempting too.
Honor that.
Nice.
And still looks like double boomerang basic in hand for Gabriel Nicholas. So, I mean, to be fair, having that furnace come down...
No, hang on here. Tell me about this interaction here.
Yeah.
That countered the roiling furnace?
Yeah, because it's
the
just
whole
casting...
card, isn't it?
Just casting the room is like an individual spell.
Okay, got you.
Agreed. There's all these kind of little subtleties, but yeah, the rooms, when they go on the stack, are just the mana value of the specific room that's cast.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've played a land already.
Magic's hard, y'all.
Yeah, everything's a little different.
Yeah.
Magic hard, y'all.
Warp, you know,
Something
you can't
slightly
counter
different,
those. Yep.
Subtle differences here and there.
Either way, the spell snare has just been such a really fun wrinkle to stay. It's definitely changed the dynamic. And
last turn I
to be
did.
fair,
I was out
Izzet
lowering the
Blink
curve,
didn't
though.
really get
It's a
anything
3-drop.
too special. The best card I
That
got
you can
by
still combo
far,
with.
not close to Steam Vents.
Yes,
But the second best is
I guess they just wanted more
just a
spell
very good
interaction.
cub,
Like,
or very good.
looking at his
That's a
list, he has
prelude to what I'm
3
about to
Burst
say. A very
Lightning,
good
2
card
Spider
against
Sense,
Cub
1 Thunder
when
Magic,
you're on the draw. Being able
4
to
Consult,
snare that on the
2
draw is a
Snares,
big deal.
1 Flood Maw, 3
Definitely something
Seers,
you want in your
4
hand
Full
in that
Wallers,
matchup.
1 Analyze Pollen,
These
4 Stock
anti-cub
Up.
matchups, so it's a little bit like, I don't know.
Hold on here. I mean, I think Gabriel Nicholas only has 2 Boomerang Basics in hand and land. So if the Harmonizer plan was here, I think it would have
Now's
worked.
the time
but
to do it. Doesn't look like it's there, though.
it doesn't look like it. None of those were Harmonizer, and if it was...
Yeah, last 3 drop
and I
more
think those
spells, looks
last
like
2
what
cards
they're
in
doing.
hands are both just
And they only have
full
2
powers.
Earthbender Ascensions.
Bunch of lands and insta flood more, so not gonna cut it here.
But yeah, that just
for
seems like an
Tom
easy
White.
splash
Gabriel
portal
Nicholas
deck
picks up the
game.
win there with a good old beatdown.
That wasn't bad at all.
Yep.
Just a bunch of big dragons and little otter friends to help.
They're not dragons.
Game 2.
Sorry.
Now, let's
I
talk
make
about
that
to
Dude,
allow
imagine
this
if
side
Riddler
to
was a
get this
dragon.
one done.
Yeah, not anything too dramatic
That would make
as far as changes.
that card
Elusive
even
Hunter
better.
is a card that is so good against Izzet strategies that are trying to kill your creatures on a 1-for-1 basis. But
It's
outside
like,
of
is
that,
it dragons
maybe
would be a
Spell
deck?
Snare or
Or
Spell
Jeskai
Pierce as
dragons with
But otherwise,
Momo
just
into
trying to
Riddler
really go
in a dragon shell
as
would be
aggressive with the
sick.
plan as possible before
We already know
Gabriel
Momo
Nicholas
into
can
turn
kind of
2 Riddler Splash Portal
get his footing
Riddler is
down in the
strong as
game
hell.
and
We've
establish
done that on stream a few
Riddler,
times.
Basically, that's kind of the most important thing in this matchup, as well as pretty much every other matchup from the Izzet Blink side. Getting that early Riddler.
Looks he has a
down.
combo in his hand.
Pretty ideal start.
It's a
here
Sphinx,
for
yes.
Gabriel Nicholas has the otter down on the board. Storm Chaser's Talent. Now 2 mana left.
Because we always have to have one dragon in a set, right? And Nova Hellkite was the dragon we got.
One of my favorite stories from Gabriel Nicholas was at a
There it
regional
is.
championship in early last year.
There it
Messaged
is.
me,
Says Sphinx on it.
and said, hey, you know, my flight's going to get in late. I'm not going to be able to make it for round 1. Can you tell a judge to not drop me so I can start
Okay.
the
Nice.
tournament? I'm like, yeah, no problem. That really, you know, sorry to hear that.
There's a
that is bummer.
Sarkon.
And
There's
then all of a sudden,
2
looking
Ice
at the
Tills.
standings after like round 13, Gabriel Nicholas is X-1 and ends up top 8ing that. Only lost to not getting there on time because of the flight.
Lost to whatever airline he was flying.
Exactly.
Damn,
Was,
imagine you only
exiting
lost to
the-
win a tournament. It was because of the airline company. That's wild.
And then ended up, you know, making it all the way to the top.
If he
8.
made that first
Where he
round
did,
and
lose
like his
in the top
tiebreakers
8.
would have been completely different, right?
Performance.
He could have,
Good lord, yeah.
by the power of
That's
spite,
right. I've given the one loss I
against
had.
the airline, he
I
won that
wasn't
tournament.
involved in it, but you know what? Here we go.
Yep, and that was a standard RC.
Go
and
on.
then,
Thank you
2
for the sub over on
tournaments
YouTube.
later
Welcome to Unkindness Crew. I
in,
appreciate you.
RC Portland,
I think
ended
you're
up
number
top 8ing that
950.
as
Fuck yeah,
well.
dude. Thank you.
When Breach was a thing and was
Nice.
really
So
just
close to
always
1,000.
dominating those kind of U.S. Star City Games events.
Hell yeah.
So cool. Thank you so much for the support.
Warped Riddler, a little Otter, Surak, Elusive Hunter, one of the best options for these decks. Facing counter spells, Escape Tunnel on the board. Not really used for its ability to give something evasion, but just another way to fetch planes, or excuse me, fetch lands out of the deck.
Trigger? Yep.
Oh, that feels so bad.
It's okay.
That feels
Hey, he gifted him a
so bad.
fish.
Bouncing Serok.
Well, not really.
Thank you.
No, you get a card. You get a card, and it's just a bounce spell. That is not the removal spell you want.
No.
That is definitely a spot where you want to be roaring furnacing
Yeah.
Sirach.
Yep, he'll come on right back, and every time he's targeted, or any friends are targeted, they're going to just get you more cards.
Discard Quantum Riddler. Okay.
Throws away a Riddler.
Yeah, I guess the damage
That's
is
his one of
minimized
in
a
sideboard.
little bit if your opponent has to discard, so not a bad time to be able to bounce it. There is the Roaring Furnace.
Roaring Furnace is pretty bad here, right? If you just get comboed.
Trainer.
believe we saw a Boomerang Basics as well. But the one thing I for sure saw from Tom White's hand was a Harmonizer. So, you know, if Gabriel Nicholas goes to just Boomerang Basics, the talent, replay
If he's going to play Ice Tail, he needs a green source.
+3/+2 gives it trample too. Yes.
It sure does. Full bore. If it is a warped creature, it gets those extra.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not just a cool combat trick. So Gabriel has to have a way to deal with that and break that.
Sure, we could try Jeskai Pixie.
Negate in hand though, so.
I think right now I'm focused on like the fun decks from this tournament to try out first. Like anything from this Harmonizer deck to the Elemental deck to the Demir Doomsday card, Exquisitor Executioner, whatever the hell it's called. I think those are the few decks I want to play first.
Trying to give Riddler haste to get in 7 damage.
But yeah, we can try something like Jeskai Pixie.
Half of a Splinter Twin combo piece.
If you're doing like a munitions Jeskai Pixie, is that what you're talking about? That seems kind of cute.
Tom White now trying to figure out how to navigate around this counter spell represented. First things first, we have to keep Surak on the board.
Can't be countered.
It's going to get bounced pretty soon though, so.
I assume he's keeping up blue for Flood Maw. Yeah, they have one Flood Maw in his hand.
Of cards in hand, so. But I'm not sure. I see any spell.
Protection?
Yeah.
I'm surprised this deck doesn't play protection.
Alas.
Like one or two of one green protection spell.
All these cards we've been drawing.
That seems really bad.
Land 5.
Steaming Sun on the other side of thing when games go long. Look to rely on
Roaming Throne is expensive? Yeah. Good thing I have 4 of them on Magic Arena so we can play around with it.
No, maybe.
TCG player.
Yeah, and the Furnace and
what is Roaming Throne at this point?
Really go for the sauna that much in game 1s, but when games 2, when everything slows down a bit.
Roaming Throne is now lowest price 47 for median.
That's just because everything gets sweaty, right?
Exactly, it glistens.
Damn.
It sure does.
I know it's a hot commodity for Commander too.
Those cards here.
But almost $50.
Instead of everyone turning their head sideways to read it.
Yeah,
especially when like no one played it in Standard.
Everyone at home is kind of like a dog when they hear a sound they don't recognize. Like, what?
Yeah.
Like the Riddler. Oh, yeah.
Still, no matter what, this is going to be the test. Do we have the pieces? I saw a lot of blue cards in hand from Tom, but I did
Here we
see
go.
a Harmonizer.
There was a
Combo,
Harmonizer, yes.
combo,
Full
combo.
and a
Harmonizer and a
second
fetch
land
land
drop
would
needed,
be
yeah.
enough.
Drum roll, please.
Oh, just an Ice Tail.
So not there yet.
Womp,
A very
womp.
solid consolation prize here. At least just getting 2 land drops from your hand. When you don't have any in play, it's kind of the best thing you can be doing. So Escape Tunnel comes onto play, respond to the trigger.
Secret Tunnel
is what we're doing here.
Yeah, how expensive is that Jeskai deck?
I really myself because it's like I know you're just.
I imagine it's going to be expensive. Let me look.
Yeah, I know you just play decks that it's just all your cards are so good that you can't bear to mill any of them over.
Absolutely. Even in Commander, when it's a 100-card format, I still want all the cards I put in there.
There you go. That's why you put them in.
Mill me. Precisely. So fetching some lands here is Tom White. Gabriel Nicholas looks to be in a very
if you buy the deck on TCG, it's $753.
He has these little otters that can get some chip damage in here and there, but you know, once you start costing much spells,
Holy crap, why?
Yeah, exactly. It does come down to, as much as everything looks like it's going very smooth from Gabriel Nicholas, the Is It Blink deck can have some awkward draws.
Yeah.
You know, you can get to a spot where you have a lot of splash portals, you have a lot of Boomerang Basics, and maybe not the other half to go with it.
Yeah.
Storm Chaser's Talents and the Riddlers, and then your hands can look very awkward. But whenever you can combine forces and have Boomerang Basics with
It's
your
expensive.
talents, or splash portals
Baze
with
is
your
20
Riddlers,
bucks.
the deck looks
Cavernous
truly
Souls is
incredible.
68 bucks right now.
Wow, just another shields down moment here from Gabriel Nicholas.
Okay.
Just
Starting
keeps
town is
just saying,
25.
I dare you, try it.
Steam Vents is
Eventually, Tom will
15.
have the draw, just hasn't been
Roaming
there
Throne
so
is
far.
50.
Oh, okay. Nice. Into the Flood Maw, getting rid of the Riddler.
Wistfulness is almost 30.
Big turn once again. Another time where if we have the 3-card combo, it will
Vibrance
be
is
plenty.
10.
Is he counting?
The Seed is 18.
I would think that's a math count, but
Riddler
maybe
is
a
still
little bit of both.
45.
How many cards?
Holy crap.
Yeah, Tom White, an
Holy
incredible
crap.
Magic player. From commentating the
And
Magic Online
yeah, I'm not getting
Championships,
into
he
paper
is
Magic
there
for a little
about
while,
half of
guys.
the
I'm sorry.
times. Just always qualifying via the leaderboard.
For the price of that
too,
deck,
which
you
is
can
just
like make
rewarding
a
this
million
consistent
Magic Arena
play.
decks.
McWin sauce, right?
Yep,
Insane.
exactly.
Himself McLoose.
That's really sad, though. I
That
want
is
to
a
play
very
paper
good
Magic
point.
right now.
Yeah, that is a very good
You just
point.
got to name yourself better.
That is so true.
He'll start winning in Magic. Don't quote me on that.
I wish I would have learned that earlier in my career.
Well, you know, you went with dropping bombs, so you should be really good at limited.
Kind of unfortunate for Tom White
that's exactly
that
what I
every
heard, that's
time
for
the Is It Blink deck is tapped out, he just doesn't have the combo.
All right,
Because he could
that's an
just
options
win on the
here.
spot,
Let's
right?
talk about
It just doesn't have it.
Songcrafter Mage.
Hey, we haven't seen him in a hot minute.
Yeah, a card that
Songcrafter
is very
Mage.
powerful, but hasn't really had its
That's a
time to
one of in a
shine.
sideboard.
And it is only a one of here in the
Yeah.
sideboard, but is a powerful effect.
What's it targeting? What does it want to get out of the yard?
Yeah, let's see. Harmonizing a certain thing. I mean, I guess it's just another card that's really good at being like end step, play it, harmonize, consult the star chart or something, get some value. Doesn't scream any particular.
There's another ice still.
Particular role.
That makes sense.
Ice Tool Explorer. Gonna mill some more fun stuff.
Go ahead.
Stock up in the bin.
All right.
It's a sad place to see it. That's all of them now, looks like.
Tom White, you're a 10. You have a couple turns.
And now, the one thing from the Is It Blink side is there's usually one or two ways to create just a ton of really quick damage, and it's almost always one or two Frostcliff Siege. Gabriel Nicholas does play the one, so I mean, if you can go something like Storm Chaser's Talent into Frostcliff Siege, a couple more spells, you can create a situation where you can win out of nowhere. But outside of that, it's just kind of not that kind of deck. You set up and it always seems like you have 5 or 6 cards in your hand because you just have this constant value, this velocity as far as a deck goes. But you know, putting pressure on at times can be the biggest problem.
Who were you watching yesterday also playing this?
Is it Blink?
No, Teamer Harmonizer.
Oh,
Imagine
the,
foiling
Team
out
Sanctum
Jeskai
played, so
Elementals
Tony-
deck.
Yeah, it was Tony.
Yeah,
Look at that, like
Tony's still,
$1,000 for a frickin' standard deck.
Christopher
It's
Larson
more than
on
like
Team
modern
4,
decks.
so still doing great with the deck.
Hold on. Oh,
Magic players are good.
Sorry, what have you done this time?
I'm just picking this up. That's it.
You're picking this up? Okay.
No,
so-
I'm activating this. Sorry.
Okay.
To get this back,
Yeah,
and then I'm going to
sure.
pick this up.
Right.
Okay.
Activating
You
that,
pick
picking
this
that
up,
up.
yes, okay.
And then
Draw a card.
kill your
Yep.
thing, probably.
Yeah, play a
Yeah, that was
land,
very
kill
confusing.
Ice
I'm
Tool
glad that
Explorer,
Tom
but
asked.
Just another turn that is just shields down. So
Sure.
All right, Tom.
You've got 4 cards.
Yeah.
Come on, he's gotten what, 4 chances to pop off?
yeah, and every time that Tom has
Right, he's tapped out yet again.
Tom's used the turn of I am going to stock up my graveyard.
Yeah. I didn't see a red card in the hand there.
I saw a one, but I
spells
wasn't
and
sure if it was the one.
Yeah, 4.
Yeah, I'll be 6.
Yep.
Down to 6 goes Tom. Untaps. Now or never, or you're going to be a little dead.
Leaves the escape tunnel so that we know there's a harmonizer, and I
Yes.
honestly think I saw a couple harmonizers. So 2 harmonizers, full bore, and then sack an escape tunnel.
So star charts?
I'm
Yeah,
I'm
for
no
8.
mathematician, but
Okay.
that's got to be enough. For 8, okay,
Here's
so
full
that's
bore.
full bore. So now we know we have harmonizer. We know we have basically all the full
There's
bores.
3 full bores. Wow.
And now,
This
if
should
we
be
just
it.
have a land, I think Tom still needs to show a land, but we know we have harmonizer. We know we have full bore.
1, 2, 3.
Yep, there's a
Harmonizer
land.
hits the
Invest
board.
2.
Warped. That's the life to pay for it,
Full bore.
thankfully.
Yeah.
Full bore on it.
7 power.
Right.
Play a land.
Land
Oh,
for
no,
two.
that's failed.
Yeah,
That's it, yeah.
There you go.
Yep,
There you
that
go.
is
That's
7
enough.
power, doubled to 14. Then the land
To
coming into play, doubled
28
28.
Flip
to
side of things, though, that was
One more time.
very unlucky for Gabriel.
56?
Not to find any way to stop this combo.
Yeah,
He
it,
drew through a lot.
Get out of here.
cards.
it just seemed like a lot of sorcery
Get outta here.
action, nothing to leave open from what we saw.
Game 3, Gabriel Nicholas keeping an opening 7.
Doesn't
Or
look
does
like
he?
it.
No, that
ready?
looked like a mulligan.
Yeah, that looked like a mulligan to me.
Yeah, so both players, I think, on 6.
Yep, looks like it.
And again, another ideal start with our little otter on the board here.
Yep, and I see Splash Portal. I don't see Riddler yet, but
Post a Pixie,
Black
listen to Discord.
Portal's
Thank you,
second
thank you.
best target, and well, only other target is Thunder Trap Trainer. And
is this the list that you posted that really dumb video with Riddler or that photo with like a bunch of Riddlers and stuff out?
Look at the top 4.
That looked really
maybe
silly.
That's a stretch for Ancestor Recall, but not by
Oh,
that much.
what channel did you post that in? It's not the photos chat.
Yeah.
Thundertrap Trainer.
Deckless?
Cool little card.
Yeah, it really is good. It seems like it is, wouldn't be that
No, it's in the chat list.
You see Thundertrap Trainer in Modern.
Oh, that's an
even older
elemental list.
formats like that. This card has proven itself.
Oh, it's playing the 2-drop. That's a different deck.
Big
Okay.
turn. Gabriel Nicholas would love to Warp Riddler, Splash Portal Riddler. That's the best thing that you can do from this deck. But with 2 mana available from Tom White, it's unlikely to work even if we had it.
Yeah, slightly risky attempt if it were to be made. So instead going for a second copy of Storm Chaser's Talon. And, we've seen these little 1/1 autos just take over games. So Tom's going to have to be careful of that as well.
And there we had the option of Splash Portal on Trainer, but once again, a sorcery speed aspect where you just kind of have to hope your opponent doesn't have a removal spell.
Spell Snare?
So you're at.
It looks like it wasn't worth it to Gabriel.
Oh, Spell
even
Pierce.
With a Spell Pierce to back
Never
up.
seen that Spell Pierce art before. That's cool.
Earthbender Ascension. What'd you see?
I see Riddler and Splash Portal.
Oh.
It's time to
Shall we?
play the game.
Why not?
I couldn't resist not doing it, that's for sure.
You absolutely do it.
Especially now because you get to play an untapped land first, and then Splash Portal and draw 2.
Nice.
I'll go to
3 mana, draw 3, 4/6. Is that something you want?
Yep.
Yes, that sounds pretty good.
Good.
Pretty darn good.
I'm at
That
really
being
good.
said, Tom can still win the game next turn.
3, right? Yep.
Yes.
Go ahead.
6 toughness, so the critter is a 28.
He has a negate, a Time Biter in hand.
You harmonize, and then you play a Fabled Passage, trigger, sack the passage, trigger, 2 triggers on the stack, full bore it. So,
Yeah. No passage this time around, though. So what's Tom White doing with this turn? Nothing. Passes the turn back. Okay. So
He
he's
probably shocks that in.
And now with Riddler in play,
Yep. 6
Gabriel Nicholas mulligan to 6 on the play, and sometimes that's, I wouldn't say an advantage because you just get the cards back.
Gate.
But it's not so bad when you have a Riddler draw, as you're redrawing those cards so quickly.
Consult the star charts, negated there by Gabriel Nicholas, still has 2 mana up, so applying the pressure, having the answers. Tom White has to figure out something.
Gabriel just flicking his cards like a madman. You can hear that.
Gabriel Nicholas has the perfect card to break up the
Like
Splinter
riffle,
Twin combo
riffle.
in air quotes, and that's Flash Freeze. Can counter either Full Bore or the Harmonizer.
Yes. Those were reprinted in Foundations?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, and it's made a huge impact.
Nice.
That is for sure.
I think I missed that entirely with that set. Nice Still Explorer. No, and that is going to do it. Gabriel Nicholas picking up the win there up against Tom White. So 9-3 is what Gabriel advances to. GG.
Yep, GG. And both decks look really awesome, and they seem very equally matched. Just the old Riddler Splash Portal. Pick that one up.
Oh, yeah. There's so many cheeky ways to keep things on the battlefield. You know, we've seen it with the Sultai decks, playing Not Dead After All, and the Elementals. So turns out these big 6-drops are quite cool when you get to keep them for longer.
When you can get them out there a little quicker, that's for sure. Yeah, look like a blast.
Awesome, friends. We're going to take a short break.
This song is gonna be stuck in my head. Man, I can spell. I'm trying to post a meme right now. I post a meme that has like 10 views, and it's really dumb, so I'm gonna repost it. Is that bad? Like, I posted a ton of memes this morning, and all of them are sitting at like 1,000 views, except one. And it had like 10 views, so I'm just gonna like delete it, re-upload it. Is that weird? Whatever. Who cares if the 10 people re-see it? Of the millions of people that go on YouTube a day, right? Bum 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 bum. All right, what are we gonna see next round? Are they gonna finally show Simic, or is Simic like really really bad? What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
Magic Spotlight Secrets is coming to London, UK, May 8th through 10th, and Chiba, Japan, May 29th through the 31st. More details, including how to register, are coming soon. Can't make it to the event? Individual organizers will live streaming
let's go to
the event on
Japan,
their
chat.
channels with dedicated broadcast teams and
We have
commentary.
5
Need
months
a
to make
TLDR?
money.
Coverage highlights
Enough
will
to
be
go to
featured
Japan.
on
Who's in?
Magic.gg and Play MTG social
Who's in?
channels. And you can see the full Magic Spotlight schedule for 2026 over on
Who wants to go with me?
Magic.gg/spotlight.
Who wants to go? Good job. I want to go to Japan.
We are well into day 2 action here at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse live from Richmond, Virginia. A lot more snow on the ground than Richmond might be used to here this weekend, but things, of course, heating up here in the room as we get ever closer to our top 8. Marie Bertholdi, Mani Devuti, and Cedric Phillips here with you at the news desk. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out where we're at, because some players have a chance to lock up a top 8 spot coming up in this round. That player, Marco Balaka, who's been our tournament leader, was our overnight undefeated player, picked up 1 loss today, but is starting to win again, 11-1 currently. Falling right behind him, your player of the year, Ken Yukahiro, currently sitting at 10-2. Absolutely incredible. Pro Tour champion currently sitting in 3rd. Luis Salvato won a PT in 2018, currently sitting at 10-2. Tony Portolan came in 3rd in that player of the year race last year, currently sitting at 10-2 as well. 9-3 is a lot of big names there. Christopher Larson, Eduardo Sajgulek, who's done coverage with us in the past. Ely Cassis currently sitting at 9-3. As we work our way further down the leaderboard, all of these players still in it.
Hey,
as
Arch is
well.
still there.
Heather Sohurek at 9-3.
Wait.
Lucas Duco at 8-3-1. Archdoda 8-3-1
Arne's in there
as well. Daniel Getchell.
So you pretty much, if you're X and 4, you're out, right? But if you're X and 4, you can.
One of the players who is
it's
very
what?
happy after
X and
getting a
5
win
still
last
gets
round,
an
currently
invite
sitting at
back.
9-3 is Nick Talbot. Talked to Cedric just moments ago.
Nick Talbot picking up a huge win over Dom Harvey in the feature match.
This guy just looks so friendly. I love it.
Nick, you're playing Elementals. Dom was playing Elementals.
It's the power mustache,
Most
I guess.
People were thinking Cub was the card to beat. You're just kind of beating everything. Tell us about winning this mirror.
Oh, it's a great matchup. So he's a spells deck working with a graveyard. I've got 4 lanterns in the board. I bring them in, get rid of his yard, and he's playing 6 mana for a 4/5. And my elementals are just bigger. I'm dropping Wistfulness, making a 6/5, getting more triggers with Roaming Throne. So we just go a bit bigger.
So, 2nd Pro Tour, 9 wins right now, 12 wins before round 14, get you into the top 8. Are we? I don't want to get you too far out of yourself, but are you thinking, hey,
Seti, you shouldn't do
12,
these.
or maybe 10 requalifies me?
Look, if making the Pro Tour is rescuing a princess, making top 8 is blowing up a Death Star. Now, I can't even think of that right now. It's way too much. So I'm just going to try and get to Vegas. We win the next match. We've got 10 wins. That gets us to another Pro Tour.
Yeah,
We
he's
get to play more
Australia
matches.
style.
I don't mind. I lose competition sometime, but to not be in the room, that's what really kills me. So I've got to get into that room. We've got to get to Vegas.
Well, buddy, you're in this room.
I love that
You're doing
mindset.
very, very well in this room. Congratulations on the win. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Cedric. Thank you.
He tried to take Shetty's hand.
12 wins before
I like that
round
guy.
number
He
16.
has great
Just
energy.
to clarify, will lock you up for a spot in our top 8. Let's talk win rates now. And a lot of people at home probably very curious to find out how these decks are doing here at this tournament, Monty.
Yeah, so we saw our day 1 metagame share, but what's more interesting as we head into day 2 is how
Whoa,
these
look at that win
decks
rate.
did. And I would say that for the most part, the big question of whether Cub or anti-Cub is the place to be.
Looks like
has been answered
anti-Cub
so far.
is
Anti-Cub is
doing well.
crushing it. You can see Simic and Bant Rhythm, as well as Sultai the Animator, not a Cub deck, all underperforming there at the top. The best performing deck on the field
Wizards is going to be
by
like, we're not going to
decent
ban
amount
Cub because
is
it did do well at the Pro
Elemental,
Tour.
62.6%. 58% win rate. Is it
I bet that Is It Spelementals deck has an amazing Cub matchup.
Grixis Elementals as well. Massive difference, by the way, between Grixis and Is It Spelementals.
Kaido's having a good record. Look at that. 58% for Kaido.
Excuse me. And a lot
but
of that comes
the
down to
Elementals
how
deck is
different
killing it.
archetypes have chosen to go over the top, whether that is the Eddie Mark Crab using the Graveyard package, or Not Dead After All to go for a bit more of a scam angle. I think one thing that this whole metagame
The scam angle was pretty cool.
Is the big question was Cub or no Cub, and the anti-Cub decks showed up in force and really kept the Cub decks in check.
Wow.
Do you guys smell that?
What's that, Cedric?
Reanimator P.
Ew.
Yeah, but you're excruciator, though. Excruciator. Doing okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know Saltire Reanimator did that bad.
It's bad.
That's brutal.
How dare you? That's my son.
I'm sorry. I had
Bro,
to, I had
Kavera was getting shit on.
All you need is the demon, and then it turns out
I guess
okay,
Kavera doesn't care.
Well, we're going to take a look
Living End
now
is here to
throughout
stay.
the next couple of rounds of how players are using their sideboard.
Living End is here to
Standard.
stay.
A lot of them using it in some pretty different ways. What are we taking a look at first, Monty?
Okay, so we're going to start by taking a look at Is It Lessons. Of course, it was the breakout deck of the World Championship. And for this example, we're going to use Alexi Polo's deck of build of Is It Lessons, excuse me.
Only
Very
one quench?
proactive
What?
deck, and it's a very average use of the sideboard. As you take a look at the sideboard, a lot of the slots are, of course, very specific answers to some different archetypes, whether it is Soul Guide Lantern to use against the Is It Lessons mirror or against the Reanimator decks that have just been absolutely getting dumpstered here. Or if we look at just adding some more varied threats, whether it be Ral, Quantum Riddler, or Wan Shi Tong. But the big takeaway from Is It Lessons' use of the sideboard is my main deck is very proactive and has a very specific game plan, so I'm not cutting that many cards. I can't afford to go down too much on my lesson counts. I can shave some grands here and there, but for the most part, in any given matchup, I'm only bringing in a few cards, and I just want to round those corners.
What happens if they don't ban Badger Cub?
This is the
Does that become like
common
$100
use
card
of the sideboard that
What do you guys think?
see, which is
It's like 60 some right now, right? Still?
Enhance my game plan a bit
ECGplayer.com.
without altering it in a major way.
Wow, very interesting stuff. We're going to keep looking at this between
Badger
the rounds
Mole
here coming
Cube.
up. Thank you so much, Monty. Let's check out our next feature match that we're going to be showing you here. This is a potential
50.
win and
The pre-release is
matchup here
90.
for Marco Balaka. Remember,
The
12
pre-release
win
promo is
before
90.
round 16 gets you in Jeskai control in his hands.
Still.
But he'll have to get through Tony Portalon
It's a
to do it. And Tony
$50
looks to be on something of a win streak. You can see those little dots underneath his
Badger.
picture. Win, 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 win. Teamer Harmonizer in his hands. Marco Balaka here. Very excited to potentially make a top 8. I'm sure here this round tested with a group of friends for the event. He's already made his tournament goal, which was 10 match wins to qualify for the next Pro Tour. So he's blown through that, Cedric, and now he's like, how about a top 8?
Everything else is just a free roll now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, a wonderful start, of course. Started 10-0. That's 8 wins on day 1, of course. Finally lost.
Lots of caverns. Yeah, that makes sense. But you don't want to reduce your lesson count too low. Or you just don't have enough lessons, right?
Constructed. So took care of Grixis Elementals in round 12, and now, as you mentioned, Maria, wins round 13 potentially. Looking in great shape. You already mentioned the 10 wins. That's done.
Yeah, absolutely. And he hasn't dropped a game in Standard yet here this weekend. Here's a look at Tony Portalon. Already
Tony
achieved
Portalon.
his goal as well, which
He's been doing really well lately.
The next Pro Tour came in 3rd in the 2025 Player of the Year race, top 16 at World Championship number 31.
I think Tony needs to stop being so
I was about to say the same thing.
I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
Look, this guy was 2nd, almost Player of the Year last year.
Yeah.
I think 10 match wins to qualify for the next Pro Tour.
Aim a little higher, buddy.
I think he could aim a little.
No, Tony has a realistic goal.
A wee bit higher.
Just hope we
This
get
guy is
to
the
play the
Hating.
next Pro
You know how many
Tour.
people never re-qualify for a Pro Tour?
Speaking of how well he's done, let's hear about his stats now, a little bit more from Riley.
Tony is ranked number 1 when it comes to limited win rate with an astonishing 79%. Of every 5 limited matches, Tony wins 4 of them. Don't forget about Constructed, though. With a 60% win rate, Tony has the 4th best overall win rate at 67%.
Well, you know, just I hope for Tony's sake at some point he's able to win a match of limited. That'd be nice.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Hopefully you can win instead of 4 out of 5, 5 out of 5. I think that might be a goal.
Those 10 wins are going to be a real struggle.
Tony, you are getting roasted here at the news desk. You got to up that goal.
This
for
is the
next
first time someone.
I don't know if we have his
graphic.
I don't know if we have his.
So unfortunately, it's is it lessons. We got to vote between is it lessons again, right? We vote against lessons. We're just hating on the meta decks.
This matchup here, Monty.
All right, we're going to start by taking a look at Balaka's build of Jeskai Control, and I have to highlight he has not lost a single game of Constructed yet this week.
What?
I think this list is similar to what Shahar Shadar was playing.
Hasn't lost a game, and that's not
like in one of his last videos.
Sometimes it's hard to do.
Jeskai Control is really good right now.
Control deck, that is not a common story. Jeskai Control is sweet. Very anti-creature. Of course, like everybody else in the room, he was targeting the Cubs X, so having access to Lightning Helix, Get Lost, as well as Day of Judgment and Ultima, fantastic. But the fact that this deck is running one creature in the Unagi of Kyoshi Island and the rest of the win condition is just, I'm going to Jeskai Revelation you out of the game. Super sweet. Now on the other side, we take a look at Tony and Team Sanctum Evolve's build of Teamer Harmonizer, or as they like to call it, Teamer Twin. Now the entire goal is to warp out Might Form Harmonizer and then put a landfall trigger, 2 of them ideally with Fabled Passage on the stack, full bore the Harmonizer, and that is, I believe, 28 damage coming across if they explain the math to me correctly. Very sweet deck, very reminiscent of some of the past Teamer combo decks that Team Sanctum has come up with in Standard. The rest of the deck
I do like
really
this Harmonizer deck. It's a sick interaction that we really didn't see anywhere.
So a lot of common elements, but this is the type of deck that can really suffer against Control because you have one very strong primary game plan.
Sure.
They are all answers all the time.
Wow, okay, well, let's find out what happens here in this matchup. First, though, we're going to hear from Tony Portolan, the man who has been roasted himself, talk to Tannen before the match.
All right, Tony.
Everyone, I'm catching up with Tony Portolan here. And Tony, you had a great season last year. Really.
All right, who do we want to win, chat? Do we want the Demir
top 8 berth here?
Control
Tough matchup for you right in front of you.
With Cavero?
How do you have such
or
a
do we
good year
want
last
the
year and you're
Harmonizer
starting
deck?
out
What
so
are we
strong?
looking at?
Well, I think there's
what do we want?
I think they're important. The first thing, know how to play limited, and I think I have a positive limited score in all the PTs and the worlds I played. Second one, have a great team. Sanctum is an amazing team of great deck builders who can support you. Without a team, it's hard. And third, family and friends that support me from home that really make this more important to me and to the community.
Dude.
Awesome answer. Thanks, Tony. Best of luck in this round.
Thank you.
There is Tony Portolan heading over to the
Harmonizer?
table now
All right.
for his feature match up against our tournament leader, Marco Balaka. And there you see the handshake between those players. Good sportsmanship as always. And I checked into it for you, Cedric. 5-1 and limited.
It's just numbers.
No, it's positive.
Yeah. It's 4 out of 5.
The
Great.
way he sees it is just he's positive.
Yeah. You know,
positive record.
He's very humble, which I can certainly appreciate. And truth be told, he may not know that he is this good yet. Right?
You
like,
really don't like
Cavero,
Cavero, don't you?
Digested that, like, I am just kind of crushing right now, and he just hasn't hit all the way home yet because, again, Player of the Year race last year, off to a great start again this weekend, 5-1 unlimited. All the things he just said are definitely ringing true.
I know. I'm very excited to find out who wins this next matchup. I'm winning in for Marco, but will Tony keep him out of that top 8, at least for now? Let's find out. I'm going to send it on over to Marshall and Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And, man, Tony Portolan crushing it Magic. He crushed that interview, I have to say. That guy has a good head on his shoulders. He knows exactly what's important to him and what gets him across the finish line when it comes to winning games of Magic. His opponent, however, also smashing 11-1 in this tournament like today.
Wait, Tony's not on Teamer Harmonizer.
Right now in this round,
he was playing the Cavero deck yesterday.
Top 8 right now.
What?
If you get to 12, you're in.
Yeah, this Jeskai control deck has been absolutely crushing the field. Honestly, I mean, we kind of saw the breakdown. Basically, if you're not playing Badger Mole Cub, you're doing pretty well for yourself in this tournament.
That's incorrect, right?
You would have played this deck if you were Q, right? That Jeskai?
I mean,
get your hands on that.
Certainly would have been one of my top options here. But now we have this interesting scenario where we
Who was playing the Demir deck yesterday?
Positioned to beat the Cub decks. Which one?
I could have sworn it was Tony because we saw him on stream yesterday.
Yeah, I'd say the Sanctum deck in the hands of Tony Portolan is one of the most interesting builds in the field. It has, you know, a combo finish with
Sorry, I thought there was a different person. My bad.
Might Form Harmonizer that it kind of looks like a joke, right? You're like, look at this. I can, you know, it's like, yeah, that's cool. But hey, we're playing at the Pro Tour. And it turns out.
No, Marco's Jeskai control. That's correct.
Enough for the Pro Tour.
He was our only undefeated player from day one.
It just feels like it might be one of
and then he lost one round
for Tony,
in limited, and it looks like he won the previous round.
Feature-based combo finish while also playing this control-style game against a pure control deck that has a lot of different answers. Now, the one thing that's good here for Tony is a lot of the removal that Marco plays is either sorcery speed removal in those sweepers, which is not good against the combo, and then cards like Lightning Helix, which are also not very good at killing Ice Till Explorer and the Might Form Harmonizer. One of the most important cards in this matchup, at least early on to stop the combo, will be the 4 copies of Get Lost.
Passing turn 2 against the control deck feels bad.
That's a nice way to kind of break up the combo.
Yeah, we see No More Lies and Get Lost as 2-mana interactive spells in the early to mid part of the game. Particularly,
I kind of want Jeskai control to win.
Paul. I mean, what does this look like if Tony wins?
If Jeskai control wins this tournament, imagine how bad the meta is going to be this next week. It's just going to be Badger and Jeskai control and nothing else.
Like, you want to be on polar opposites, right? Or you want to be the one that's like one step slower, and that is Marco here.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're going to see is the matchup kind of playing out a lot like a control matchup, where both players are just going to play a land, say go, and just cast a bunch of card draw spells and try to sculpt a perfect hand and pick their spots here. Now, Bossing Say is a pretty nice card in this matchup, as it allows you to put a little bit of pressure on your opponents and kind of force Marco to kind of do something because you are able to generate a 2
That's annoying.
Turn.
We
hey,
see
bot, do your job.
Ascension go on the stack here. It's going to get No More Lies.
Yeah, and take a look at this Moonrise Village there, playing around Spell Snare that Tony Portolan was representing and did have in hand. And I think that Moonrise Village is going to be one of the more important cards in this matchup as well, because you're going to be trying to position yourself to basically go for the combo with counterspell backup.
What are you good for?
If you activate
Dude, there's so many bots.
And then
there's so many bots on Twitch.
The Might Form Harmonizer,
like every 10 minutes, I have Nightbot timing someone out.
Wow.
And I don't think I've seen a single bot on YouTube.
All right, looks like a second Earthbender Ascension on the battlefield here for Tony. So he's got something going forward now.
Yeah, but
I'm looking at Marco. That is not a worried-looking Magic player right there.
He is completely fine with this. He'll even take the damage here. I bet he might be interested in firing off the Consult the Star Charts. Although Tony did represent Spell Snare, so maybe you want to pick your spot. Maybe you want to wait till you get to 1 extra mana, make the Consult the Star Charts uncounterable, and then cast it. Certainly, you could fire off a Lightning Helix. We already talked about how Lightning Helix isn't particularly strong in this matchup. So, hey, look, there's a target right now.
How big is Jeskai Revelation? You know, it seems to be one of the primary win conditions or finishers for the deck. How is that going to play out in this matchup?
Well, I mean, the longer and longer the game goes, you can just kind of start firing these off. There's not a lot of counter magic from Tony's main deck. We're looking at 2 copies of Spider Sense, basically, as the only way to kind of counter this spell.
Yeah, we can see that once Marco gets up to 7 mana, which is just 1 away, he's already got 2 copies of Jeskai Revelation in hand. And even if you've only got 1, they tend to feed into each other. You kind of can chain them. And, you know, when somebody casts 2 turns in a row back-to-back Jeskai Revelations, it's just extremely difficult.
How could you want control to win? I just don't want control. I don't. No. That's incorrect. I just don't want Badger to win.
Able to do the same with that Moonrise Village.
I'm just foreseeing if Jeskai wins this tournament, the meta on Magic Arena until bannings is just going to be Cub, Jeskai control, Cub, Jeskai. Like, it's going to be really, really weird meta for like a week. Maybe not best of 1. Maybe you just play best of 1 all week and not no best of 3 games, and it doesn't matter.
Tony's hand here with his Spell Snare into the Flood Maw, Burst Lightning, his interactive stuff, and then Consult the Star Charts is kind of just a good card in general for whatever kind of deck you're running.
Yeah, I mean, both decks running the full suite of card draw effects that people have been playing in the blue decks. 4 copies of Consult, 4 copies of Stock up here, but then Marco has the ability to go over the top with 4 copies of Jeskai Revelation, which is not standard.
4 is a lot.
At least until we kind of came into this. Usually most people playing 2, 3, choosing other various ways to kind of close out the games, and the Italian team just going, you know what? No, we're just going to go all in on the Jeskai Revelations.
I love that.
Same. Same.
Such a powerful card. Fable Passage.
Yep, Earthbender Ascension.
It's like I don't know that ugly art either.
Needs to get to the 4th counter before you can start putting +1/+1 counters on your creature. And Bossing Say also being activated here, so this is a little bit of pressure here.
True.
You can go.
Right? As someone who loves control, I can't be against Marco. I agree with that, Nick.
Consult the star charts.
Yo, what up, Living
By
Nice?
the way,
Welcome to the
2
channel.
copies of the Mistrise Village too. So I mean, in matchups like this, you will find the card, and it looks so strong here.
Yeah, control players are always really concerned about getting their stuff countered.
Yeah. And it happens every time. Even if it's not correct, control players hate losing the mirror. They will always.
Why did he not
see
spell
like a
snare
card
that?
on the sideboard where you're like,
Interesting
this
choice.
probably shouldn't be here, but they just do not want to lose in the mirror. And you'll just see random additional cards.
It's true.
And the village is kind of one of those cards.
Because you even kick star charts, you can. It still gets hit by spell snare. So I don't know what else he's trying to hold on to, unless he wants to hold it for the combo turn to try to get rid of like.
Yeah, just hitting land drops does seem to be
stuff
the
that
name of the
matters
game for him. But he's got plenty of action in his hand.
A rest in peace. Nice.
Peace. Now,
so what does that do here?
I believe that's an interesting interaction actually with Earthbent lands, where when you play this, and if it resolves. If you sweep the board, the lands don't come back onto the battlefield, I believe.
Really? Is it an instead, or is it a...
They still work, right? When I check them.
Yeah, well, he's going to ask for us.
It's an exile. It's fine.
Oh, they do come back? Okay.
I believe that's what Marco said.
All right.
Sad.
I'm going to blame somebody in the green room.
Did you ask a judge, or did you ask?
No, you're fine, Nick. We've been talking about it for a bit.
You know, I'm not.
I'm going to tell you.
Say it was somebody in the green room.
Anything but Badger is like our motto right now. Anything but Badger.
Should have asked the judge.
Should have asked the judge.
We're kind of tired of playing against Badger. And they haven't showed any Simic decks on camera, which is surprising. It's on one of the 5-color Harmonizer and 2 Airbender combo decks.
But in reality, you know, Bossing Say does mean that there's just going to be a steady stream of small to medium-sized threats for as long as Tony wants it. It is hard to imagine that actually closing out the game, though.
Yeah, the cards over there are what the cards in players' hands. That's correct. That's why I'm over on this side. I don't want to block that. So the top side, this top side right here is Tony's hand. The bottom side is Marco's hand.
Also been an interesting draw here for Tony in that, look at the hand. Like, where's all the creatures?
Yeah, I mean, it's
like,
got
what am I missing?
3 Ice Tail Explorers and 4 copies of the Mightform Harmonizer, and hasn't found any of those yet. But does have a couple copies of stock up, so can get there at some point here. But Marco does have plenty of interaction here that he is going to look to fire off here.
Sure.
An uncounterable Lightning Helix.
Yep, on the 2/2 here, as there's an escape tunnel in play. So if you targeted the 3/3, Tony could have sacrificed the escape tunnel, get a land, trigger the Earthbender Ascension, and put a +1/+1 counter on the 3/3 land.
Sure.
And that'll help keep Marco's.
Hopefully he lives long enough that this Ultima's going to go hard.
Yeah, but it's just 4 damage, right? Marco's still at 17.
And now he gets to untap with Jeskai Rev.
That is another land, and we're also getting to the point, by the way, once you get to 9 mana, you can start firing off uncounterable.
There's at the table. There's 2 people behind both players with an iPad, and they're typing it in manually.
And once he gets the first one going,
So there's usually a judge at the table. There's 2 people keying in with a pad. Then there's like 1 to 2 cameramen as well.
Yeah, looks like a stock up here.
It's a pretty big stage.
Just going to let that one resolve. There's so few cards that I think actually matter for Marco.
I know all the star charts and stock ups.
Yeah,
knock yourself out.
It's kind of impressive when you're watching the
especially with the rest in peace too. The Ice Tail Explorer don't do a whole lot.
Like the lessons deck that draws 10 cards a turn.
Right.
They keep up very well.
And he does have to worry about it because full bore means that the turn it comes down, it could become a lethal threat. So Marco has to respect that. But
yeah, just being patient, going down to 12, and not firing off the Jeskai Revelation.
That's a choice.
And finds a Spell Snare, but does have land number 9.
But he has uncounterable for Village. That makes sense. He doesn't know what his opponent has.
Possibly, like I said, the only thing that you can use to counter the Jeskai Revelation is Spider Sense. So, Spell Snare.
Yeah, we've made that mistake recently, Nick, where we had decks that were like blue grind decks, like the Elemental deck.
You could Spell Snare this.
And the Mistrise Village was really rough to try to win that game.
Yeah, Marco's like, whatever. Draw all the cards that you need. That's fine.
Having demo, even one of Demo Field is really smart right now. Especially if there'll be an uptick of Jeskai controls. Granted, there's an uptick of Jeskai control lately to begin with, but it's not a bad decision. I don't think Jeskai control plays man lands, do they?
Yeah.
At least not Marco's list.
You can bounce the
we can look.
5/5. You can counter
Marco
the Harmonizer, or rather return it to hand. And Tony asking.
It's funny because it's exactly what we were just talking about. But Tony's like, how does this card mess up?
He plays
my
1
plan?
Quarry Mountain, 2 Villages.
Oracle reading on Jeskai Revelation, I think.
And no man lands. Okay. So Demo Field would go really hard here, especially if he finds Quarry Mountain.
A laundry list of awesome things for Marco.
You can also exclamation mark PT standings if you want to see standings. And they usually show like the decks after every round.
If you're going to get to this level, you're going to get paid back for it, and this does.
And Tony probably
play Anchorage,
is now
smart.
feeling that pressure, right? Because Marco
Bossing
has
Say
gotten
is
to
brutal.
9 mana. You're playing against a deck that has 4 copies of Jeskai Revelation.
Against you.
Have to
It's
assume
really
at
hard
this
to...
point that Marco has at least 1 copy of the spell in his hand.
It's definitely going to just like, if he didn't have Bossing Say, this game would be completely different, right? If he had 1 Demo Field in his Jeskai list. His list is not playing like those kind of utility lands, which is unusual for us, right?
Knowing what cards you actually need to care about.
Right.
And that's what
there's the Harmonizer.
Marco knows. That's why he's let all these stock ups and things go.
I think he's looking to warp in the Harmonizer this turn. And
just take
possibly
a shot
go
at it.
for it here. He does have a full bore. Actually has a second full bore here, so you can target the other token.
Anchorage is nice. Maybe I'm surprised there's not even like a 1-of, but I guess he's so worried about his lands coming to play tapped because he has 2 Parlors, 2 Archives.
I believe Marco will let this resolve.
He has 4 tap lands, and this format's really fast. Like you feel comfortable at turn 4 if you're able to like control the board, right?
Get lost to perhaps go for an uncounterable get lost. Now, the Mightform Harmonizer, even though it's warped in, cannot attack unless you give it haste here off of the full bore.
Triggers?
Yeah, now, once it hits the battlefield, it's Tony's priority again.
They're writing life
So he
totals
can
on
play a
notepads,
land, and
I believe.
Marco can't do anything until he gets priority again. Any trigger that goes on the stack or any passing of phases or turns would do that. So now he actually does, he will get priority once these triggers are out. But right now Tony's deciding which ones are going to go on where and how.
Right.
First I need to choose targets.
But it,
right, in order to put a trigger
Also,
on
you
the
see some of the
stack,
players, if they play like Thoughtseize and look at their opponent hand, you also see the players write down like what card to cards. Most people in the Pro Tour don't keep like cards revealed.
But you also have to
It's up to your opponent to remember.
Also, you can just crack the Fable
I know, like right next to the table where Tony's reaching for right now, there's a whole pile of like tokens, dice, and everything, and I believe the judge is taking life total values as well.
You can also make a pair of 1/1s.
Because we saw in the last game
now, full
with
board does
the
get trample, to the warped creature.
Australia player, no one was taking life totals.
Be the Might Form Harmonizer.
And we were still getting updates on the screen, and they knew the life totals, so I assume someone there is also having a pad for them. But yeah, you look at the corner, you see behind him, there's a...
Double, so that's a 10-10.
That's either a guy with a camera, yeah, that's a guy with a camera.
So it might be 10-10.
So there's, what, 2, 3 cameras here?
Okay, here's the full bore.
All right.
So now is the time.
There's just a lot of people covering this table. I can imagine if you've never been in this position, how nervous you'd be because there's so many people just hovering over you.
Remember, you can't make either of these creatures unblockable.
It would be fun. I think this would be fun to be in this position.
Too large.
And this is
target creature with power 2 or less.
I know I'm talking a lot. This is an important turn.
For escape tunnel.
Sorry. This is part of the watch party.
8 and 10.
So if you do uncounterable, bounce the Harmonizer, make the 1/1s. You can then chump the 10-5. Does Tony have 2 removal spells here?
Does Marco?
No, Tony, because then you.
Oh, for each of the
if you kill both of the tokens, the creature on the right would be lethal, right? Presumably, you just crack one of these fetch lands, and all of a sudden, that's 20 damage from the creature on the right side. Now, does it?
Which has trample.
Right.
Because uncountable Jeskai Rev.
Did the Earthbender Ascension? The Earthbender Ascension targeted the Harmonizer, correct?
Oh, okay.
But you can crack a land here.
Bounce the land 4 damage to Harmonizer, and then go to blocks.
On the right would also have trample.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Tony might have this here.
So they'll get.
Did he just sneak a win through?
So you
yeah,
bounce
he
this,
did.
right? 4 damage to.
Yeah, Tony goes, I'm just going to sack my lands and just do a bunch.
You go gain 4, right? 16?
You do gain 4 as part of this process.
It has trample, though.
Yeah. He's just like, well, I'm going to crack both of these, and this is just going to double twice.
Yeah, so this
and it has trample because of full bore.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
so
that would get lost when I'm done it there.
It's going to have 32 power with trample.
As well played by Tony.
And these 1/1 prowess tokens are not going to be enough.
Not even close.
You're playing your first RCQ last weekend? How did that go? That's awesome.
Did Marco wait too
He was already
long?
nervous. What did you play?
Doubles.
Yeah, I mean, because he had both revelations.
Yeah, because there's how many people watching this? There's
it would have
like
been better to just fire one off. If it gets
a
countered,
couple
it gets
thousand on
countered.
YouTube, couple thousand on Twitch. Everyone's gonna like many people are gonna watch this game.
You at least get to kind of put things in play. Wow, Tony.
That is
well played by Tony.
Awesome.
Patience. So pretty much Teamer Harmonizer. Just have
Portalon.
patience.
It looked like Marco
I like
had
it.
everything he needed to keep control of that game, and he did not.
Yeah, and I mean,
so
Tony,
it was.
I keep slipping in my chair. I'm sorry.
42 trample power coming across.
So 5, 8, 16, 32.
And then 10 from the other.
Right. Yeah.
So
well, he dealt with the other one, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
I'm just saying he sent in 42 trample and said, here,
no big deal.
Even if you have a Jeskai Revelation, I'm still sending enough trample.
Yeah, absolutely.
You play Jeskai Control? Nice. So you're more than biased for Marco, right?
All right. We now get into kind of a sideboarded situation here.
How much he hit for? Double. 7, 14, 28.
That lightning helix into the yard. Okay.
56? No.
2 lands for each player
No.
so far.
So 5, 10.
Draw a card.
Oh, just cycling with Heritage
22.
Revelation here.
You see the Ice Till Explorer now in hand for Tony.
Go to discard.
46.
Oh, missing a land.
Because there's
here.
one
Now we
counters
see
coming
why
off the
he
Ascension.
wanted
I was
to
short.
draw that
Right.
card.
Oh, no.
Allies won the whole RCQ. We're biased. Sorry, we like allies here.
Marco here, not missing his land drops.
He's going to consult, but he has no more lies in case something were to come down. Oh, no.
Oh, my
Again
goodness.
for Tony Portalon.
Yeah, so Marco has the option to
Oh
play
no,
out consult
missing the
star
lands.
charts, but
He brought in
if Tony
Songcrafter
has
made
a
from the
Stelzner,
sideboard. We know
and
that's a
see that
one
he
of.
does, that would counter it.
It's a choice.
You almost. You kinda want
So
him to
the
discard?
Harmonizer deck
Okay,
on
he's just
turn
letting it happen.
4
Do it
can
just
hit
because
you
next
for
turn, you
28
can just run
damage.
out of stock up
Trample
there.
haste.
That doesn't get spell pierced, and
Like
you
just
still
2
have
cards.
Memorialized backup.
Just slams it.
He's going to pass the turn.
Okay.
Is he going to counter this?
I would
and try
counter
to
this.
Play the short game here.
Yeah, I feel
He's
like
missed
it was
land drops for
probably
2
good to
turns. You
just go
counter
for a
this.
stock up this turn. Stock up plus no more lies just seems so clean.
No
it's just all you do.
Oh, there's a land, but it's tapped for Portolani. Passes a turn back. That's starting down.
Are we going to flash in a Tidebinder for some beatdowns?
It looks like he may be just taking a more proactive role.
I respect that. You know it's a tempo, and you have to get a clock going.
This is an unconventional line here for Balaka.
Ooh, does find no more lies here. Second one, going to be very, very big in case Tony goes land number 4 into a big creature. And Tanny does.
He can. He found a mountain.
Yeah. Sirach, though, uncounterable.
No, you can do it on turn. You can do it on turn 4 because the warp on Harmonizer only costs 3.
Marco will go for the consult the star charts here.
And so it's turn 4. You play 3 lands.
Spell snared.
You play a warp Harmonizer. Then you play a Fable Passage. Trigger on the stack. You crack Fable Passage. Find a red source.
Only draws you cards.
Play the 1 red spell 3/2 haste trample. If the creature has warp, it has haste and trample. And then you let the landfall triggers resolve.
Marco.
You can do it on turn 4.
He's going to get 2 of these cards.
Yeah. Some kind of removal spell. You know, that Lightning Helix like we saw in the graveyard would be nice to just get that Sirach off the battlefield.
You just have to take your medicine there and...
Yeah, just let them draw the card. There's just no other great way to answer it.
Yeah, otherwise you're talking about a sweeper effect. And
yeah, Tony does have a backup Sirach, however.
So he's kind of happy if this thing trades for a card one way or the other.
Sure.
He's going to
14?
Drop down to 14 after the attack. Not going to block this time.
Yeah. My form Harmonizer is warp 3.
Up in hand, but choosing
and you just need 1 red and a fetch land. That comes into play untapped.
Sure. Yeah.
Pretty sick.
That is an annul, a get lost. Gets a null and Jeskai Revelation. Can still play the land tapped here, probably.
Kind of already did.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to go untapped.
Right.
I guess he has more info now.
Yeah.
About his hands. He's going to take the 2 damage too, and he's going to get hit for 4.
I think that's a fine play.
Another land off the top here. For
Chalking that in, because then he has 3 forms interactions with the null, spell snare, and get lost.
And just for anybody wondering, that is just a completely legal play. You can do that now.
With lands, yes.
No extra known information. You're like, oh, I'm going to cast a spell, nothing has happened, and then you can just play your land however you want.
Yeah, he just has to be careful because he played it and then kind of did the like...
Right.
You know, the hand motion. He didn't do it.
Yeah. Letting Ice to Explorer resolve is interesting.
And then was like, no, actually, I'm going to cast this card.
Yeah, he just has
because Sirach is on the field, if he would have countered Ice to Explorer, Tony would have drawn a card.
Turn, you know, that could be annoying.
To be clear.
But in this case, that's not what happened at all. Here comes Sirach.
All right, 4 damage. This is a lot.
Is he thinking about get losting?
It looks like it here.
Oh, that's a lot
There's
of
a couple of really annoying creatures to deal with here. All right, and he is going for it here. Tony gets to draw a card. And Marco
the Harmonizer plays in a really good spot here.
For this Ice Tail Explorer as well.
And he gets 2 maps.
I guess Marco gets to untap a Jeskai Revelation.
On top of that, doesn't really have.
Which is not the worst.
He can cast this turn. Oh no, he can. Okay, he's using the map. Sure.
Using the map, that's very smart.
Do it again. He's going to pass.
Oh, it is now in Jeskai Revelation.
Tony discarded to hand size twice.
Totally, he is right back in this. Marco playing for top 8. But he has a very formidable foe, Tony Portolani. Close to winning Player of the Year last season.
Right.
I mean,
I
you're
just
talking
feel
about one of the best players going right
now. Not holding up Jeskai
I
Rev
feel
or consult the star charts feels really
12
weird
or
there.
13 is the Tony Portolani round.
Yeah.
We always see him in the
But
mix.
he found a Tidebinder off
and he's just kind of locked for at
the
least top
Lost,
32, and he's
which
always
is
kind of
cool. Because now he can Tidebinder the Ice Tail.
10 and 2 at a Pro Tour, and it just feels like it's Tony o'clock. Bring him in.
Yeah, I mean, well, if you never lose a match in limited, it's a lot easier.
Yeah, it does help.
Yeah.
70% or whatever.
70% limited is insane. We are very bad at limited on this channel, and I kind of want to spend a couple days just like getting better at limited.
I like that he's humble.
It's going to take a lot of practice, though. It's going to be a lot of bad streams, so I'm so sorry, guys. Austin Ulmer, thank you for the sub over on YouTube. Welcome the Unkindness crew. I appreciate you.
I mean,
definitely.
That's, you got something to brag about there.
And this active Ice Tail Explorer is problematic here, right? Because this is just 2 extra lands that Tony gets to play every single turn.
Yeah, those land woes are far behind now.
And, I mean, in a matchup like this, I mean, land drops are almost everything.
There's stock up. And he's going to let it resolve.
That boss thing say is going to be a problem.
By the way, stock up both players on 4 copies each of that card. It is one of the reasons to play blue in the format. It is so good.
Yeah,
stock up is really good. I love stock up.
Consult the star charts. 3 to 4
when that Japanese stock up goes on the arena store, we're definitely getting it. I love that card.
Paul Cheon's ideal turn 2, turn 3, turn 4.
I don't know if I like
consult stock up, consult with kicker.
Well, no, you got to play some other cards because you don't want to discard, right? You gotta.
I'd rather just keep drawing cards. I'm good with
True. Consult, stock up, consult. Not in that order. That's a great set of turns.
5 from stock up.
And Tony just trying to.
Even if you die,
I mean,
you really
won
won that game.
Tony's the one who's kind of drawn more cards or gotten more resources now, right? I mean, the Sirach replaced itself. He's also cast some copies of stock up on his own. That Ice Tail Explorer has survived 2 turn cycles.
Yeah, who's the control player now?
Marco's still trying to.
Yeah,
get to a point where he can
Jayster, known as Buff in the chat, in our Discord, he posted he has a lot of foil stock ups. He's also excited. It will probably be expensive, yeah, because it's part of the bonus sheet, and usually bonus sheet cards are
you think he'll still
that are like playable or worth some money.
Possibly.
Kind of
I think all those unique Japanese bonus sheet cards in the past are still worth a lot of money.
Maybe that's looming in his mind. Maybe he's going to stick on the same game plan.
You're not going to Tidebinder that?
We're kind of at a point, though, where it does feel like Tony is the one who's ahead, just given that there is that active Ice Tail Explorer, and Tony's been kind of sculpting
interesting
his
choice.
game. So I feel like Marco will try to be a little more
I
aggressive.
guess he wants to look for
here.
cards.
This is a nice Spell Pierce target, but now if it gets Spell Pierce, you have to think you have
Our
a
turns
higher
timed in
likelihood
arena.
of being able to resolve the Jeskai
How much paper
Revelation.
magic have you played, Stella? That's not a slight. I'm just curious. So normally on the clock there is 50 minutes in paper magic.
Yeah.
Wow, that was the perfect draw,
and
actually, for
both
Marco.
players share the same
He
clock.
just now knows for sure
However, when
that the
someone
Jeskai Revelation will resolve.
like takes way too long, you can call a judge because they're slow playing you. But by default, you're sharing a clock.
Harmonizer doesn't have a way.
Only available to
doesn't
collector's
have full
boosters,
board,
even worse.
So it doesn't have a way to give that haste.
Never? Yeah.
So it's just the Ice Tail Explorer getting in.
So there is 50 minutes on the clock somewhere. There's probably a clock right next to the table. We'll see it when they shake hands. But yeah, you have 50 minutes as a default, and then when you go to time, so 50 minutes is at 0. You go to extra turns. So the current player on the play who's playing that turn when the clock hits 0 is turn 0. You have 5 turns, so it's 0. My opponent's 1. I'm 2. Opponent's 3. I'm 4. My opponent's 5. And if no one wins the game before that 5th, then it's a draw. Unless it's like game 2. So say like Marco won game 1. Or sorry, if Tony won game 1, and then we draw game 2, then Tony wins the round with a 1-0-1 record. So he would technically win the round.
Thing, by the way, in this Jeskai control deck, a lot of the Jeskai control decks that you've seen,
you can totally call a judge in paper magic, and it's like, my opponent's slow playing, we're going to drop because of this. You should watch them, and your opponent can get a game loss because of that. Like if you're intentionally sandbagging,
so it's not, it's just like, it's trying
could you know A, you lost, or B, you're trying to waste too much time, you can get warnings into game losses or round losses if you do it way too often. I haven't seen round losses before, but I definitely have called my opponents in the past for sandbagging because they're trying to get a draw. Because in paper magic, a win is 3 points, a draw is 1 point, and a loss is 0, right? So even a draw gives you points, and you can still make top 8 with a draw, where it's much worse if you get a loss, right?
Given that he's got the Ice Tail Explorer in place.
Where on Magic Arena, you just have a clock. You have your own personal clock, and when that runs out, you lose the match. Little different.
If it's still left in the deck to try to go for a kill. Because we're kind of at that point. Remember, in the previous game, Tony, once Marco got to 9, Tony was like, okay, I think this is a turn. I need to go for it.
That's also why you see a lot of these Harmonizer players, when they have an Ice Tail Explorer out, you see them, they play a fetch land, and then they crack the fetch land immediately. Because, in normal arena mechanics.
So now
normally we just play the land, let Ice Tilt trigger, shuffle,
Right. He is a little
get a new land, Ice Tilt triggers instead. A lot of pro people and people in Paper will play this fetch land, fetch it immediately, so they don't have to shuffle their deck twice to waste a lot of time, because time is a commodity.
In that first
because both creatures were lethal.
Right.
And in this instance, it would be only the Harmonizer. So if you do have a Jeskai Revelation, you make it uncounterable. You can just bounce the Harmonizer.
I assume Tony is under the assumption.
What is that land? He's playing the cool full. Tony's just like, someone give me lands. I don't care which ones they are. He has so many different arts over there. I love it.
Now with the,
he has Unhinged, Unglued.
Second Harmonizer, do you just consider running one out? Nope.
What is that,
Just
4th edition?
I believe Tony is going to given what we see,
It doesn't matter. It's like, I don't care.
He's going to go for something on the following turn.
It's wild. Tony's now ahead on lands. He's got 10.
Yeah.
Versus the 9 for Balaka on a game where he discarded.
Now the Jeskai player is going off.
Can Marco close this out here? Went 4 to the face. Bounce the Ice Tilt Explorer. Tony's at 9. If you play 2 spells, that's a lethal attack here.
Consult the star charts, rest in peace, so he's got it.
Now, and the only thing Tony has here is the ability to flash in a Songcrafter Mage.
Right.
So we'll see what Marco tries to go for here.
Start with Consult, trigger on the monks.
Yeah, and look at this, a 2-mana Consult. Knowing that next turn might be a dangerous one. I just want to find a spell
I like
here.
this. I like it.
If I can find something like
really
a
good play.
Lightning Helix off of this Consult the Star Charts, that's probably just game here. Remember,
the numbers mean win, losses, draw. So Tony has 12 wins. So Tony at the top has 10 wins, 2 losses, 0 draws. And Marco has 11 wins, 1 loss.
Respond.
Tony can
Great question. Like, a lot of people
Mage,
only play Arena, and that's you're totally okay to ask these questions. You should not feel awkward about it. You're good.
To lock it up here, at least for game number 2.
When on stream, when you see me play 23 lands and get upset because Shuffler really screws me over quite often when I play 23 lands, you know, tinfoil hat, we think 23 lands on Arena is broken with the Shuffler. I've never flooded or been mana screwed so much in my life until I started playing Arena.
Don't even have to cast a Lightning Helix.
Oh, and this also
and when I joke like this wouldn't happen in Paper, I mean it. Like, this probably wouldn't have happened in Paper.
And you can't really counter this, so I think you just let this resolve.
And he wants to take a quick look.
There's a lot often you can just like shuffle way better than Arena does.
Nothing great here. Consult.
Correct. For the Pro Tour, you register your deck before the event. Same as a Grand Prix.
That's the thing.
Same as any tournament.
More combo focused than that.
You have the Pro Tour specific that you have 3 rounds of limited day 1 and then 4 rounds of standard, or 5 rounds of standard.
Yeah, and this would be the 3rd.
On day 1 and day 2, and then day 3 tomorrow, we're starting stream early because it's top 8.
But it might not matter.
He's really looking and saying, what are you actually going to get?
Right.
That I care about.
Once you register your deck, you're locked in. Can't make changes.
I don't think there was anything.
Also, in the limited format, it's actually really important because someone in the past ruined it for the rest of us. But now they made it more iconic. All the draft cards, I'll show you after this game, we can go back. All the draft cards has a stamp on it. So before the event, they put a stamp specific to Lorwyn on the draft cards. Because what happens in the past, someone cheated because he wanted, it was, what format was it? Twin Slivers were first introduced. One of the guys was caught going to one of the vendors to buy another sliver because he wanted 4. And then register that 4th sliver in his deck.
Just spell snare this, or just let it resolve. Spell snare does trigger prowess, though.
Yeah, that's really good.
Trigger.
So these are 4
Arena feels weird.
Now?
They're going to be 5/5s after.
It does a little bit. Right? I got used to it. I think it's a great tool for me to like showcase standard cards and everything. And it's once you spend a little money, and I have access to so many more decks that I can try and have fun. Where like we were just talking about it earlier, the Jeskai deck. The Jeskai Elemental deck is a $900 deck.
Lightning Helix
in Paper.
That should get it done.
And that's going to do it. Game number 2
well played
goes
by Marco, by the way.
Balaka fighting for a top 8 seat.
He found Lightning Helix off the unkicked star charts, and that triggered Prowess on the tokens. Very smart play by him. Marco's very heads up about his deck.
Tony is a tough customer.
He knows when to turn the corner.
Marco on 6.
Marco on 6, okay.
Good to go.
Who sideboarded in Voice of Victory here, which should make you feel much better when you're trying to go for those kind of the counter spell wars here. Also kind of forces you to cast those consult the star charts at main phase.
Looked like Tishana's Tidebinder on top.
But it's also really cool with the stamp cards in limited. That means maybe only a few versions of that stamp card exists in the world, right? There was a stamp card, it was foil, that someone took years and years ago at the Pro Tour.
Definitely.
And it was iconic because people hated him on it because he rare drafted probably the only foil rare card that has a stamp in the entire world. He eventually won the Pro Tour, but everyone gave him so much crap online because he rare drafted at the Pro Tour. In the top, it was a limited Pro Tour, so the top 8 was draft. And he won the Pro Tour. And people gave him so much shit for it. But then he sold that stamp card for like $50,000 in an auction. Or, sorry, no, it was like $20,000 in an auction. And then he did it for charity. And then they raised like 30 more thousand just on the stamp card. It was like, it was an iconic event. Years and years, like over a decade ago. Really cool. The feature matches run on the same clock.
Draw, though, for Marco.
Usually, because, you know, like there's an interview beforehand or it takes a little bit to get set up, their clock starts later than the other players. But they still have the 50-minute clock, just like everyone else.
Very, very solid creature. Getting in for 3.
Let the beatdowns commence.
Well, I guess slightly different. I mean, I guess it starts at a different time, but it's still the 50 minutes, just like everyone else.
Land you control.
If that makes sense, Bungie.
And you can just kind of bring this back from the graveyard. So really annoying creature to deal with.
Very annoying. It's huge.
It's a great card.
Lost, you can just kind of get it back.
Yeah, he really needs to have.
I hate how there's a different set and paper that was printed.
You have a land card in your graveyard, though. To actually
I hope they never do this again to us. I think Spider-Man was such a bad decision. I've said that before a lot on stream. I hate how like Cabrera and Superior Spider-Man are 2 different cards. I mean, they're the same card, but they're 2 different arts, 2 different names.
I believe you can't bring it back. Maybe I'm wrong.
I wish that never happened.
But I believe you can't bring it back unless you actually have a land.
It says and target land, so you have to target a land there.
I remember thinking I could bring it back. This wasn't limited.
All right, get Sandman off the screen so we can see your hands.
Well, it looks like Marco is taking this aggressive line. He killed it with Get Lost, you know, temporarily.
Tapping out when you could get comboed is definitely a choice.
Oh, and there is.
That is a risky choice.
Go into the graveyard here. All right.
No, I don't believe that the Marvel set is going to be like that.
Can also play, yeah. This is all good.
Pretty sure they announced it was going to be the same. If it's not, then that's a mistake, and we all are going to hate that set.
Okay, I mean,
they should have learned from their mistake.
Going here, but he's got a pair of Jeskai Revelations. He's still pretty far away from kind of getting that online.
Book 1. Take 2.
And I guess Tony is down to 11.
He is.
Shut up.
The Revelations are a burn plan.
Right.
You get to that point, but he's a little ways off still. And I guess he hasn't found a target for his Tidebinder that he's happy with, especially now that he's facing down a 2-4 and that Sandman might come back and it's bigger too.
And Tony does have to be mindful of Get Lost, Tishana's Tidebinder, all kinds of stuff. Not sacrificing the escape tunnel to get a land here. I mean, you can kind of make it make the Ice Tail Explorer unblockable and then start pumping it off of the Mindful.
I get why they did it. I think it's really dumb because through the Omen Pass set, there was a licensing issue, so the digital cards, they couldn't put Spider-Man. That's just like a lazy mistake, and that's why we don't have the Spider-Man cards on Magic Arena.
Choosing to give himself access to the land here instead, thin out the deck a little bit as well. Of course,
and I know they don't have the licensing for Marvel.
Okay, there's the
Tidebinder now. So it's going to be the same thing over again.
There's only 1 mana available now, right? If Tony can find, I guess he doesn't have another fetch land here, but if he can find a full bore here, he is Marco is vulnerable.
I'm not seeing anything online that says yes or no.
Harmonizer plus
but if they don't have the rights, we're going to do it all over again in Marvel.
But no fetch land. as the ice
why do you need to block voice? It doesn't matter because he's taking 1 damage either way.
But there are those map tokens.
It doesn't matter what he blocks. If he blocks anything, all of them do 1 damage.
I mean, this can certainly be an instance where you just go, you know what? All right, we're on the beatdown plan here. I'm just going to cast Mindform Harmonizer and play a land. Oh, is this a Quantum Riddler instead? This might be a hard cast Quantum Riddler instead. Look like it.
Holding up Spell Pierce?
Because then you give yourself a giant evasive flyer off of the Mindform Harmonizer next turn.
And there it is.
All right. And there's a Thornspire Verge.
So it says Hishtana's Tidebinder, so that means it's just a 2/4.
Grow the Ice Tail Explorer. Ooh, that's a second Ice Tail Explorer. So now that's a 3/5.
That just means it just got shut down, so it has no more triggers. It's just a gray bear.
Tony kind of wants to try to end this game here before Marco can start firing off those Jeskai Revelations. Although having that Spell Pierce in your hand is a great feeling, given that Marco's still only on 5 lands.
Yeah, Marco has 1 more land in hand and would need another at the next 2 draw steps to be able to even attempt a Jeskai Revelation.
Voice makes his counterspell Spell Pierce in his hand do nothing.
Just needs to find a way to kill that Quantum Riddler, right? Just doesn't have anything right now.
Yeah, so if they don't get the rights, Marble is going to be just the same, and everyone is going to hate it.
Yeah, and if it's another
even if the Marble cards look better than the Spider-Man cards so far, people are already going to hate it. And that's not even the worst gripe of Spider-Man. It's just one of the big, loud gripes, right?
No, he's got the land, so he probably doesn't need it.
Cards of Spider-Man suck.
Yeah, Marco doesn't really have the luxury of playing around.
What did we get from that set that we use in Standard?
Yeah, but now if you're on Tony's side, you can.
Or any other format.
Lots of options here. You can kind of start things off with the Ice Tail Explorer.
In Web, we don't really see much of. Spider Sense, Sixth Sense, is probably the only card we really actually see be used in Constructed.
This is
consistently.
Would love to know what's in hand.
But even then, that's just disappointing. That's just so disappointing.
He just has nothing.
Wizards, you should just get the rights so we don't have another flop set because you can't get what you need.
When you play 4 copies,
I mean, we're already going to have burnout
that happen, right?
from 7 sets in 1 year, right?
5 mana spell, interactive spell, a creature, or what have you. But sometimes you just draw multiple copies, and if you don't have the time to cast it, your opponents can just kind of close things out.
But of course, Tony doesn't know that.
Wrong with my mouse.
3 cards and 5 mana available.
Absolutely.
I'm distracted.
Ice Tail Explorer here.
Yeah. This is the one he kept on top with that map token last turn.
And this will resolve.
Marco doing his best to feign as if he has a choice.
Yeah, the interesting thing here from Tony's side is you kind of want to leave up the Spell Pierce.
Right.
But you might be interested in also warping in a Mindform Harmonizer. You could potentially play the forest out of the graveyard, then cast Mindform Harmonizer.
Oh, he's going for the Harmonizer right here.
He's warping. Okay. I mean, this would technically be lethal here. He hasn't played a land yet this turn, right?
Right.
So you warp this in, you play Escape Tunnel twice.
Yeah, Bungie, we've talked about that a lot. Like, it's Cavero to me. It's not Superior Spider-Man.
32 damage from the Quantum.
It's Cavero. And I think Cavero is just a better name.
So if this trigger resolves, Tony has to feel
Interdimensional of the Web Watch. It took me so long to be like, what? What card?
This is the target, and Marco says, okay.
Okay.
So
he's
it's
like,
8?
it's 8.
Yeah.
Is that cool?
Is there any other cards besides those 3 that we know of? Leyline Weaver?
I suppose if there's a
I thought that was in EOE.
Marco wouldn't do anything at this point anyway, right?
Right.
So Tony doesn't know.
No, it's through the Omen Pass. Oh, it's Spider-Man Infestation. Good call. Good call.
Yeah, I think the question is there a downside?
I'm just so used to Leyline Weaver.
That
looks so ugly in paper.
Later,
well,
look
if
at this.
somehow Marco has a removal spell,
I don't want that card.
And then untaps and goes Revelation, and you don't have the mana for Spell Pierce, that could be kind of a rough situation.
That's the downside.
So that is what Tony is considering here.
Oh, it looks like we're getting into
this card just looks better.
Here.
This looks better.
That might actually
it feels like
push
Magic
Tony
to me.
Towards going for it.
I don't know. Sorry, I'm distracting from the game.
Actually, here
he's going to get in for a chippy 8.
So he's going to keep up the spell pierce here.
Did I mill for this one?
Yes.
Oh, no. and he played the steam vents. Excuse me.
Oh, I thought he did.
Okay, so this is 16.
This is the attack.
So this should do it, right?
What?
He's played the second land. This has been doubled.
What else am I missing from that set that's played? None of the web cards, right? Besides Spider Sense.
Yeah. You sack the escape tunnel, get a basic land, that's 32 damage, and you have...
And he is going to sack it and go for it.
Yeah.
And Tony Portolon is going to deal 32 damage in the air this turn, and all Marco can do is say, good game, you got me. And we have 2 players with 2 losses here. Tony Portolon keeps his top 8 dreams.
Tony played that so
well.
Alive. No shade to the Jeskai player. He didn't get quite the right draws there in game 3.
And says, Marco,
that was a great job by Tony. That was a good game.
Top 8. It's not going to be against me. You're going to have to do it next round.
Yeah, I mean, both players, of course, still in a remarkable position here.
So there's 3 more rounds of standard, and then we're done for the day.
Into that top 8, so they have the next 2 rounds to lock up a spot.
I thought it's 3 more.
If they still fail to do so, well, they can still win that last round and hope.
Okay, it is 3.
That was a really exciting match.
There's 5 more Marvel sets now? No way.
And, a lot of damage was thrown around at the end there. We're going to take a short break here from Richmond.
We have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. We have Strixhaven. We have Marvel. We have Hobbit, which we know they have the rights for. We have Reality Fracture, which is an in set, and then there's Star Trek. We don't know what 2027 is, right? Mark Rosemuller confirmed 3 Magic sets and 3 Universe Beyond sets next year. But nothing else. Oh, right, I keep forgetting about Multiversal Passage. Fucking hate that, dude. I hate it. Multiversal Patch is so good. Oh yeah, we talked about this yesterday on stream, didn't we? That the paper version looks terrible. Like, I'm used to this version of Passage, and I think this looks clean. It looks like Magic, like you're ripping over the Planeswalkers ripping over the planes. And then you have this stupid one where Spider-Man in like a ripped up hoodie. And then you have this one which is like the streets of New York, right? I don't care about New York in some passageway. I want to have this in paper, personally. I'm pointing the wrong way. I want to have this one in paper. X-Men set? Interesting. I have hope because Avatar was a solid set. Avatar was a great set, not only from limited perspective, but the cards that they brought to standard and just the power level overall. It didn't like completely break the format, but it introduced new mechanics, and I think it did really well. We're not counting Badger Mole.
Did you get a
sold
chance
out.
to play
Badger
the
Mole
Lorwyn
did break the
Eclipse
format.
Party?
Absolutely.
Check with your LGS to see if they're running one right now. There's also another
I think they did a good job with Avatar, and it gives me hope for out-of-universe sets for them to do correctly.
Playing this plane shifting twist on
like with The Hobbit or Final Fantasy.
Pick up the
Those sets were really good, right? I have hope that not all these upcoming out-of-universe sets are going to suck.
/@playmtg.
The Magic Boomer's bad enough. Got a different. Oh yeah.
Welcome back to Richmond, Virginia, here for Pro Tour.
Not just having 2 versions, right? But just there's like 10 versions of several cards now, right?
Our top 8. Hey, welcome back to the news. That's Maria
X-Men, yeah, if they can't get the rights, it'll just be like Omen Path.
And we have the chance to put a couple players into our top 8 this round. Let's
what was
check
that
out
one
our
card we looked at,
and find out what's going on down there in the players area. Marco Balaka, our overnight leader, has turned that into a four-way tie for first place here. Francisco Sanchez also right behind him on 11-2. He was a finalist at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities last year. Luis Salvato, Pro Tour champ at 11-2. Tony Portolan also 11-2. Tony Portolan, an excellent player, third in the 2025 Player of the Year race. A lot of other great players.
Great card. Opt. We have seen so many different versions of Opt on camera today. We have seen probably almost every single version except this Dominaria promo of Opt. We have seen so many. We've seen even Strixhaven, Mystical Archives on stream today, or on stream this weekend. Like, this one, not this one, but like, I totally feel that where you could look at a table like, aha, and now you look at a table and there's like 4 different copies of one card. You're like, is that real? It's really hard to, like, me quitting Standard for 8 years and coming back has been such a hard curve to learn what cards are just by glances in so many versions.
Next round, talk to Cedric after his big win.
Also, I'm talking to a chat because I need to work on that.
Picking up a huge win in the feature match area with the brew of brews maybe for this tournament. This Harmonizer deck is looking great, but I will say, we kind of thought that matchup would be pretty tough, at least on paper. You made it look pretty easy.
Yeah, I think that Blue-White Control is a tougher matchup. I mean, this is not an easy matchup in any sense, but like they have some limited interactions. They don't have full counter spells. It's just the Mana Leaks and Get Lost. So and no Washingtons, which pressures you a bit. So I managed to get to game 1 through just pure pressure, and then game 3 they draw a bit early. Yeah.
So you are 1 win away from top 8 here in Richmond. You have been in top 8 before. This is kind of getting to be a little bit more of a familiar path for you. These deep runs in these tournaments.
Any nerves? Ready for all these versions of stock ups to be in one deck together?
Yeah, one match at a time. I had at Worlds.
You have the archives. You have the bonus sheet.
I don't want to jinx it. I have 2 matches now for.
And you have the other bonus sheet. Yes, these are 2 different. This is the.
See you all on Sunday.
So you can have one of each version in your deck in foil.
Saturday stage.
Are you ready?
Looking forward to maybe seeing you on this.
Are we going to be that kind of player?
Excellent performance as always.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I think this stock up is really cool. I really like the Japanese stuff because it looks cool. But also this archives of stock up looks pretty. I'm talking about Jay Slayer's favorite card. He loves that card.
Badger Mole Cub base built around this Nature's Rhythm library. So
the Champion of the Weird's an interesting inclusion.
The thing that they're doing with their sideboard that is really cool.
There's our boy Oko.
There are a lot of silver bullets. This sideboard is essentially
I like fungus.
a toolbox because between
I like fungus in this toolbox deck. It's a great idea.
Rhythm, you essentially have your whole library available to you, which means that you don't need to load up on multiple copies of most cards. In fact, the only cards that there's more than 1 copy of is Oko, Ouroboros, and Spider Sense. Everything else in the sideboard is just purely serving as essentially a silver bullet target for one of these tutor effects in your deck. And in this way, you get access to so many tools because once you have 1 copy of the Thrall in your sideboard, for example, you essentially have 8 copies of the Thrall in your sideboard. And that's a really strong place to be in when this card has so much impact in different matchups in Standard. So for these 5-color, 4-color, 3-color rhythm decks, having access to these toolbox packages means that your sideboard gets so much more potential.
Okay, very cool look here at sideboarding with Mani.
I had nothing to say.
We're getting ready for
they talked about it.
Number 14.
Show them your binder. All right, I'll pull it up, Mr. Show Off.
And they just happen to be playing each other, so that means we
check out the Discord, !Discord if you want,
going to go to the top
and be part of this fun shenanigans.
Because locking up 12 match wins for round 16 means they get to stop playing and prepare for tomorrow. First up, we're going to be watching Luis Salvato.
I don't see it. You didn't put it in the MTG photo chat. Buff, we got to train you better. It's joking, but that's just what I'm looking for first for photos, you know?
Winning streak there. You see all those W's beneath his picture. Win, win, win. Win, win for Luis Salvato.
Yeah.
Your Pro Tour Rivals of Ixalan winner in 2018. Has 7 Grand Prix top 8s, including
here's a Buff in the chat.
Top finishes to his name. Goal
this is his binder. You think he likes stock up?
Good position.
Granted, there's only 1 foil and he's slacking.
Tournament here, Monty.
Yeah, so looking at his round by round, started day one.
I think Buff has addiction to shiny cardboard, though. Look at that. Look at that.
Loss in constructed
He also posted.
But was able to right the ship, and now here for day two, started things off.
Yeah, see,
with a loss and hasn't.
I gotta go to the photo channel.
Since he's running.
And apparently you have
so
Cavero almost foiled out. Damn, dude.
Has to be feeling pretty good right now.
Damn, dude.
All right, let's take a look at the opponent here.
The Japanese
Marco
Ardens.
Balaka, our tournament leader overnight, has been a little bit more.
You said it's my favorite deck? No, it's not.
This is a second chance for a
There's someone who keeps coming into my stream, keeps asking me to play Cavero, and I'm like, I don't want to play it right now. I'm sorry.
His path through the PT Monty.
Yeah,
I don't want to play Cavero.
Had that completely, excuse me, this is Salvato again, but we will get Balaka up for you. Marco did have that completely clean day one, including 0 game losses.
Are we saying Marco again?
Standard. Did finally pick up a loss in the previous round against Tony Portolan, so he is no longer undefeated in Standard, but he's still in great shape for the top 8. The big thing for Marco, who is relatively new to the professional scene, is to certainly not let the losses of the past 2 rounds get to his head. He just needs to be able to wipe the slate clean and focus on the one match ahead of him right now.
Yep. Absolutely. And speaking
match
of
at a
that
time.
one match, let's take a look at the deck list that we're going to see in this matchup, Monty.
Okay, so we're going to start by taking a look at Luis Salvato's deck. This is the deck that some members of Team Cosmos Heavy play.
This is what we were talking about. Like, this is going to be fun.
A evolution of the Demir Demon's Excruciator deck that Javier Dominguez won the World Championship a year and a half ago now with.
You have more foil stock up, dude.
To get, Doomsday Excruciator.
You're almost like the lobster guy. Have you seen the lobster
and then
guy?
Use Superior Spider-Man to copy it, get that on cast trigger, and essentially Doomsday both yourself and your opponent, put their library down to 6 cards.
Let's clarify a few things about this.
Reef or the Insatiable
Let's clarify a few things about this lobster collection.
The rest of the deck.
Hey, dude, anyone's in here? You want to play Magic Commander real quick?
Oh my god.
Your control deck, you have
what are you playing today?
Oh, you know, seat as well as another cool combo
to
go with Superior Spider-Man, but you're trying to use cards like Deadly Cover-Up to keep the board in check. On the other side, we're going to be looking at
Look at this guy. This guy has lobsters upon lobsters.
Now, Control is absolutely
look at all those lobsters. You're turning into him. This guy single-handedly bought all of these stupid lobsters.
This deck has a lot of interaction. It has a lot of removal and very few win conditions because essentially you're trying to
I don't know why he has a Kingler, but that is like the lobster guy.
Relying on the fact that in the end,
someone was really mad that he was buying out all the lobsters, so other people on the internet started buying all the lobsters, so he couldn't get that many.
Good matchup for
I don't know why, but
deck. But if they can find
some
one
people
of
are
those
mean.
2 copies of Rest in Peace early, that's
He likes the lobster card.
Entire dynamic of the matchup.
I can't wait to see this game, but let's find out how Luis Salvato is feeling ahead of the match. Talk to Tannen mere moments ago.
Hey everybody, catching up with Luis Salvato here, and you've got a high pressure match coming up here. You've got to win it in the top 8. Now, as a former player of the year, you're no stranger to matches like this. How is it that you handle a match like this with so much on the line?
I don't even need to think about that. Back in the day, I felt the pressure. Not anymore. I'm pretty sure of myself, of the deck, so I will play my best no matter what.
Seems like nothing's going to bother him. Hey, good luck in your match.
Thank you very much.
There is Luis Salvato heading to the feature match area here. A win and in for both of our players here in round number 14.
I know
a handshake before the game.
that we are
professionalism as always. I'm going to send it on over to the booth. Alien.
I know that
Corey,
we're
have
watching
a
this
call for
undefeated
round
player, and he's still high in the bracket. But personally, I do not want to see Just Guy Control 3 games in a row.
Meister alongside Alien Loney.
Right.
Thank you so much for joining us. As we
there's
get
so
to
much
the
else to showcase, and you're not trying to play Badger on stream.
But watching the players
But if these is the only matchup feature that they can show that doesn't have Badger, this is kind of boring.
2 players, 2
right?
very impressive records.
Want to showcase some fun stuff.
Thus far. Former player of the year,
Like,
Luis
sweet.
Salvato up against Marco Balaka.
We get to see more Just Guy shenanigans. This is awesome. It's not Badger, but I was hoping for more diversity. That's all.
Corey, any predictions?
Absolutely.
It's not a bad
I
grade.
would think going to be a very close matchup for sure. I talked to Salvato.
I was just hoping not to watch. This guy's been
Says
camera.
He likes the matchup, doesn't like game 1, but post
5 of the 6 rounds now today, because he was on camera the first 3 drafts. So we watched his draft. We watched his draft. We watched all 3 of his limited rounds, and now he's on camera twice for standard. Show us someone else, please.
5-0 so far, and Marco picking up a couple of losses. So you got to like the hot hand.
Oh yeah, Marco looked just untouchable yesterday. 2 O's all throughout constructed. fumbling a little bit here. Not fumbling, stumbling, struggling, because the players that he's meeting now are all the players that came with the same idea that he had in, I'm going to try and disrupt whatever your game plan is as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Demir Excruciator deck that we have kind of seen at the World Championship, Salvato was saying, yeah, pretty much everyone on the team played it. The entire Spanish team, as well as Christopher Larson, ended up playing it, and they feel very good about it. You know, the big change they make, I was talking to him before this, and they were playing 4 Insatiable Avarice, went to bed, submitted the decks, and then woke up in the middle of the night, changed it to 3 stock-ups and 3. So that was their big aha moment.
Well, you can't keep a good Excruciator down. I would love to see some comboing off of this. Here we see Insatiable Avarice targeting Luis, though, because, you know, Doomsday Excruciator is going to mill you all the same. Doesn't matter how many cards you've drawn up until the point that it hits.
Yeah, this is a card that, as far as Standard's power level right now, you know, it's going to be reminiscent of Painful
Draw 3
Truth.
for 3 mana.
You know, usually a card that is really not up to Standard snuff right now, but with that combination of being able to mill out your opponent as you Excruciator the library.
Getting rid of Hex
ends up being a lot
seems
better.
pretty good.
Plus, in game 1 here, where there's so many removal spells, you see this exchange from Salvato, which is normally terrible. A draw 3, discard 2, you're basically not accomplishing anything. But if you're getting Requiting Hex, the Harvester out of your hand, those are cards that are going to be dead anyways.
Yeah, we saw that a couple times. You know, when we had our pre-Pro Tour meeting like we do, we were kind of chuckling at the cards, like, wait, what is happening here? Yeah. And we figured it out eventually, and we're like,
I don't want to normalize this just to get away forever. You know he is a superior. You know he's a Cavero deck, so you want to just get rid of it.
Boom, you're good to go for turn 4.
Yeah, absolutely. It replaced the classic All-Star Caustic Bronco from the list before.
No, All-Star is far too generous.
That is.
How many times did we see those players kill themselves with their Caustic Bronco?
A few.
Or you just let it go because you're not worried about it.
Yeah. It was very common.
That makes sense.
It sure was. Made for great moments in coverage. So thank you for that, dear Javier.
Oh gosh, Caustic Bronco. We haven't seen that card in a while.
So that is in the bin and exiled, importantly. So won't see any superior Spider-Mans coming back as Deceit.
Chalk that in. Ooh. He found his one Unagi.
Incredible match here.
It's a great card.
Salvato played against Eli Cassis.
Yeah, you told me about that one.
That was an awesome one for Salvato to take that one down against one of the better players here. It's going to be a lot of draw go like we're seeing right now, though. A lot of them setting up their hands, but we do see the Doomsday Excruciator, so if we can find a way to resolve that one through all the counter spells.
Here comes a Nagi.
Here.
You know, 5-4 ain't terrible.
Yeah,
that'll get you pretty dead in 3 turns. So Marco has to answer this.
Looks like Marco was very much deciding.
He didn't play Unagi, then why did he shock?
Kyoshi Island or Consult here. Mana efficiency would have pointed to the Unagi, but mana efficiency is not necessarily what this matchup's all about. It's just timing your cards at the right moment.
Yeah. You know, that is usually the point. When you see the creatures being cast, when you see Wan Shi Tong, when you see the Unagi of Kyoshi Island,
land 6.
Then you know...
One more land to Jeskai Rev.
It's like, all right, I'm putting my stamp on this game. It's mine to win. We're not at that point yet for Marco.
Yep, absolutely.
So Harvester of Misery gets to survive 1 combat step. Down to 9 goes Marco, and 2-turn clock now. He needs to get this off the board. And... we'll find a way to do so. Has a get lost in
slams the big boy.
Wow, just jamming it, and it looks like Marco does not have the answer right now. We could easily see a Consult the Star charts and kicked right now to be able to find a 2-mana removal spells. Basically, do I have a No More Lies on the top 6 cards? Okay, there is one there.
Cool.
I was going to say, otherwise, the texture of the game changes dramatically. Yeah. So what this deck is kind of trying to do from Salvato's perspective is Excruciator, you know, everyone has their bottom 6 cards for library, and then you finish the game off with one of your lands where you
still a 6/6 flyer.
Mill them for 4 and kind of win the library race there, but looks like this one will be dealt with.
You know, in this instance, I don't think it's so much worrying about the library. It's more just, I'm going to kill you with 11 power on the board.
That's true. Yeah. It would. That's true. It would be kind of
7 mana for Rev.
2 different spots, but being able to counter that here, even if you're at 9 here,
and he has a Rev in hand.
He's
2 of them.
I wouldn't even be that shocked if Marco just says, I'll take it, and then deals with it from here.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's 7 mana. That's Jeskai Revelation mana if I've ever seen it. So
absolutely.
If it ain't going to kill him, he's not going to bother about it.
And looking at the deck list, Marco is going to know that I don't have to time this Revelation, play it aggressively to play around counterspells. There are no counterspells in the main deck from Salvato. This is the tap-out style of control deck. And, you know, this is, once again, very much targeting the Cub decks in that tap-out sense.
So Luis now trying to find 2 lethal threats here. Marco is going to be...
Just give him a Harvester? Do it.
Interested to do something about this.
Just like, you don't care.
Well, Jeskai, I mean, you can bounce it. Yep, and then deal some damage as well. So, I mean, this Jeskai Revelation into Jeskai Revelation is going to be devastating.
Oh, for sure,
Here for Salvato, for sure.
So that resolves, but we will see end step irrespective. Jeskai Revelation returning Superior Spider-Man to hand. Then the Harvester of Misery is going to disappear for good, at least one of them, and deals 4 damage to the other creature. So a super clean 7 mana, only 7 mana, answer to Luis Salvato's board, and all of a sudden, Marco's in the driver's seat.
Yep, tight sequencing there from Marco, allowing the Superior Spider-Man to exile a creature. That's just one more piece of
life.
food in the graveyard.
Go to 8.
That you don't have
Seems like a
access
good
to.
spot for the
And
control
one
player.
other thing I want to point out, Luis Salvato has not cast that intimidation tactics, had it available as early as turn 1, and it's just recognizing, like, I need to time it, and also it's not going to hit that many things. Maybe holding on to it to loot it away or something like that.
Now, all of a sudden, the control player is attacking. Bad news for anyone across from them, as Marco Balaka is perfectly content.
That's a nice Ultima.
Have 2 friends on the board, and intimidation tactics on the stack.
Yeah, just cycling that one away.
It feels so bad playing against Jeskai, the Jeskai control deck, because the moment they play your first rev and you have like nothing on board, like, well, this is soul crushing. Like, what are you gonna do?
The game is all about here.
I bet he'd love to resolve a deadly cover up here.
And might try it. But yeah, the Superior Spider-Man on the Harvester cleans up the monks as well. So this one, yeah,
you just let this resolve. You don't care.
It's gonna try. I think it might fail here, as Marco does have a couple of spells here to fire off and keep them above the -2/-2 that would kill them.
Yep, can consult the star charts and kick it, as well as get lost on the Harvester with the trigger on the stack to keep them alive.
Sweet.
Could have also just said
many
sure,
options
and
here.
then Jeskai Revelation again. I think either
You like
of those
the
plays
original
are
Ultima?
absolutely devastating and backbreaking for Salvato.
Yeah, I do too.
So it just all really leads to game 1 here.
Ultima
Looks
solid.
Pretty bad for them,
really tough for Salvato, but then you get into the aspect of bringing in 4 duress against a deck that basically doesn't have any targets duress misses is going to be gigantic.
No,
Demir is definitely bad game 1.
It's a Demir deck.
I can imagine.
All of the blue stuff is in the sideboard.
Yeah.
At least in terms of permission spells, so.
Yeah, because we could just look back as far as the turn where we had the Excruciator. If you could ever just duress and then cast that, this game's completely different.
Yeah. So Luis able to get a little bit of value there, that requiting Hex, blighting, gaining some life, killing a token, and get some map tokens for his efforts.
It looks
there,
really
as he
bad.
must remove Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah, and I really loved Luis Salvato's pre-game interview, just saying, you know, I used to get nervous during these situations, but it's just been around the block so much. Has that great attitude towards the game, and it's really fun to watch.
Yeah, if you've been doing this for like 20 years, right? You're not worried about much. Like, you win, you lose.
You know, face off.
Yes, I remember.
You try your
that was
best.
one of the first events I watched.
It's a good mindset. I need to be better about that.
Really cool aspect there.
I was like, oh, this is cool.
I get upset sometimes on stream after like games and games and games of bad draws, and it's just frustrating. It should be like, it's just a game. Should move on, you know?
Pro Tour rivals of Exelon as well. Good friends with Marcio and Javier.
Hey, what up, Chris?
Probably the best
Welcome to stream.
and constructed players in the room.
We're just kind of
All
hanging out
the
today.
best, for sure.
Absolutely.
It's better than not streaming, right?
Right up there, traveled around.
And few people have been asking like really solid questions, so I think today's been pretty helpful.
Phenomenal player.
Insatiable Avarice drawn here.
To be fair, we've gone on some tangents.
Also played everyone's favorite deck when he.
The question is, does he Wrath here?
Lantern Control. Everyone loves it.
To get
It's super
Jeskai
fun.
control or Jeskai Rev out of the graveyard.
Presses X to doubt. Jeskai Revelation once again.
Got you
Getting rid
for
of
your
that
face.
deadly cover up, so no look-sees for Salvato.
Wait,
You
you
gotta
can't
think
do
this
that.
is shutting the door here for for Salvato.
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, he
Feels
bounced
very
the
much
land
shut,
forward of his
and I
face,
think
and
at
then
this
they
point,
no
Salvato's
more
gonna be very
lies
close
on
to
the
scooping
board
it up
wrath.
because, well,
Okay.
you know,
That makes more
Salvato's
sense.
got to recognize I have to win 2 games where it's going to get just as grindy in the post-board games. Then he wants to give
You need to
himself
update these
the
life
most
totals.
opportunities to win. Both these players need 1 more win here in the next 2 rounds, and a draw is just a double loss.
That looks like it's enough.
If you are joining us, hi, welcome to round 14. Thanks for being here. These are our 2 tournament leaders.
Lewis is like, do you have lightning helix? I'm dead.
Marco Balaka rocking Jeskai control. One
Fair.
of the decks firmly in the other category here this weekend, but making it look incredibly good for this metagame.
Yep, both of these decks firmly in the other category, and both of them having a fantastic weekend. And here is going to be the most important card. Just
Get
the
that
direct
Torpor Orb.
right in the window. And wow, Torpor Orb. Hey, makes sense. It really does stop Deceit. It stops Doomsday Excruciator.
What a great duress.
It's great against all of these elementals.
It really is.
From Lorwyn Eclipsed as well, so.
We'll see how much Salvato
Also of note, Marco does not have a red source yet.
I mean, the one thing is we do have the Deceit as well, so next
I don't know if that would be relevant or not later.
Just going to take a peek at the hand. Going Duress into Deceit, take a card from the hand into stock up, that is a fantastic start.
Decides that card advantage is something he wants to cut off at the knees, so consult the star charts in the bin.
Steam Vent's off the top as far as a card, so nothing really changing here.
There's his red source. Never mind.
Do we like what's on top there from Marco?
But I wonder if Lewis is going to get the duress treatment where you duress something and then he draws it immediately.
The top of the deck. So Deceit is going to get Torpor Orb, but then Marco is going to have presumably a non-land on top. So no matter what, it's going to at least have the Inagi at Kyoshi Island.
Yeah.
What'd you draw?
Hand certainly don't want another one, but Deceit will take care of the orb like you mentioned.
Or, I mean, maybe we just don't care about the orb. I kind of doubt it, but we shall see.
Yeah, I think
so,
we
orb.
care
Okay.
enough about it, especially since all the creatures that
Unagi won't be coming down for
are your
multiple turns. That
haymakers
makes sense.
will win you the game eventually. They kind of have enters effects. You don't want them to be vanilla 5/5s and 6/6s.
Exactly. You know, I would assume Salvato is bringing in the 3 Quantum Riddlers in the board as well.
Bitter Triumph is a choice.
That gets shut down.
Yeah, try and fight the card advantage battle.
Okay, that looks awesome. Excruciator looks like Salvato doesn't want immediately now, but we
Stock up and
one of Archenemy Charm as well as stock up number 2. Stock ups are great at finding more stock ups. It looks like Salvato did change his mind there and decided to pick up the Excruciator. Just such a cool card, and
It's
just
a creepy
really
boy in it.
completely changes the dynamic of a game immediately.
I remember.
Ooh, there's a duress. Sweet.
Set
Is that
came
2
up
duresses?
and
Oh,
Risa
buddy.
was like, okay, sure. 6 mana for that, all black. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, a little tough to make work, but wow, double
duress. Okay.
That's going to be great, and we have the Bitter Triumph to be able to deal with the Inagi at Kyoshi Island, so 1 duress here can pick off Get Lost, and then you can duress away the other non-creature spell, Jeskai Revelation at any time, but...
Man, this is looking good.
Yep.
Makes sense. You can take that one
Get
first
your
as
hand pulled
well,
apart.
Just not play a creature before you
Comparison
cast duress
Fiction
once again.
and
so.
Discord?
Sideboards
Yeah, let me
for
check
the
it out.
win, man.
I mean, this
is such an important skill to have as a Magic player. It's
Yeah,
like,
I just
you
kind of
can
like the
chuck a whole
regular
bunch
one.
of stuff in your sideboard, but you gotta
This is
know
what he's
how to
talking
do it
about.
properly, man.
There's
Absolutely.
the Japanese one.
These teams spend 2 weeks.
Yeah, I like the regular foil. I don't know.
And oh my goodness.
What do you find?
I guess if you're in
Intimidation
Dark
tactic off
Souls,
the
the
top
other
of
one
the
looks like
Inagi as
Praise
well.
the Sun,
Wow.
which is kind of cool.
Holy moly.
And there's really nothing else that Salvato can play. but
Also,
still
that
might
off
hold
the
on
top
the
to get
duress.
Unagi is sick.
I assume we're going to see Salvato play the sewers first, figure out what's on top. If it's land 6, do you just keep it and duress your opponent and then just pray that they did not draw like stock up into No More Lies or something? That
Just
would be
slam it.
devastating.
No restless.
Actually, even then, if you just play Doomscar and they don't counter it, don't you just win?
You know,
Because like the
it's all well
Jeskai
and
control
good
player
costing
doesn't
Excruciator,
have
but you
enough
have to
to.
capitalize.
That was a great draw for Marco. Quarry Mountain Monastery, just to be able to add cards every single turn where hand disruption gets
would just slam
so
Doomsday.
much worse when you have a land that says, well, you took everything else from me, I'll just pay 5 and draw a card. That was very interesting because
Deadly cover-up to get Jeskai revs.
Okay.
Salvato did keep a land on top
baby.
and didn't duress, so had no plan to cast Doomsday. But this is just a 5-mana cranial
Duress and then
extraction style of effect.
Yeah.
surgical
we have
you.
that card to bring up, probably not.
I would like
What
to
a great
target
play.
your Jeskai Revelation, please.
You would
As that is your win condition. Now, Quarry Mountain Monastery is available to activate, but I think we're just going to let Marco, you know, hand over
Oh, we did bring
Hold on a
in.
the
minute.
deck. What's up?
I'm thinking, how can Marco actually win the game now?
They can't.
He has Unagi, and he has one of the artifact that mills you.
Very monumental, we'll say, and that is a River Churn monument.
Yes.
What if he
I
plays
did spy
Doomsday
that too,
and
I have
then
had
Marco
someone do that
top
to me
decks River
once I
Churn
milled
and wins the
before.
game?
A lot. That card.
Oh, that would be amazing. I kind of want this to happen.
Just picture this, okay?
We're going to play
Going
the
to
Excruciator
Doomsday
deck
Excruciator, have 6 cards
either
in our
tomorrow
graveyard.
after the
Marco
top
decks
8
that and
or
exhausts it
like
right
Monday or
away.
Tuesday.
That would be,
All the fun
that
decks and our
is
Badger decks, we're
devastating
definitely
way
going
to
to play
lose
in the
a
next
game.
couple days on stream.
Let's see. Can Marco find River Churn Monument?
Consult the star charts off the top.
Sure, cool, great.
Wow, I'm actually shocked that Marco played that land, though. I actually think that may have been a misstep. Just let that land go to exile, consult the star charts, leave 2 mana open. Like, what if we see no more lies here, and now we don't have the mana to counter anything? That actually could be devastating. And there it is.
Ooh.
I mean, if this game goes to Salvato based on this Doomsday Excruciator here, that will be the turning point of not playing Flood Farm Verge instead of the Parlor there. Because, yeah, No More Lies was an option, and you could have just passed the turn, and then when Salvato goes to cast a Doomsday or something, then you can at least try to counter it.
Spider-Man for Deceit.
Okay. Well,
There's Unagi.
going for Superior Spider-Man on Deceit, getting rid of the stock up, so cutting the card advantage out from underneath Marco. But he does still have the flash threat in the Unagi of Kyoshi.
Interesting choice there. He knows he only has 2 win cons. One of them is Unagi, and one of them is River Churn. He's taken out every single win con.
Charts, you get No More Lies and stock up.
Interesting choice why he didn't want to take that.
Spider-Man, and then you start this turn with stock up, and I feel like you'd be in a better
All right, here it comes.
Oh, Doomsday Excruciator hits the board. Well, let's mill everything except the bottom 6 cards of the library, shall we?
A very unique interaction between these cards.
Did we
is if
Quarry
you have
Mountain
the
here?
Unagi at Kyoshi Island in play, Doomsday Excruciator draws that extra card
Because
during your upkeep.
Unagi
then
will
you draw 2 cards,
2.
Then you're getting quicker to milling yourself out.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Spell Stare does
okay.
nothing.
Activating Quarry Mountain Monastery, finding a spell snare. So now we start milling. Bottom 6 gets to stay. Do the players know any of the bottom 6 cards of the library?
Not
Was there any
100%.
stock ups would have put some stuff under there?
Yep. Yeah, that is a very good point.
Yeah, you don't get to see it.
Make the bottom pretty known.
Yeah. So the players may have an idea of
Oh,
what
we'll get lost.
Get lost. Okay, that keeps
So on
Marco
upkeep,
alive, but now
Lewis
he really
can
needs to
draw a
look to
card
find
from
that
Demon
River
Trigger, and he can get lost the demon.
Yeah, you really got to hope
This
that
is
it's
a cool
there.
game
And,
now.
I mean, when we stock up, there's 3
Any
cards
new Badger?
that,
Yeah, there's been a 5-color
go to the
Harmonizer
bottom
deck.
that we knew, and the Monument wasn't in there as far as the quick glance I got. So for Marco,
That's
it could be
that's the only new
one of the
difference
top
to
2
Badger.
cards.
They just added Superior Spider-Man.
And the
Because
cards are exile
why not
face down,
add good
so
cards when you have access to 5 colors?
What you may have in the top, well, the bottom 5 cards now. in
Okay,
the library.
just what I would do here is
Man.
just pass the turn.
This would have been quite different if Marco had that No More Lies.
No. You let him draw the extra card.
So,
You're now in
it just
top deck
comes down
territory,
to
right?
Both players just have to think, how do I deck the other player? That's
Yeah.
kind of how this game changes to. Luis could still
No.
kill Marco with
No.
damage, but I do not think Marco could win the game with just
That was
this
a mistake.
Nami, especially with Bitter Triumph. So, I mean, as it stands now, the life totals are 5 to 5. That is what you can look at,
Essentially, yeah.
and it's 5 cards to 5 cards. Marco's going to draw down to 4 cards. Ooh, okay. So one thing that Salvato can do right now is just warp a Riddler, keep 2 cards in hand. Most of the time you want to draw 2, and Salvato could have.
Now he draws 2.
But now Marco's forced to draw 2.
Oh, that's so smart.
So it is now 3 to 4.
And now we can kill Unagi.
And the Unagi at Kyoshi Island is not a May.
That's
You
so
must
smart.
draw.
Yeah, I don't know why he flashed a Unagi now. That's going to lose him this game.
Killing the Unagi, clearing the way for Superior Spider-Man.
So what I would have done,
Let's see if the
let him
creatures
draw
can
an
kill
extra
the
card,
opponent before the
then
library
kill the
does.
demon,
And now,
and then on
that
end
is
step,
warped
you
out of
flash an
there.
Unagi.
And unless we see Monument.
Oh, Day of Judgment.
Because now
It's
he's
2
behind on cards in library.
So those would be stock-up cards, so pretty unlikely that they would be Monument. But that is the one out, as far as I see, and it would be incredible.
Unless Marco was so big-brained, he put it to the bottom, we just didn't see it.
And
Like,
maybe-
yes, this is something that could happen.
Maybe we didn't bring it in as well. That's a possibility. I would think it
What
would be
matchup
a
is it
solid
for,
card
then?
here. The control mirror, I would imagine for sure, but I mean, I would bring it in here too as well.
So 2 cards, no Unagi. Multiversal Passage.
Not even trying to draw cards off of Riddler. That's not a Monument.
Got excited for a second there. I'm like, oh, it's blue. No, it's the wrong one. I'm looking for
All
Friend
right,
Mom on a card.
one last card.
Lost card. Is it?
Monument?
Yep. No, not gonna get it done here for Marco. So Luis Salvato getting the victory here by milling out his opponent. Game 3, let's go.
Oh
So close.
boy.
That was sweet.
That really was a sweet game. It does make sense what Luis Salvato was telling me before that. Like game 1, said it's very rough, but man, game 2, his whole deck is hand disruption and card advantage, and then demons. You know,
That was a really good game 2 by Luis, though.
streamlined deck post-board.
Really, really smartly navigated. I like this. I like the interaction of playing the Doomsday card.
Normalized times 3.
Yes.
So I don't think Luis is going to have a good
The excruciating
time,
card, whatever it's called.
resolving
I really like that. It really changes the dynamic
But
what you think about.
Land, so Marco needs a land right now. Otherwise, you might have to main phase. Oh no, there was a holothon.
There's a
Okay.
phone, yeah,
Okay.
he's good.
And Tashana's Tidebinder is a really nice one. It counters a deceit, but you get a body.
Sure does. Stock up. He's going to get met with another normalize. That's 2 down for those of you keeping track at home.
2. Land out the draw was really good for Marco. He doesn't have red right now, but that's fine.
Okay.
You can either normalize,
Also
you can
consult
Tidebinder, he can consult a lot of things.
If Luis doesn't present any
Thank you,
threats
Bo.
here.
It's like we might be
There's
going
so many
for
words.
another
It's in the
card
bottom of my
advantage spell
screen, and I
here.
just didn't see
Either
it.
Winter Night Stories or Insatiable Avarice. Would kind of make
dumb.
sense to me,
Whatever.
at least, to go for Winter Night Stories first. But this is also the turn 4, where whenever your opponent can kick a Consult the Star Charts, I like to play my best spell. I was like, you need to choose between Consult or countering. And I think Salvato's best spell is the Avarice here, so I love that play. Marco did have both, had to make that decision, and you know, made the counter spell decision. So nice play from both players, I think.
Yep. Keeping Luis off of the cards there. Get lost to Shauna's Tidebinder times 2 and consult the star.
Luis
charts
looks
for
like
Marco.
so unbothered. Look at him. Like Marco looks like he's shaking a little bit. He's sweating a little bit, and Luis is just having a good day.
So
Like he smoked a bowl beforehand. He's just vibing.
Yeah, so I think Marco is actually considering here just main phase, consult the star charge.
Yeah.
And I think if he had perfect information, he would do that just to hit land drops. And I love this play from Marco. Because if we wait and Salvato was able to go
Main phase
Winter
kick,
Night
that seems fine.
Stories and then negate.
Oh, no.
Jeskai Rev and 2 land. So I bet, yeah, Rev land seems perfect. Didn't even get red land. As you really don't need
There's
red
a red land on top.
until later stages of the game, and that was a white red verge on the top, so we'll have land
Negate.
ready to go, and then
So what do you
let's
do?
see
You
some
play a
Tidebinders,
swamp.
pop off
You
here.
negate.
Nice draw here for Luis, finding Quantum
You Winter
Riddler.
Night. So what do you do? You hardcast Riddler, or you Winter
So he
Night
can
Stories
Riddler
and
and
negate
Winter
here,
Night Stories in the same turn if he wants to.
or Riddler
Or
warp
just
negate.
cast it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Plenty of
Riddler
options.
Stam, Riddler here. Exactly.
Or if it warps, it's.
Yes, there you go. There you go. Now another kind of cool piece of interaction is you can Winter
Not the
Night
works, just like
Stories
hard
and
slam
then
Riddler.
discard Riddler.
Sure.
To then Superior Spider-Man it, but
Yep.
yeah, love this play. God, both of these
I like
players
it.
have been playing such great Magic. I'm kind of looking at like what the best possible play.
Hey, what's the
is
downside to
with
this?
Seeing both hands,
Yeah.
and they keep
He's not.
making
Your
those
opponent is
plays
not at
without
7 mana
seeing
yet.
Each other's hands, so
It's the
turns
mark
out
of a
they're
great
pretty,
player.
pretty good players here.
Jeskai Revelation, get lost to Shauna's Tidebinder times 2 for Marco. Looks like he's going to kill this dear friend.
Salvato
Knew it was coming before it even happened.
Salvato's probably pretty fine with that, because now you can Superior Spider-Man it back.
Spider-Man.
With backup.
Yep.
Yeehaw.
So it comes in as the Riddler, and then
Then
the
it gets a
Tidebinder
trigger.
can counter
You can Tidebinder
the
this.
ability.
Yeah.
But it's still, so then it's just a 4/4?
Yeah, Negate can't do anything about that, unfortunately.
Yep, so it turns it into just a vanilla 4/6.
And it gets around his negate?
Or excuse me,
It's
just a
4/4
vanilla
still, right?
4/4, no flyer.
Yeah. So Shauna
But
says
named
no.
Quantum Riddler.
There's that Tidebinder token again. It lost right
Nice
away.
thing that we could
I think I just let this go. Do you want to negate this?
Maybe at an upkeep. Being
Oh.
It might even happen this upkeep. If we go upkeep, Archmage's Charm to exile this, and then you can draw 2 because you have a Riddler.
Beautiful.
That's so cool.
And, yeah, Salvato didn't even
Sick
think about it.
play.
He's like, yeah, this is great.
What a great turn.
And the other
I didn't see that
Sidebinder in hand,
Charm was
that's
his last
not
card.
countering Any,
So
there's no
upkeep
triggers that
draws
run
2
this
cards.
deck from drawing 2 cards to Riddler here, so
Woo!
no thing to be available, and Salvato is
That's sick.
definitely pulled ahead whenever you can have that ability to draw 2 from the Riddler.
And drew another Riddler.
I do love these if-then-else cards. You know, that kind of style. It's like, if this has happened, this is just a thing that is. There's no trigger, nothing like that happens or anything. It's just, this is it.
Yep. So nice. The lands or the maps kind of drew
All right,
2.
here's
and
Deceit, so probably going to get pumped with Tidebinder. Yep.
And now Marco really wants lands.
So to
be able
to explain
get
that
the rev going.
chat to you, Evoke is a delayed trigger. Even
Still never
if
gonna complain
you
about that,
stop
though. That's
the
for sure.
trigger of activated elemental that comes in,
Deck here holds for Marco.
because the delayed trigger of death still is on, it still happens. You don't, because normal interaction with Tidebinder, it just makes the creature a vanilla bear. But because the death trigger is delayed, it still dies. It's just a different trigger. It's a unique
Rest in
interaction.
peace. So let's see how much Marco
But it does come
actually
up.
values there not being a graveyard when there's already a Riddler. In
You don't
play.
usually
I
have very
think
many
it
delayed
does not
triggers
seem
in
good
Magic.
right now, but we'll see if Marco
But
agrees.
Evoke is one of them.
This has been a
There's
great
so many
match.
fucking rules to this game.
Both players
Pardon my
super
language
clean.
if I'm on a TV.
This is a win-and-in.
But there's so many rules. It's really hard.
Wins this game doesn't have to play
So
Magic
many
for the rest
layers.
of the day.
Yeah,
I
you're
think the
about to
rule book
see a
is at
very
like
happy player
600
from whichever one
rules
you
at this
pick.
point.
Maybe, yeah.
Either Salvato making a top 8
With a bunch
after
of like
it's been a little
asterisks,
bit
like
since it's been, on the
A,
Sunday
B, C,
stage,
D, E, F, G,
or
and
Marco,
a lot of
you know,
rules, or
shaking
like
off a
sub
couple
like
losses in a row
rule
to clinch it up after the best
50412B or
possible
something.
start that you can have after day one.
It's kind of crazy how many
Versus Reef, Water,
rules
Grave, Quantum Riddler
exist
versus
because of Magic.
Story. Gonna start things there for Luis. This card's popularity fell off once Vivi was out of the format, but seeing
Yeah.
it being played here.
Definitely
Throws away 2
more,
lands,
one
pretty
of,
good.
2 ofs
Yeah.
here in deck, but it's one of those cards that like having 1 or 2 in your deck just gives you so much longevity.
Yeah.
And gives you so much gas in the tank. But gas in the tank is not exactly what Salvato found. Had 5 lands plus 1 Riddler, so not amazing there. I mean, that's exactly what Marco needed to get back into this game, is Salvato have some awkward draws here.
Marco poised for a consult.
That's 5 lands, so he mapped twice for 2 lands. Winter Night Story, so he's only
Salvato
found
was
Riddler
just
and 5 lands
praying.
in the last 6
One
cards.
duress.
Yeah,
All he really
That's rough.
needed here. Something.
Just need to look in your hand, man.
Drew a Bitter Triumph.
No, but- oh,
Okay.
that's
Night
excellent.
Story's nice.
Harmonize this, no matter what. Get to discard 2 lands.
Duress?
There is 1 mana black card, but it's a.
Yeah, Insatiable Avarice.
Yeah. All right.
Full Claw's highest.
Okay.
That's
He
a hand
looked at a lot of
That's
cards this turn.
huge. That is absolutely huge. Being able to play that, I don't think Salvato's played a land. I could be wrong, but being able to heist here, we'll see Marco respond with Consult the Star Charts, and then Salvato just gets to take the best of 3 cards, which almost assuredly is going to be Revelation.
Oh, man.
Gift a card,
Marco's
take
gotta
Rev.
find a counter
Gift a
spell on top
card,
of
take
library
Rev.
here with an unpicked
Please.
Yeah, we'll see if we actually want
Please.
to do a gift here.
No, when it resolves, you draw.
If the gift is promised, you may cost that card.
Can't respond to that, Marco, if it resolves.
Louis, would you like, I don't think he wants to give him a card, would you like to cast Jessica?
You can't respond to the draw trigger.
I think Salvato's going to be giving him a card. Like, I think so. Like, because the fact that you can have a Jeskai Revelation of your own ready to go. And
Please
I think that's
take Jeskai Rev.
But we'll see. Might be still thinking about it.
The death trigger on Evoke is a
Marco
delayed
does
trigger.
have the thought of, oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, I mean.
So the thought of either just casting it to try to find a No More Lies,
yeah,
or consulting for the full value.
That's why when you Tidebinder an Evoke creature, the delayed trigger still happens even if the trigger goes on the stack.
And then I can consult either. So all
because
three
it's
modes
a
on that
static
would have been
effect
important.
death trigger, I think is the term.
So that was in air quotes the worst play you could do because it had a risk, right?
It had the highest upside, though.
The highest upside of being able to counter this, but if you miss, all of a sudden you took an extra card away from yourself. So, I mean, I think I like the risk because Salvato having access to a Jeskai Revelation, you do have to pay the mana.
Yeah, yeah.
But
You could Tidebinder the Evoke trigger.
Yeah, it's any,
any kind of mana.
In true black spell fashion, any mana of any kind can be taken. So,
But you're definitely not going to do that.
Gets to draw the card off of that as well.
Oh, Jeskai Rev is taken. Let's go.
Jeskai Revelation yoinked out of his hand. I've never seen
Let's go.
snatch there from Luis.
Maybe the fastest revelation possible.
I'm sorry, Jeskai player. I want to Rev cast against you because that's just sick.
Salvato has 7 mana and can just.
Let's look at the actual phrasing for the term.
Your opponent is at 8.
That's a land off the top. That's not what Marco wants to see. Now he's going to have to rely on this Consult the Star Charts to go digging for an answer. Thundering Falls, perhaps the way to start. Go and check, see what's on top. Get that land out of there. We don't want to be drawing that. Thank you so much.
And I feel like with Salvato having the gates in his sideboard.
Because both Evoke trigger and the other ETB trigger put on the stack at the same time, but so by the time you counter the EPB trigger, the Evoke trigger is also in the stack and resolve, and
doesn't have to fire it off at this very second.
Yeah.
Deshaun's Tidebinder contemplating an attack. I think it might just be on chump duty at this point.
Yep.
Before
And because the death trigger is a delayed interaction, you would have to counter the Evoke trigger itself, which you would never do with the Tidebinder unless you play your own Tidebinder.
I pick up Bring Her the Last Gift.
Yeah.
That's what I do. But now this is...
Let's just bring back your best creature.
Yeah, Dimir value.
Yep, you're right,
creatures
Bungie.
That do very
Kinda like
powerful
that.
things in the graveyard.
Okay, there's a replacement. Jeskai Revelation. A Get Lost for the creature. That's pretty...
It looks like 2 Jeskai Revelations to hand.
No,
So, all right, given enough time...
it's still a static effect that's put on the creature because you evoked it.
Marco would just lose the game on the spot because you Jeskai
That's why the
Revelation,
creature
you
still
go
dies,
upstairs and bounce
even if it gets Tidebindered.
I guess you can just replay...
Recast Tidebinder.
Yeah.
So Flash Threat will keep him alive. And then the turns could table.
Yeah, and kept the Consult instead of another Revelation. I mean, one nice thing about leaving a Jeskai Revelation, not selecting one there, is if you do Doomsday, you know that card's on the bottom. You can draw one of them.
Drew another Jeskai Rev. That's cute.
Draws you cards too, right? So it's not something you want to be playing
yeah, that's fair.
too late.
That is also very fair.
This is where we like cards that have the word put on them. Because I'm not drawing.
Yeah.
Stuck up to kick things off here for Luis.
So Salvato just saying this is not a turn where I'm going to Jeskai Revelation.
Oh, duress.
And a deceit.
Duress and deceit. Just slam that from Salvato. It's like, all I need to do is look at your hand and take the Revelation that you assuredly picked, right?
Yeah, you have to have picked that. And that is what he's going to be rewarded with. So actually going for the Consult the Star Charts, making sure there's no outs. And now Deceit gets that out of hand. And now we are cooking down to 4.
And you know
Lewis has played this so well.
Salvato's acting really fast. He can feel it.
You can feel it, but don't make mistakes now. Now's where you got to slow down and just make sure.
That's No More Lies.
That is it. Luis Salvato makes it into the top 8. Congratulations to him. Hell yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So awesome to see him make it. Won the last 6 rounds in a row. You
Look
can
at him
tell
go.
what it means to him.
Look at him go.
Oh,
Absolutely wonderful stuff there from our feature match, Eric. Congratulations to Luis.
The Jeskai
Marco,
control player
you're gonna
has to win the
have
last round to be
duke it
in.
out one more
He still has a
time,
chance.
guys, so commiserations there, but absolutely awesome to see Luis in another top 8.
He still has a chance. It does suck losing multiple times in a row, though.
If you're not getting goosebumps when you see those
Crazy
kind of
game.
moments, you know, like you just don't love competitive Magic enough, because that is the good stuff
That was
right
beautiful.
there.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff, friends. We got more Magic for you, so don't go anywhere. Quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
So Luis, all he has to do is draw in his last round and he's fine. It was crazy though. Great game. Alright, time to get DMCA striked again for the next 2 minutes. I'm sorry guys. No, I'm actually not joking. This song got DMCA striked yesterday from the live stream. Yeah, if the Jeskai player wins the next round, he still has a chance for top 8. But the winner of that game gets guaranteed to top 8. So I'm gonna stand up for a second. In 2 minutes. I'm gonna go get more water and I will be right back. Hey, look at that, under the 2 minute window. Yeah, we're anti-Badger
Welcome back
today.
to coverage of Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed here in Richmond, Virginia. We are in the final rounds of our day 2 of competition.
I'm healthy today. I have carrots this time.
Magic territory.
It's
We've
not
just
beer, it's
seen
carrots.
Luis Salvato get his spot in the top 8 in a spectacular match. If you missed it, please go back and watch it because it was just, oh, so good. And now we get to see yet another winning in, dear friends. We are going to jump in here with Tony Portolán up against Francisco.
You know we're hating on the
Sanchez.
lessons deck, so we're rooting for Tony,
Is it
right?
lessons?
Right?
Corey, what do you like? How does this matchup play?
Yeah, this is a really interesting one. It's really hard to know exactly how the matchups play when Tony's deck is in play because this Teamer Harmonizer deck didn't exist Thursday.
Yeah.
You know, it was not a thing that we were seeing, so... But I would say the deck that is trying to draw a bunch of cards and has a ton of interaction would maybe be slightly favored, but honestly, I could see it being completely the other side too. It is a very interesting matchup that will definitely go very long.
Absolutely. Well, we are joining these players in game number 2. Francisco Sanchez, also known as Patchy, won a lengthy game 1, 28 minutes.
To be fair, this is only the second lessons deck we've seen, and we have not seen Simic Badger all weekend.
Our Edge of Eternity's runner-up.
Only the Bant Airbending twice and one of the
if you recognize him, well, he's also
5-color Harmonizer deck.
Second in our Player of the Year race for last year. So.
Absolutely. And Francisco there was playing against Michael Plummer, where Francisco was playing the slow control deck. Plummer was playing the combo deck. Almost the exact same dynamic here between these two players.
Sure is abandoned attachments here for Francisco. Going to chuck that combustion technique. Grand has been taken care of too, so lesson count 2 for those of you keeping track.
And lesson counts as far as the lessons deck that we've seen at the top tables here on day number 2. Not many. We have not seen a ton of this deck, so maybe didn't have that super strong of a weekend so far.
I also think the cub population has been culled.
Yeah.
I bet airbending is fun. I want to play it on Arena, but it's impossible to do loops on Arena.
Maybe both not
because
doing well,
your opponent will time you out.
Two most popular decks.
Really shitty.
So far,
I wish Arena was better about doing combos.
We wouldn't be saying that 3 days ago when
we
we were looking at the metagame.
Oh,
like Magic Online is a little better, but it's still not good.
In the hands of Louis, so that's our first top 8 spot locked up.
And main phase. Oh no, okay, that was the incept. So wow, Tony just did not play a land there. That was just a draw go. Definitely huge advantage, Francisco.
Which looks really bad. Now the Lessons player is digging pretty deep.
Looking too hot. There's a land off the top for Tony.
These players are in the exact same boat as Salvato.
Oh yeah, I'm surprised that you have Pro Tour sleeves there, right? But they don't have the Lorwyn symbol on him. That would be kind of cool if they had that special stamp.
And hope for the tiebreakers.
Yeah. Basically, you want to keep your accumulate wisdom. You want to keep your destiny in your own hands. So get to those.
Make your opponent either quit or hate your life.
Wins to lock up the top 8
That's fair.
The final round of competition, because that's when.
Usually, when my opponent has the combo and they do it like 2 or 3 times on Arena, I just concede. Like, you got it. Cool. I'm not going to scum you out.
Mode, but it was a 2-drop. So
but I imagine a lot of people don't play like that.
Her spell snare works very effectively against it.
And attachments.
Yeah, once you get the lock going, it's insane how impossible it is to get out under lock, because you have Angs in exile, you have Appas, you can just like bounce Ang and Appa over and over again and infinitely like airbend their shit.
We saw a couple of full boars there. I didn't see the Mind Form harmonized.
What I think I saw was like.
Or you just kill them with Badger Mole or Bended Lands.
Cards that are anti-monument.
We were talking about that yesterday. Does the Airbender combo deck go away if Badger gets banned? And I don't think it does, because the deck existed before the Badger inclusion, and it could probably just add another.
To see something like Artist Talent trimmed down.
Yeah, I mean he's just.
You could probably just add a couple other cards or more interaction in that spot over Badger.
What matters, and then
or add
eventually.
What is that recruiter card? When it comes in, it gives everything +1/+1 in haste. It's white on sorcery, red on the creature side. Like you can play one of or something like that.
Gotta respect Gran.
Oh yeah.
There's 2 mono reds that register.
Riddler, an option in the sideboard for Francisco. And that's so we could see it become that kind of game.
Yeah, that's all 4 of our abandoned attachments, and I see multiple.
And I don't think we've seen them in the standings. We can look after today to see where like mono red is.
When you have 1 mana left over, but with just so many of those cards that Francisco has, you kind of just throw it out. But
because you know, no matter what, a couple people are going to play mono red. It's going to happen.
Here's the spell snare Francisco's been sitting on for a long time, I imagine. Wow, okay.
Let's go. All right.
Saving that for a little bit later, maybe not a card I saw.
Soul Guide Lantern now.
That's big.
Right, Badger lets you win the same turn, but there's other options you can also win the same turn, is the thought.
This out there, and if there's another spell pierce, you just gotta feel
like the deck doesn't get neutered if it loses Badger, it just gets a little slowed down, is the idea. Oh look, Ancestral Recall.
Now gets to get the cards, so Soul Guide Lantern hits the board, exiles that from the yard, and
what were they calling it yesterday? The senior discount when Gran is activated, or a Gran is online.
Maybe not the absolute biggest.
I think that's my favorite saying ever.
Is 3 of the Accumulate Wisdom, but of course there is Storm Chaser's Talent to bring those back if that's the version Francisco is playing.
Doesn't look like he's got that.
Mainboard Riddler in Lessons, nice.
I
wonder how many he's playing.
Ahead. It'll quench more disruptive, slower versions. And hey, I mean, if Lessons isn't doing that well as far as the traditional version, the otters and stuff, change it up a bit and maybe you'll have some more success. And I do think this version seems better, being able to play 2-3 steps ahead as well as it'll quench you.
Draw card.
Yeah, definitely being able to protect whatever it is
Draw
you're trying
card.
to resolve or what you have on the board already.
Interesting.
You know, so Francisco
his hand must be really, really bad then.
Towards, if they're still in the main deck, you know,
I guess because this is not the main feature match, we don't have the guy with the pad behind him telling us what cards they have, which is unfortunate.
We shall see.
And it looks like Tony was kind of even agreeing with that assessment without Storm Chaser's Talent. Just sack the Lantern, draw a card. The graveyard doesn't matter as much anymore with all these Accumulate Wisdoms already cast.
Negate says no thanks to Earthbender Ascension.
Speaking of a card that has so many copies of it, Negate.
So we won't be getting any landfall triggers of importance.
Main deck Negate, sweet.
Until we find out Mindful.
Should we play the Lessons deck one time this week as one last hurrah before it gets banned?
Removal spell, broadside barrage.
I played it once before and went like 8-2.
Still, so a
Deck is very hard to pilot.
Barrage just deals 5, right?
Well, there goes Gran. She didn't live very long.
Yeah. Doesn't scale, so can't kill a 4/6 friend. Okay. Tony, not interested in deploying any threats to the board here or attempting anything.
We'll see if it's Riddler time here.
One of actually my favorite prized possessions is one of the OG Negates that's foil that I have in my collection. It's in one of my Pauper decks.
Pass a turn back.
When I used to play Magic, I have like 12 Pauper decks, like the OG Pauper. They're probably banned cards in there and outdated, but I have one foil Negate in there. That and I have a Japanese, or I have a Russian Thoughtseize. One of the first tournaments I ever won was around Theros.
Fetch lands.
When Thoughtseize was printed.
Go fetch a thing and then come back.
And one of the prizes was a Russian booster, or a Russian booster bucket. A Russian booster box of Theros. And the first pack I opened had a Thoughtseize in it. And I've had that card ever since. I will never sell that card.
Be flooding out a bit up there.
Needs to discard some stuff, man.
I can go find those cards for you too if you guys want to see them.
Play all your cards and draw 2 off Riddler, but this is what Tony needed.
Oh, 2 stock ups.
I was gonna say.
Well, yeah, when I sold out 8 years ago, I kept specifically one EDH deck, all my Pauper decks, and that one Thoughtseize.
So Tony is stocked up to say the least.
I was about to say, would you say stocks are up?
Yes, I would indeed say that.
Stocks are up. Hey, we got a new phrase to say.
Not financial experts. Please do not take our
My stocks are up, guys.
Stonks, as the kids say, I believe.
I'm not going to say stonks. No. What cards do you think will get banned? I want Badger to be banned. I would like Ancestral Recall, Wisdom to get banned. Because it just should not exist in Standard.
Elusive Hunter now.
In a perfect world, I would like those to be gone. I would like... Cavero has not done well this tournament, but I would like to see Bringer go away. We are showcasing why that Cavero can live just fine. Superior Spider-Man will live just fine. Without Bringer, but having...
Francisco
having Living End in Standard, I don't think is very healthy, personally. But it could be just fine because it's getting crapped on at the Pro Tour. We'll see. And then Storm Chaser's Talent. I wish that card would go away. I'm surprised that card didn't get banned originally when...
if you can count to 28, chances
what was that one card that got...
Don't have enough fingers and toes, so I gotta go.
That was like... that got nixed a while ago.
Yes, exactly.
Stock up once again.
And
hey,
cards
okay.
2025 Standard.
And I would wonder, I would imagine this isn't a matchup where you can, or any matchup you could take out full bore, but if there is any
not
matchup
Abuelos,
where you do trim
it's
on
not.
something like that, it would be...
This town ain't big enough.
You know, up against the deck.
This town ain't big enough. I'm surprised Storm Chaser Town did get banned.
Like, that you can't cut.
Because oftentimes, if you're playing blue, like not the Lessons deck, you have to do the Boomerang Basics.
You know, you're just playing these mid-range creatures.
Caretaker's Talent thing, or you're just not good enough in blue. And according to Wizard's last banning, is if a card pigeonholes a color archetype to specifically, you have to play this or you're not good enough, it's not okay for the format. They did that with the last banning, so I think that card falls under that.
So just
but unfortunately,
on board here for Tony.
Like it's diverse, but the format is you play Badger or you made a deck to counter Badger. It's hard to call that diverse rather than just like there's so many decks not trying to fight one card, right? It's weird to call that diverse.
I mean, you can, but you can't kick it with.
When on the surface level, it's Badger or do I hate on Badger, right?
Double blue needed for that, so unfortunately not on the cards.
I would like Badger gone for sure.
So I'm guessing
that card would have been fine, I think, if it was legendary. But the fact it's not legendary is insane.
You already have 9
Even then, you could still like turn 3 Crater Hoof,
light
right?
Total largely doesn't matter, just because
Even if it was legendary, it should just go.
Like
It should just go.
Power attacker, so taking the 1 or 2 damage here doesn't seem that relevant, but
people are going to be sad that they're going to lose like $200 in cardboard when Badger goes away, but it's just not good for this format.
Maybe.
Maybe.
It sucks that there's so many bannings, but this is Wizards' fault for not actual play testing and testing their product before it gets released.
Yeah, that one could be.
There's a chance that they say it's balanced. God, that is a concern.
That is an option. Is it in the deck though?
Yeah, it doesn't seem
no,
we're playing
like
that one.
That would have been sweet, but alas, no.
Time will tell, right? Time will tell.
Not the X spell we are looking.
We have 8 days until the ban restriction announcement.
Available for the turn when Tony goes for it.
Nice.
And yeah, that is just a ton of interaction. It'll quench Iroh's demonstration, broadside barrage.
This is looking really bad for
that is a classic
Tony.
hand of no.
Yep.
If you go for
you'd
the
like
combo,
to participate? No.
If you go for the combo, Francisco has plenty of ways to stop it. But that being said, Tony is building to this point where Tony's going to have multiple things to do. Like maybe
We know that Tony is very patient, so he can win out of nowhere. We know this. It's 2 cards, and he can just win on the spot.
From multiple different angles.
I guess the one
Stock up band.
You know, we might want to have a
get rid of the
for Tony side of
get rid of
things
it.
Is, you know,
get it out of here.
Things like combustion techniques still exist.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is a clean way to kill any size creature,
Yeah.
depending on the size of the graveyard. So broadside barrage.
Right, that's the same. That's kind of the same argument, right? Like a Boiler's Awakening was banned, but not Omniscience. Talonite Bending was banned instead of like they banned cards that made the deck work.
You can tell someone just made it to the top 8. That is probably my favorite part of this stage of Pro Tours.
But they didn't ban the problem card to begin with, and I think that's a weird choice.
I think that was Luis's.
That might have been Salvado.
If you hear a vamos, then most certainly.
Yeah, absolutely.
It'll quench combustion technique in hand.
Yeah, ban it right before it gets reprinted with its special printing would be wild. Granted, they did that with Vivi, right? They waited until Vivi got printed in the special Christmas bullshit, the Christmas holiday set, instead of just banning it when it should have been banned.
Your opponent's going to pay for it, but you get the trigger off of the artist's talent if desperation calls. But you know, as it stands, Francisco is sitting very comfortable right now.
Francisco is 2 attacks with a Quantum Riddler away from back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s. I mean, we had Worlds in between, but outside of that, you know, this is the last Pro Tour was Edge of Eternity, and seeing him take second in that.
That would be a hell of a take.
One better now, right?
Yeah.
Every deck that's in top 8, just cut a card from all of it. Every single Pro Tour. So we're having 4 bannings a year. You know, 3 from Pro Tours, 1 from Worlds. This card was too good. Ban hammer.
The Magic Online Championship a lot.
That would tank. That would tank the collective market.
Okay, here's the turn.
Actually, I'm kind of okay with that.
Thanks, judges. All
right, here we go.
Haste, trample.
The one thing about Spell Snare does not target any of the combo here, so.
Sure doesn't. It's gonna be that combustion
Luca,
technique,
thank you for the sub on YouTube. I appreciate you. Welcome on Kindness Crew.
With combustion technique.
For profit reasons, yeah. Very likely some of the bannings are for profit reasons.
That's the best option for it.
Yeah,
I mean, the CEO of Wizards is being sued by the shareholders, right?
On the stack, Tony can choose to like Spell Snare it before you do some looting. And looks like
Yes, yes.
It's in response to the trigger, yeah.
2 mana, negate or Spider Sense, I would imagine.
3 cards, right?
Yeah, Spidey Sense. What does Francisco have to deal with this?
Spell Snare.
Sure does.
Let's get this stack in.
Yeah, let's get some cool visual here.
Yes, here it is. There's nothing like a
I
good
love
stack
stacks
here
like
for
this,
winning
guys.
at the Pro.
Oh, yeah.
And this will decide the game if we're going to game 3 or if Francisco is going to.
Well, this is game 2. I just realized. Okay. I missed that on the red dot over there.
Players need to be a little aware of the clock too, because if this does go to game 3, they're gonna have to hustle.
I really hate how there's 7 sets now. I'm gonna be burnt out making so many set content. I feel.
Okay, so
I will have to take breaks from streaming this year a few times. I hope that will be okay. But I'm committed to try to make fun content for you guys.
So there's a trigger for this one as well.
trigger on the stack for this one.
Like I said yesterday, I think it'd be really fun to do like paper magic, kind of like what Mango Workshop does, and have like a one-on-one with like friendly banter, like paper magic. I think that would be fun to make videos like that, but I just don't have the money.
Songcrafter Mage?
Songcrafter Mage?
Something from the yard?
Well, remember what I said about turn 15 it'll quenches?
Yeah?
As I was saying, they're awesome. They work every time.
It'll quench you. Oh, he does still have one land up. He's got 2 lands.
It's the
paper, right?
quenchiest,
No,
man.
not the escape tunnel doesn't add mana.
Oh, you're right. No.
Oh, that was such a sweet stack.
Oh my
indeed the quenchiest.
Goodness, it is.
Candyland?
Drink cactus juice, friends.
Oh man, that was
What a
huge.
great stack.
And I mean, that was a choice for Tony to, you know, not crack the escape tunnel basically at any point of the game. But you do kind of need that trigger. Tony needed that trigger to double the power and stuff. So
What a fun turn.
Man.
He did. Wowza. Francisco winning that.
Oh, and then
stack
now you
battle
get
there.
behind
Tony
because he drew a
just left
monument.
with 1 island open, and now we see Monument to Endurance along with Artist Talent. You got to think it's lights out from here, man.
This is it.
This is it.
This is
And
it.
here comes-
No matter what, you attack with the Riddler, you discard, take 3, and then during Francisco's turn,
When he
or just
draws
right
2
now,
cards because the
you
Riddler's
say
out, that was
lose
his last
3
card.
Again, and Francisco is going to be heading
And then he
into
draws
the
off
top
Monument.
8 here of Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse.
Back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s for Francisco
And then he has Ancestral
Sanchez.
Recall?
Going through the motions, and that is it.
Oh.
Tony Bonlon extends the handshake.
Dude, lessons.
Congratulations
Oh, man.
to Francisco.
I can't be mad
What a
about
way to
that.
do
That
it.
was a heck of a
What
turn.
An amazing way to do it, and maybe a
Friend of
little
mine
bit
wants
of different
bad
reactions there
Ouroboros
from
ban.
Salvato
Much more
and,
composed.
I don't think that's the problem.
Because, well, you know, when you just top 8
Ouroboros was fine and it was fringe. The fact that Badger makes 2.
I mean, what an accomplishment to make back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s. Of course, you know, maybe didn't top 8 Worlds, but still.
And you can do things with
That's just
the
insane.
spider
To
card that
top 8 any
untaps.
of these events,
So you
my
just put
friends,
multiple
is
bodies out of
insane.
turn and an
So,
Ouroboros
big
is definitely a
congratulations
problem.
I tried for 13 years.
Ouroboros itself,
Didn't do it.
I don't think
once,
is
so we're good.
a problem.
Is it Lessons now makes it into the top 8?
Cub
in
has
the
to be
hands of
before it,
Francisco. We are going
personally.
to head to break, friends, and when we come back, we're going to have the news desk.
Creature equal to the CMC of its power, you make a clone of it. Like it's just going to go back to that Simic version again, and that deck was not impressive. Like it existed as a Simic aggro shell, but it wasn't as scary as like Badger Mole or Bullroid Craterhoof, right? And Harmonizer definitely loses most of its power because the fact you can like Badger, harmonize card to get Badger, and then you can play a Craterhoof in one turn is just too disgusting. And again, these are just my opinions. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just talking from my standpoint, you know? Darunith, that's the name, thank you. Oh, Mason's 37. Oh, people were asking about Jim Davis. He went 4-4 yesterday, and the last time we saw his name, he was 5-7. So he has to win out to make a Pro Tour re-invite. He has to win every round of Standard to get back to the Pro Tour, or something like that. Reed Duke, let's go, buddy. I like Reed Duke. I wish I could meet him in person. I've heard nothing but good things. Zevin made it. Yeah, you're right. If he wins one more, that means Flash is good enough for the Pro Tour. Oh, I was going to show you this earlier.
It's coming soon.
We were talking about this on stream. So
Pack 2 here.
one of the newer
for
players.
Marco.
It's just gonna be a second. We'll go back live. So see, Here's the stamping that you have on these cards. This stamping is unique to this Pro Tour and will only be in these Pro Tours. So there's only so you can't cheat. Like you can't go run to a vendor and buy another card. They won't have this stamp. Is one of the reasons, but also like these cards now have unique value because say like the player who won the Pro Tour opened up this rare and we know it's special because it's stamped, right? So
everybody.
I just wanted to point out the stamping because some people don't play Paper Magic that have been in stream today, and I just wanted to point that out. We were talking about it earlier.
Cedric Phillips with you here. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out what's been going on in the tournament so far. We have 2 people who are feeling very happy indeed. They are first 2 members of our top 8. That is Francisco Sanchez and Luis Salvato, who have locked up their spots and can now
so Francisco and Luis can just draw this next round
for tomorrow's top 8 indeed. Then we have 6 players behind them on 11 and 3.
Or they can draw the next 2 rounds and make it.
More of those spots coming up. A lot of big names on the screen as well. Eduardo Sajgalek, Tony Portolan, we saw him last round, sitting at 11 and 3 right now here. Andy Garcia Romo is sitting at 10 and 4, as well as Ken Yukihiro at 10 and 4.
All right, please not give us another markup matchup, please. I'm a fan of the Jeskai control, but we've seen this guy on camera 6 rounds today.
Had a chance to talk to 2 very excited people who locked up their spots in the top 8 last round. Let's hear from them right now.
Can we see a different deck? Maybe something that's still on the Pro Tour?
He's still
He's so excited.
Up. Luis Salvato, big win into the top 8 here at Richmond. Now, you were playing a really cool Demir deck, which I know we're going to learn more
Reed Duke
about.
is playing the same deck that Salvato is playing.
So a little control on
His entire team
Did you think you were in a good spot coming into the matchup?
Well, luckily for me, it's 2 games post-board and only 1 pre-board. We are the underdogs. We are our deck full of black cards that do only kill stuff. But game 2 and 3, our plan is super good. Everyone knows that in the control mirrors, the one with these cards can handle the game, you know. And with the help of Riddlers, it's super easy to manage all the things. With the special touch of the 2-mana discard, taking the relation, we tested that.
Very good testing, very good testing. So you've won a Pro Tour before. You won Pro Tour Rivals of Ixalan in Bilbao many moons ago. You were here in Richmond. You were telling me just a minute ago, this is where, I'll let you say it, this is where what?
This is a table where I play the playoff for Play of the Year. So I think Richmond has a special feeling with me.
Maybe top 8 and win a Pro Tour in Richmond? 2 Pro Tour wins, maybe?
Yeah, of course. You know, I came here to reach 8 wins to change some more Pro Tours, and I found gold. So tonight we test, and I want to have that big problem of carrying the trophy to Argentina. That's going to be a huge problem that I'm willing to do.
Well, we hope you have that problem, buddy. It's so good to have you back. Good luck tomorrow. Francisco Sanchez, a huge win against Tony Portolan with, is it Lessons? A deck that not played as much as people thought coming into the weekend, but you are playing a strategy that dominated the World Championship and maybe dominates this weekend. Why'd you choose this deck?
This deck has been seen a lot of play before, but it has been doing poorly in the RCs with a low win rate percentage. But I thought it's because people who played it didn't put a lot of effort and didn't really learn how to play it.
Yep.
So we did, and we did well. We had a very good list prepared for the meta, and yeah, amazing result for the weekend. And also my teammates did well as well with the deck.
Lessons a very difficult deck to pilot. For sure.
So last time we really saw you make a deep run, it was a Pro Tour Edge of Eternities.
And we definitely have played against a lot of Lessons players on stream who
now at that tournament in Atlanta,
made a lot of mistakes, and we could tell.
In top 8 here at Richmond.
But Lessons is definitely one of those decks, like you make one small mistake, it comes crumbling down, but if you play clean, the deck is scary, right?
So this is the first step.
So I agree with this interview.
Tomorrow.
Well, we are looking forward
Ancestral
to
Recall.
watching you give a few more players some pretty tough lessons.
Or
Francisco, congratulations.
Senior Citizen Grandcestral Recall. Got to get the discount.
Players here locking up spots in our top 8.
All right, let's see what we got now.
Take a look at how our top 8 is shaping up here at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse. We've got a lot more people to add to it here and 2 more rounds to do it. So we don't have a lot of time, but what that means is you do not want to miss the next few rounds here coming up, because we're going to have at least 3 more win-ins coming up in round number 15 here in this round, and 2 people locking up their spots, Luis Salvato and Francisco Sanchez, into our top 8 so far. Take a peek. Here they are. but they need some friends here in our top 8, and we are going to give it to him. I love Luis's celebratory dance upon making top 8 as well. So very happy. Well done. Francisco Sanchez also extremely happy.
I don't know what about it, but his face just looks so tired.
That's all you have to do. Come back, top 8 again, and then do a little bit better the next time.
Yeah, a little better.
Not fun to play in paper?
Yeah, exactly. Just one better.
One better.
Monty's been talking us through some cool sideboarding decisions the players have been making with their standard decks this weekend. Who are we looking at this
We
week?
talked about it,
Okay,
like
so
what
we're
would we
going
want to
to
play
look
this
at Marco
weekend
Bellocca.
if you had the
Up
chance.
to this
And I think
point,
one of
we've
the
seen
first
Is It
things that
Lessons,
everyone
which
said was Jeskai
a
control.
proactive deck with a very normal
Speaking
use
of.
sideboarding. Then we saw a 5-color rhythm deck that had a toolbox sideboard. Now for Jeskai Control, well, we get to look at a reactive deck. And
Again,
something
can we
that Jeskai
please
Control
have a
has
different
done
deck on camera
is
than Jeskai
they've
Control?
made
Please.
their main deck very reactive as well, and overloaded on cards that you may see in sideboards normally. So they have cards like Spell Snare and Rest in Peace and Day of Judgment in their main deck. What does this do for the sideboard? Well, it means that you can be a little more ambitious with the cards that you have here. You don't have to use slots for Spell Snare, for example. So now there's River Churn's Monument and Voice of Victory, cards that have incredible impact in very specific matchups, because for Jeskai Control,
holy shit,
after game 1, your
holy
goal
shit,
is
my
for
very
your deck
first member
to
on
have
YouTube.
only good cards
Snotman.
against whatever strategy you're
All the love. Welcome to the Unkindness
so that
crew.
means that if
Thank
you
you
are
so
against
much
a
to the first
non-creature-based
ever member.
strategy, you need to have enough
Thank you,
cards in
thank
your
you, thank you.
sideboard where you
I
can
really
cut
appreciate the
these
support.
Day of
You are
Judgments.
number
You
one,
can
brother.
Cut these cards that have no impact in the matchup.
You will ever be number one,
and
Mr.
still
Snotman. What a
present
great
deck
name.
that is full of
Thank you,
answers
thank you, thank
and
you.
full of
Holy
relevant
crap.
cards in the matchup.
I didn't know that
So
was
you get
ever
to
going to
see
happen.
a higher ceiling for what the sideboard can present, because you don't need as many slots dedicated
Welcome,
to just
buddy.
rounding out things, and instead
Here's
you
some
get to raise
sweet
your ceiling, which is what
hearts for
control
you.
decks are trying
Thank
to
you
do
so
on
much.
sideboard.
I like
That
my
means a lot
method
to me.
of sideboarding, which is to take out the crinkled piece of paper that's in my pocket that has what I'm supposed to do written on it.
Yeah, Maria, but where did the paper come from?
Yeah, exactly. All right, Cedric, it's time to do a check-in on our teams in the room. How are they doing? Who's winning?
Happy to do it. Looking forward to diving in. We've got some teams that are performing very well this week, and we are going to start with the Boulder. Some familiar faces have teamed up here. You're going to see some
The
records that
Boulder
are
is
rather
conflicted.
impressive with Andy Garcia.
Ooh, Andy can fight in.
Packer at 10-4. Worth noting that every member of the Boulder made day number 2 of competition, but as things do currently stand, none of these players are in the top 8. They're on the outside looking in. Jumping on over to the Italians, a small team of players all from the same country.
Ooh, the
who have teamed
Italians.
up here to
We all
have a
know they
very
brought
nice
the
tournament.
Spelementals
and
deck.
Marco Bellocca was the player who
Right.
was our last undefeated player, top of the standings after day number 1, has missed on the couple of win-ins, but still has an opportunity to make the top 8. But just like the last team, the Boulder, this team, the Italians, currently has no players into the top 8. We are going to continue this theme here with Moriyama Japan, a team coverage regularly, you know rather well. Ken Yukihiro, of course.
Ken Yukihiro
the
can make
reigning
top 8.
Player of the year, Yuki Ishikawa. We have
everyone
seen
at X
win
and 4 can
many
make
a
top
match.
8.
Shuhei
So this next
Nakamura,
round
that
is
Hall
everything.
of Famer, not his best tournament. And
It's an
again,
old
the
name.
recurring theme here is
Well, I
a
still
lot of the
appreciate it
players
anyways.
have really,
Holy
really nice
shit.
records, especially
Buff.
on the left side of that graphic.
Mr. J
None of them
Slayer,
are
the
into
second
top
member
8. So now, as we take a
on
nice
YouTube.
little
Thank you so much, guys, for the
overview
support
of the
and
team,
hanging
the
out
Boulder.
and
The
making me
Italians, Moriyama
having a
Japan,
lot of
their
fun
win
and doing and making
59,
content for you guys.
57.1,
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
56. That's all well and
All
good.
the love.
Consistency is a beautiful thing, but at the end of the day, the thing that you remember when
Also,
watching the Pro
Flint
Tour
Ravenspear.
is who made the
Thank you
top
for the
8,
sub on YouTube.
not
I appreciate
who
you.
Went 10-6.
I'm sorry I had no
not
notifications
who
that pop up from
requeued.
YouTube.
We want to see some
I can
players
fix that
from
if you
these
guys want.
teams make the top 8. It's put up or shut up time with 2
But thank you, thank you, thank you
left.
to both
I
of you
hope
guys.
some members of each of those
Snot
teams
and
make the
Buff.
top 8.
Best
All right,
friends.
we'll find out what happens. Let's set up our next feature match here for our second to last round of Swiss here on day 2 of competition. We're going to watch Eduardo Sajgalik on Is It Elementals up against Marco Bellocca on Jeskai Control. This is Marco Bellocca's 3rd attempt at a win-and-in. Will this be the one? Not if Eduardo Sajgalik has anything to say about it. It's a win-and-in for him too.
And
Let's get to meet the
and
players.
I was
Eduardo
going to make
Sajgalik
combat
on
for
Team
members only
Woodland
this year too.
Council.
So
Was
you
their
guys have
limited
special
coach
stuff
for a
only
long
you get
time, and
access
this
to,
time he said,
like early
"Hey, I
access
get to
videos
play
this
in
year.
this
So
tournament." So welcome, Eduardo. Happy to see you here today. Top 8 Pro Tour returned to Ravnica in 2012, trying to Pro Tour top 8.
Are we
another
doing
time
national teams here? What do you mean,
this
Tobias?
Weekend. Let's take a look at his journey in the tournament so far, Cedric.
We will take a dive through. It started off with a loss, never a great feeling, but back-to-back wins there over Zevin and Kenta, excuse me, meant that Eduardo got off to a nice little start there and then strung together a couple of wins
I like
before a
seeing
loss to close out the
non-Badger
day
decks.
to a player that's in the top 8, Luis
But
Salvato.
brother, you've been on camera
Best
6
draft
rounds
is gonna be
of
a 4-2 draft record. Very important is the draft record in
8
any pro tour.
today.
We keep stats on
That's
those
so
players
many.
that have good draft records. They oftentimes do make the top
1,
8, so
2,
they can't
3,
live with
4,
a
5,
bad
6. Yeah,
one.
he's been on
And
6
then
rounds of total 8 today. We need someone else,
so
please.
This deck that Eduardo has brought this weekend has been very, very good, and this is the opportunity to
2
show
more
just
rounds.
how good it is. A Win Hero Jeskai control would put him in to the top 8.
All right, let's take a look at the opponent. Marco Balaka is third time the charm here for his attempt to make top 8 in his win.
We get Jeskai again.
8-0 this morning into 11-3. So not exactly the kind of day he wanted to have here on day 2. Some people say it's the undefeated player's curse not to make the top 8. We'll find out if he can break that here.
It's not a curse. I mean, several players have gone undefeated.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of wins, of course, on day number 1.
But we get to see Is It Elementals, which is probably a good matchup for him.
Playing against 5 different archetypes. Then you're going to see
how many teams are from one nation only? Only a select few that we know of. I think it's mostly the Italians and Team Haramura, which is a card shop in Japan.
But a win against Julian round number
Does producer have a crush on him? Maybe.
And that has been Marco's
He's not.
last win, losing to 2
He's not an
exceptional players,
unhandsome man.
Tony Portolan and Luis Salvato, and he's playing against another
people like
very,
Italians.
very strong one here, Eduardo Sajic. So the road to top 8 at a pro tour is never easy. You can start 1-0, you can start 10-0, but you got to get to 12 before round number 16. He's had difficulty doing that, but he's got another shot this round.
All right, well, let's take a look at these deck lists, Monty, this matchup in this win and in.
Yeah, so we're seeing an interesting thing happen as we're reaching the later rounds of this tournament. In the earlier rounds, it was all about the anti-Cup decks beating the Cup decks, but now that they have all fallen, well, Eduardo Sajic with Is It Elementals here has to go up against another anti-Cup strategy. Now, this Is It Elementals deck is
different version than we saw earlier.
Is trying to use cards
You said
like
the same thing.
Ashling Rekindled as well as Flame Braider to ramp out aggressively cards like all of the Evoke Elementals, and then using them to
Is it
power
wrong
out
that I kind
Thunderflow.
of like the
This is
Jeskai
the
version? Is
primary
that wrong?
strategy and
We saw the
play
Jeskai
pattern
version
of the deck.
earlier, which
Now,
is
Eduardo's build is a little different from what we've seen primarily.
Yeah, I have it saved. We're
doesn't
gonna play
have
it.
Any copies of Burst Lightning?
Yeah, so
Instead
they
going
played
more for
Beza
cards
in the
like
main board and
Bounce Off.
Ashling's command.
Now, on the other side, we see
over,
Marco Balaka's Jeskai control deck. We've seen Bounce Off. Now, Burst Lightning
over Bounce
instead
Off and
going
Winter Night
more
Stories.
For cards like Factor strategy is extremely good at trying to go to the
I kind of
late
want
game
I
and
want the Elementals deck
stabilize.
to make top
Like,
8.
How do you do against a
I want to see
mid-range
Elementals
deck
in the
like
top 8.
Eduardo's deck that has oversized
That Jeskai version is gas. We're definitely going to play it.
recurring
We have definitely
value.
several decks to play in the next few days before the bannings, and we're going to have fun this week.
And
We're going to have
also,
fun this
again,
week on
this is his
stream.
third win in a row. He has
Yeah,
to
we
make sure
have-
that the mindset is there, and he's stopping the
Like we
wheels
had the
from
Jeskai Elementals, ignore my Brawl deck.
Eduardo Sajic
We have that
also
Demir deck,
probably
we
has
have
a
2
lot
different
of
elemental
thoughts
decks,
running through
we have
his
Butt
head ahead
Fight
of
to
this
play,
huge
we have
matchup.
Mono Green
It is a
tokens to
win-and-in
try
for
again.
him as well. He talked to
I was playing
Tannen
Rafelis and
before he
Brawl
sat
because
down
it's
to
like
play.
easy wins, and I was just getting my dailies done. Don't worry about it.
Catch up with Eduardo here right before
But
this match.
yeah, we have
I
1,
know
2,
you're
3,
the
4,
limited
5,
expert for your
6
team,
decks
and
going
I've
into
heard
next
about
week.
you
That could be
giving
fun.
lectures for your
And
team how limited goes.
we could
Tell me, how did
play
that
a
go
couple
for
other
Pro Tour?
decks that have been doing well.
Less good than I would have hoped for, to be honest. So the draft strategy we had was
I think the
maybe
2
actually,
decks
to be
I've
honest,
liked
a little
the breakout
complex,
decks,
so
right,
the floor
has
was
been
lower than we
the
normally have.
the
And that
Jeskai
led to,
Elementals,
like, a lot of our teammates going 0-free. We
the
had about the same number of trophies,
and the
day 2 drafts went better, which just
the
I
Demir
so I
deck,
didn't give
the
a
Demir
strategy that was
control
better for the lower floor.
mid-range thing
but,
that we've been
you
seeing
know,
with Crusader.
Learn next time we'll do better.
I think those ones have
Hopefully
been
next time
sweet.
better.
Also,
Speaking of doing
the
better, you're
Harmonizer
actually
deck
playing
too.
for top
We
8
definitely
here.
need
How
to
does it
play
feel
the
to be
combo
in that spot
Harmonizer
yet
deck.
again?
It's nuts. I
N1NJ,
my
thank you for the sub on
constructed
YouTube.
deck,
I appreciate you.
played
Welcome
one
to Unkindness
bot
Crew.
match versus Sparky to warm up.
we're
Look,
killing it today.
I don't know if I'm gonna win this. or
Feels
not.
so
Like,
loved.
The truth is, the RC group for next RC and standard for World League Council really came together. I had to prepare the limited content on Tuesday, and they were like, "Okay, we got you," and they helped me in like 12, 13 hours, like sort this deck out, prove the mana base, make sure we had a better spell suite. And it was like back and forth with the testing house, them testing remote. That's why we have the Winter Night Stories. Shout out to them for that tech. And like, I wouldn't be here without them for sure.
Yeah, well, hey, I hope you got one more win in you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Luck.
There's Eduardo Salchgalik. Marco Balaka might
right.
put up a bit more of a fight.
I wish
than
there was
Spunky.
like a
We'll
poll
find out here
we can do, because I know there's like a poll or Gamba over on Twitch, but no one watches me on Twitch.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth.
I don't know why.
And it's great to see
YouTube is
Eduardo
popping off.
back in the
You guys have
feature
been
match.
killing
You know,
it
he
today.
works for Team World League Council, and in some ways he leads it.
Is there a way to like
they were
pick
talking about how he is
like a
their
poll?
limited guru on that team, and it sounds like he didn't get as much preparation as he'd like for this tournament, but a player of his level and particularly his experience.
Well, we could do a poll.
Still put
This is cool.
together a run.
All right, who do you
And
think?
You can see he's on Is It Elementals at 11-3. Marco Balaka.
Who do you guys think
on
is
the
going to
other
win?
Side. We've been following him for most of the day, and a little bit of a bumpy ride here on day 2. You know, he started off really well in day 2.
Because everyone's
after
here on
a
YouTube,
perfect
yeah.
Day 1, but he'd really like to lock it up. This is the round where if he wins it, he's in top 8. There is nothing else to even talk about. Being realistic, if he were to lose here yet win next round, he's very likely also in top 8, but it's not that guaranteed where you just don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah, starting out the tournament 10-0.
Can I vote on my own poll?
Will be so high to the point where if a 12-win finisher does make it into the top 8, Marco is going to be one of the favorites to kind of get there. You know, the interesting thing
Marco
about
on the
Eduardo, I had a
play
chance to
feels
talk
really
to him,
good as the Jeskai control player.
prior to the event, and I don't know if this is a self-defense mechanism, but I remember going up to him and asking him, he's like, hey, like,
His hand is
what are
terrible,
your-
though.
What are your plans for this event? He's just like, oh, I'm just here to have some fun. I just, you know, like, I did a handful of drafts. He did that
Ooh,
one
how
Sparky
expensive
match.
is that
He was
Cavern of
just
Souls?
thinking, you know what, I'm just here to have some fun. Whatever happens, happens. And here we are with Eduardo with a good shot here at making the top 8.
The fancy Cavern.
Incredible run for Eduardo. His first top finish was top 8 at Return to Ravnica in Seattle. That was in 2012.
Right. So Eduardo here has Deceit here. And says
$50?
Thoughtseize, as if you
Damn.
pay the black mana here, it's also uncounterable. You can just use it to get something.
I
out
want to
of
play
your hand.
paper so
Ooh.
bad, but I can't.
Unagi?
Getting the
It's like Jeskai
Unagi,
control is
Marco
going to
just
win.
has 3
Nice.
lands in his hand here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, Eduardo doesn't have any pressure, so you know it might take a little bit of time to kind of get things going here. And Marco does have that Quarry Mountain Monastery, which you can kind of use to slowly accrue card advantage over time. It's a Winter Night Stories here. Probably just pitching a Sunderflock. If you want to just throw away one card here. Yeah, it's just not that good in this matchup. It's very, very good against the Badger Mole Cub decks. But here,
So
you're
yeah,
just
he has
kind
a bunch of Cavern of
overextending your
Souls.
board into a
And
potential
luckily, the
sweeper.
Jeskai player doesn't have much in his hand, but he doesn't know that.
And next turn, I imagine Eduardo might.
Unagi, the Flame Breeder, and the Deceit's probably here.
Yep.
Hit of Offering
Hit of
enters exile
Offerings
up
here,
to 3
actually
cards from graveyards.
exiling 3 cards.
Add 1 mana, then he exile card colors. Interesting.
And
Never seen that.
choosing also the cards in his own graveyard, so that
And
pit offering.
I like that
basically just
main
has for
board
basically any color that he wants.
land exile. That's really cool.
It's just land go for Marco all
As like a
day
one of
long.
probably.
Yeah, and
wow,
now,
he still just has 3 lands left in hand,
yeah,
too.
now he is going to be activating that Quarry
That's
Mountain
ridiculous, Tobias.
Monastery, and for Eduardo,
We were looking
he's
at the
probably just
Jeskai
going
Elementals
to
deck earlier, and
pay
it's
full price here for the
$900 in
Vibrance
paper, almost.
with the Cavern of Souls, maybe deal 3 to the face, go get a land, gain some life.
It's just so
and at least
expensive.
get
I
the
want to play
clock
paper.
going here, given
Think
that
it'd be
he's-
fun.
You know, the last time you look at Marco's hand, he had nothing.
He doesn't want to wait around. We know that Marco plays a number of card draw, card selection spells that he can use to find exactly what he needs. So Eduardo does not have time.
Elemental.
He's going to name Elemental here with his Cavern of Souls. And there's
Both
Vibrance.
modes, red, green, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, he's got
It's the only
both
one
modes,
that
he
can't
says.
mix them
Yeah,
up,
he has to. I mean, you have
So
8 lands in this deck that tap for
17,
any colors for elemental.
Vibrance go gets.
Right. So he
I
gets to
really
gain 2
like.
life
The
and
more
go
I see
grab a
Vibrance on
land.
camera, the more
Yeah,
I'm
which
liking
is
this card.
Fine. I mean, you're
Sure.
mostly playing the Vibrance here.
You can
as
find
another
one
cheap
Quarry
interactive
Mountain.
spell that also has upside in the late game.
Mwah. Oh,
And,
so
I mean,
good.
The fact that you can get any land allows you to fetch Quarry Mountain Monastery, which is a way to kind of help you grind against this Jeskai control deck.
And it found another land for him.
Yeah.
But it's a kind of a freebie, so
Right.
he'll take it. And it happened to be a Surveil land.
Is so extremely flooded.
It's
Is that
unreal.
really his hand?
That's really his hand.
What?
And he
Oh my
did, though,
gosh.
keep a card on top.
But the thing is, if all he needs is just one revelation to kind of get back into this game.
And he may have kept one on top. Like he
did he surveil to the top?
He did.
Yeah, he absolutely could have. It could just be a removal spell. It could be a stock up. Consult the start charts, any number of those cards. But yeah, Marco still feeling okay here, only taking 4 damage a turn.
Yeah, the maps don't get used, at least not yet, from Eduardo.
Surprised he didn't crack the map. That feels weird.
Looks like a Flame Braider as well, with some bounce off mana available to kind of save the vibrances. Now, Marco does need to be a little bit careful with his life total. Eduardo does have those bounce offs. At some point, you could just start bouncing off your vibrance and then use that as a way to burn your opponent out.
What's your night? Harmonize? Okay.
Ooh,
Yeah, caverns are not cheap. That's the only expensive part.
That is another Winter Night Stories, I believe.
I think he harmonized.
Yeah.
And then
Flux, so
If you have caverns for allies, you could play.
Off here to protect the vibrance against the sweeper.
Why not just play elementals, right? Right.
Okay, so but he knew that he was
if I played anything in paper right now, it would be the flash deck. But I'm gonna be true to myself. It's either
Revelation.
What a sick draw. It's either I would make the flash deck in paper, or I would make a control deck.
Does he still just go for the?
And I think I would make flash first. I know I like allies, but I'm secretly into hate bears at the end of the day.
It's all about that value. Bounce off is going to return.
Right.
If I could play paper Magic.
Still play a land here.
Like both Jeskai Control and Flash, I think would have been really good in this current meta at the Pro Tour.
Life, so I mean, if you look at this, take 2, that's 11. Vibrance, bounce off, Vibrance again, that's just 6 damage.
You know, just kind of going with decks I like and enjoy and also have done well with on stream, but also just kind of those 2 style decks kind of pull me right now.
He's also found an Ashling Rekindled, which seems like an absolutely amazing card.
Granted, allies and elementals are a close second, let's be clear.
Rummaging here, but then when you flip it over, that's where you get the value. You just kind of leave
Let's
it there,
be clear.
Basically what that means is it's kind of like redundant copies of Smoke Braider. You don't have to flip it, and if you don't flip it every turn, you still get that 2 mana to cast any number of your elementals.
One deck I kind of want to play, and it's Modern. I would love to play the Oculus deck in Modern, the Simic Oculus deck that's been popular lately. That or just go back to Storm. Like one of my first Modern decks I played was Storm. And I heard it won a couple tournaments recently, so
that would be ideal, right?
Go back to my bread and butter and play Storm. My first ever Legacy deck was Storm, and my second ever Modern deck was Storm. So that's kind of like back to my roots. That's why I like combo.
That's still fine.
See, there's so much I want to do in paper.
Yeah, Wistfulness, and then you can cast Winter Night Stories after that.
Oh yeah. He's actually gonna go for Vibrance.
Vibrance instead, sure.
One of my. So what? I like Collected Company too. When Collected Company was in paper,
but this does
back in cons, I played so much Collected Company. I played it in Modern. I played it in any format I could. I played so much of Collective Company. So that's why I love United Battlefront. It's sorcery speed. Imagine United Battlefront in instant speed. That would be sick, right?
Thundering Falls.
Are we just going to draw more cards here?
Synthesizer would be too strong.
Yeah.
Imagine getting Synthesizer at instant speed on my opponent's end step.
It's just a little difficult to figure out what he's hoping for rather than just kind of more action in general.
Right.
You know? Like, this is a very fair approach.
Oculus is pricey? Yeah.
Playing against
You can
somebody
look
who
at it.
effectively doesn't play creatures.
I feel like the coast is kind of clear here. You might want to just fire off this Revelation when you can, right? Just 4 damage to the Vibrance, perhaps bounce the Smoke Braider.
Oh, Goro's Vengeance is still... I remember playing that in Modern. I played that in GP
was looking for
Los Angeles
just to get like
years and years ago.
Get a little more interaction
when it
going.
first got unbanned.
But I mean, I think if you're on Marco's side, what you really want is to just kind of start trying your best to change.
Another deck which I made fun of it years and years ago, but would be a good choice is Amulet Titan.
Wait. I mean, there is upside to waiting in some way.
Amulet Titan's a great deck.
You might be able to hit a spell. It's another.
So many cards.
Ooh, Domain Zoo.
I've seen so many.
Oculus is 500. Modern Oculus is cheaper than standard Oculus right now.
Marco Balaka.
Make it make sense. Modern Storm is about 500. Amulet Titan. Amulet Titan's about 900. It's most expensive modern deck right now, next to Jeskai Blink.
Looks like
and Yagmoth, yeah. Demir mid-range with Orcish Bowmasters? Damn, what a crazy format.
Right. Remember, even if it can't be countered, you can bounce the spell, and it actually does counter the effect, or rather, it returns it to your hand. So this could be a good opportunity to just go, hey, I'm going to put that back in your hand, deal 4 damage to the Vibrance, make a couple of tokens, and
Affinity in Modern right now is playing weapons manufacturing.
And Eduardo, of course, fully aware of the possibility.
I mean, it's playing Mox Opal, which is like $800 in itself, but besides that, the deck is cheap.
Bounce off,
right?
But he's not going to use it.
Holy shit.
And Marco going up to 14 now, finds a couple of cards.
Yeah, you're right, Tobias. Riddler is so expensive. Super expensive.
All right, Elemental. Okay, maybe another Wistfulness.
Go for it again, yeah.
Yeah.
Flame Braider really paying off here, letting him go nuts.
Yeah.
Draw 2, discard 1.
Just feels like Eduardo's not going to really run out of action here anytime soon. So
Interestingly, he discards a bounce off.
Okay.
It's because he's got 2 more in hand.
Right.
So he's got the monks covered.
Yeah. All right. So a lot of different options here for Marco. You got the
to be fair, when I played modern decks were kind of like that 1,000 price range.
Effect of Winter Night Storm.
My Lantern Control deck was over 1,000 when I used to play that.
Already. He's got another one in
Granted, I blinged the shit out of that, so it was definitely like over $2,000. Let's not talk about it.
Help you find the revelations. At this point, I mean, you're looking at what, 10 cards?
They need to reprint Mox Opal into like a bonus sheet. 4 of is like $760. That's too much.
You want to play land first.
Right.
Dig you 1 card deeper.
9.
Eduardo says, have at you.
Blue-White Flash is better with Riddler, and I already bought a version. Ah.
Oh, yeah, he tapped red, white. Yeah.
Okay, y'all have fixed it, but it will be a GRV, just letting you know. Have you had any other GRVs today? Game rule side. Have you had any others today?
I have none to remember.
He says he doesn't remember if he's had another GRV today.
Yeah, so we cleaned it up, and yeah, you can continue.
Yeah, this is an important part of operating at a tournament at this level,
right?
Which is that, you know, maybe if you're playing with your friends and you tap wrong, you just say, you just fix it. But usually the judges will mark that as either a warning or a GRV, a full game rules violation. It's not the end of the world.
No,
right?
no.
We all commit those sometimes. It's just an incentive to make
sure. Did Marco
ask
if he can take it back?
As much on top
Did he ask the judge?
Every interaction and every rules thing as possible. Thankfully, Eduardo saw it.
Yeah,
sorry.
Sorry. Almost all of his
that meme will never die. Hey guys, can I take it back?
To have more blue available here possible. Finds 2 copies of
Hello.
Sky Revelation. So Eduardo's drawn a bunch of cards here, but you know, a card that kind of
what the judge was talking about is he mistapped his lands. He didn't have double blue.
They're playing the full 4 copies in their deck.
And so he just tapped a different land.
You just kill the Wistfulness here.
And so
get lost here.
It's a game violation because it isn't correct, so you just got a warning. That's it.
I mean, Revelation kind of closes games out pretty quickly, especially with all these monk tokens.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, you know, if you get to cast
GRD is like a game loss?
It is rare that you would lose that game. There's just not that many strategies that can get through a card that has such a massive effect, not just on the board itself, but also on the hand, life totals, etc.
All right, so Eduardo top decked a really interesting card.
So it's just an infraction. It's a game rule violation. GRD is game rule violation warning.
Name Elemental, you now get to
and then after, like if it's a mistake, it doesn't really matter. But if it's intentional cheating, then you can get like game losses. If you make multiple minor mistakes like that, it can be a game loss, if not a round loss. If you like are a repeat refender.
Wow. That adds up fast.
Absolutely.
Golem.
Yeah.
Uncounterable Golem.
Maybe that's what he was looking for this whole time.
Yeah. Roaming Throne. Now Marco is at 14.
On this one. Yeah. Elemental.
Yep. Eduardo has access to 5 mana plus 2 more from the Flame Braider for Elementals.
Were they? Shame.
Looks like a Vibrance here. Curious to see where the Vibrance triggers go.
Yeah, does he feel that he needs to clean up these monks, or is he going to go upstairs?
No matter what, I will.
I think it's a little scary here. I think he wants to just go for the tokens.
I'll dome you directly. Right?
Oh, never mind.
He's going upstairs down to 8.
6 to the face.
Oh.
Remember, you can bounce off the Vibrance and just pay the evoke cost, and that's 6 more damage.
Wow.
That's sick.
Eduardo doesn't like the way that this is looking long-term prospect-wise, so he is trying to finish off the proceedings now or maybe next turn.
Right, and Eduardo does have 2 copies of Bounce Off here.
So he's just going to be a little short
I'll use the map
on mana.
Yeah, and this is great. Targeting the throne to turn it into a 5/5. Oh, and that's a Deceit on top as well. I wonder if he's going to do it again to also turn the Vibrance into a 5/5. Nope.
Nope, he wants to keep 1 green up for Bounce Off.
Instead.
Smart.
Eduardo's at 22. He feels like he's got some wiggle room with his life total, and he has a very nice combo set up.
Will Marco be able to gain enough life here? Because if you resolve the 1 revelation,
it's really
that puts
bad.
You up to 12.
Buff.
But if you
did you ever see my intro to Arena
that's
video
12 damage with that,
that I made?
Eduardo
I have a joke in there. It takes you backseat because I said, yeah, on Arena you have to make sure you're clean about your plays because you can't take it back. And then I showed a clip of Seth Manfield saying, "Can I take that back?" And the commentators, "You can't take that back."
Well, right?
Just threw that into the video.
You just use the Cavern of Souls, maybe 1 mana from the Cavern of Souls, and the Smoke Braider. Go black, evoke out Deceit. That's 2 triggers if it resolves.
Which it has to.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it can get bounced still.
It can get bounced, but then you just play it again, right?
Right.
Or at that point, Marco's tapped out, so you don't even care.
Right.
I just did an in-depth guide of how to get in a Magic Arena, and then I did like almost a third of the video talking about the UI.
Remember, it can take both of the Jeskai Revelations.
Yep.
That's
so
sick.
He's really forced to play one out here.
What a great heads-up play.
He's got double bounce off though. Does Eduardo?
Can Marco find maybe a Lightning Helix to go up to 15 to prevent the Vibrance death?
Oh, he's going to return the throne to hand.
Sure.
And he's going to try to do 4 to the Vibrance, but that's not going to work.
No, he's good. Yeah, he's going to bounce the roaming throne, pay for the ward cost. Yeah, pay for the ward cost.
Pay for the ward cost.
It's got a ward 2. Then go after the Vibrance here. Now, Eduardo.
Trigger.
Yeah, but Eduardo can still bounce off the Vibrance here, right?
Absolutely.
This has 2 targets, right?
Yes.
How many cards in hand?
But he can make him pay the ward cost first.
All you have to do is bounce Vibrance to your hand.
So there's a ward trigger
is there
on the
enough
stack.
blue mana that's on the table here? That's my thing. Do you have?
Oh, that isn't elemental.
Can you
specific?
actually physically cast bounce off twice? I see
Yes.
a breeding pool. Oh, and the land on the right also taps for blue. I think Eduardo might have it here. Does he have enough mana here? Because the Flame Braider can be used to evoke out the Vibrance.
Yeah, I'll save it too. So this.
But he needs to have. Did he fizzle it? Were those the only 2 legal targets there?
That's what it seems like.
Because if that's the case, then he fizzled it.
Because now you can go, but this isn't lethal then, right? Do you have enough to go Roaming Throne? Because now you go Roaming Throne Vibrance, and that's only 6 damage, right?
Also, elemental.
Because I'm wondering,
does Roaming Throne's ward trigger twice?
No, because he named Elemental.
No mana left, right?
He named Elemental on the Roaming Throne.
And it's a
golem. Yeah.
Trigger twice. We'll discard.
But Ashling will.
Yeah, maybe Eduardo was a little bit short on the mana there. Okay.
But he got to clear out the other
and prevent the card draw, and basically Marco
Life
has
gain
nothing left.
And monks.
Right.
Seriously?
Yeah. I mean, this is what happens when you draw all of those extra cards here. It's like, you know what? I'll keep Wistful.
Eduardo played that clean. Sorry, I didn't want to talk over that. That was clean. He wanted to make he made sure Jeskai Rev could fizzle.
Jeskai Revelation?
Did I play 2 lands?
No.
No, that was a previous turn. I played this the turn out before.
Yeah.
Yep.
I played the golem the turn before.
Yeah, and named golem.
I might have played another land. That's possible, but for sure, you were free. Yeah. Sorry. You can go.
Yeah.
He didn't play an extra land
How
this
many
turn.
revelations is that? Is that 3?
That's 3 gone.
There's 1 left in the deck, and the Unagi is gone. Marco only
Fizzle was
has 1
fantastic,
revelation
dude.
left as a win condition.
So he's got the ability to make 2 more monks if he were to even find it.
Yeah, and if Eduardo just kills them all, then Marco just has no other way to actually win the game.
It's a wild game.
Rest in peace.
Okay.
And all he has is Spell Snare? Because we knew that because Eduardo knew he drew that for turn.
Right. I just feel like Eduardo is just too far ahead on cards at this point with all these uncounterable elementals.
I'm not going to transform it twice.
Not going to transform it twice. That's funny.
On mana.
Now you get 4 mana, by the way, with Roaming Throne in play.
So he's got 4 mana floating for elementals.
Black, black, blue. We'll add something for this.
This looks like an uncounterable Deceit here coming down.
But he's actually just going to cast it this time.
Yeah?
Yeah, but I'm casting this one, I think, here.
It's uncounterable and heavily subsidized mana-wise.
Bounce both tokens, look at your hand.
You can bounce 2 tokens and take 2 cards out of your opponent's hand. I mean, this is just ridiculous. There is just no way out.
Marco looks so
if you're
upset,
Marco Balaka now.
and I don't blame him. He's just
Wow,
getting run over now.
So
this is awesome.
So much value.
7.
And remember, he has Vibrance
He
in
has
hand still,
uncounterable
too.
Vibrance, yeah. What?
I mean, sure.
That's not it.
That's going to be game 1 going to Eduardo
my
Sachalik. What a win
No,
for
you
him.
can't.
You mentioned it, though, Paul. A lot of those cards didn't
you can only
look like
play
much when he
blue
was
to
digging
flip
and
it
digging
twice.
and
There's
digging.
no point.
But he saw so many
Because it
cards
doesn't realize it's on the other side to flip it back, or that would be broken.
To figure out the right line of play.
Yeah, definitely.
That was
Now,
really
curious
well
to
played
see
by
kind of
Eduardo.
how things change after we get to the sideboard.
A little bit of clapping for him. He deserves
Marco
that
has
game.
access to an extra sweeper here.
Granted, Marco
and a
did
couple
flit
of
out really hard, but he
Highbinders,
did
which does
find
pretty good
a
job
lot of
countering
answers
those
there. But
evoke
Eduardo
elemental
played that really clean.
abilities. Perhaps maybe an extra Unagi just for a few more win conditions. Might need it.
Oh, while I was playing the Is It Elemental deck that we played on stream a couple days ago.
That's wild because Jeskai Revelation has 2 targets, so
And
it's
didn't do
very
so well.
rare to see it get
It
fizzled
is
like
sick.
that.
Yeah.
We could
It
revisit
almost
this
never
deck this
gets
week too.
Right, but Eduardo saw that coming. It was really interesting. I keep thinking about when he discarded that.
Oh, the
third
version we
bounce off
played of
also,
this
and I wonder,
was
you know,
playing
Balaka was
the
like, I
You
guess the
probably
way is
got
clear.
some.
Yeah, you
the
either have
kindled
2 more,
elemental
right,
instant spell,
or you have
and
none,
he is not playing.
that's
He's
not what
playing
you're
with
trying
bounce
to do
off
or
instead.
something. Stock up here for Marco.
Yep, I like both versions.
Okay, the Day of Judgment here.
They
so
both have their
Eduardo
place, right?
Needs to be mindful of that. You
So
can
it could be
flip the
definitely
Ash
something we
Name next
revisit
turn,
because
pay the mana,
the
that'll
version
do
we were
2,
playing
and
of
you'll
Is
have
It
4 mana
Elementals was
available
only
next turn
playing
to play
with.
something.
It's funny. It's called Is It Elementals,
Either
but
go
it plays
one out
Deceit.
the Roaming Throne
Sure.
here,
Um,
or just
It's
evoke
playing
out
Winter Night
Deceit,
Stories and bounce off rather than
try to get
playing
a sweeper out of Marco's hand,
copy
get
the
a little
elemental
extra
spell.
information.
So that's the difference between the version we played, and this is probably just playing more of elementals, which sounds fine.
Yeah, this will almost certainly flip.
This isn't as fun anymore without double triggers, though. You know, it's
I mean, for a 2-drop, this is pretty strong.
You can still play Roaming Throne on turn 3.
Doesn't really matter. I'm gonna just.
It's the Elementals version of Badger Mold Cub, right? This is their Badger Mold Cub. And yeah, Roaming Throne in play here, so Marco does get to cast a clean Day of Judgment here to deal with the 2 creatures in play, and Eduardo will have to rebuild. Yeah,
and Mr. I tested once or whatever just knows exactly what's happening in every single turn before it even happens.
Yeah. You know, at least these types of control decks have been around forever. So Eduardo's just like, okay.
Another
yeah,
Roaming
turn
Throne.
4,
That could have
probably
been.
have the
I bet he could add double Roaming
So
Throne right
awesome.
now,
I mean,
and then
Eduardo's
deceit
been
his
testing
opponent
the
for
Team
3.
Worldly Council since
That would have been
ETT
sick.
Back to live play.
Right.
Right, and he is one of the leaders, if not the leader of that team. And he said, I get to play in this one this time. And it's like, now they're all watching him play for top 8.
Wow, this is actually kind of tough here now for Marco because Eduardo gets to try to play out this deceit.
A double deceit, if you will.
Uncounterable double deceit here. If Marco plays an Unagi of Kyoshi Island in response, I mean, he's going to lose the stock up and the consult the star charts in his hand.
Yikes. Yeah, this interaction with uncounterable land plus creature, but it's really a spell is really cool.
Oh, this is actually interesting. You can actually Vibrance. Eduardo might go for the Vibrance first, then get another Cavern of Souls. You actually get to get 2 lands here. So this is uncounterable.
That's
you get
sweet.
another Cavern of Souls, make that one
gains 4
uncounterable
life.
so that you can actually do both, right? Get 2 lands and also play the Deceit to get 2 cards out of your opponent's hand. Man, this
is he only getting lands from the Vibrance, though?
Yo,
right,
I'm a fan of this deck.
He's just doing the green mode here, so
that's the only saving grace here for Balaka, because, I mean, come on. It's like 6 damage, 2 lands, 2 cards out of your hand, pound stuff. It's like, get out
He has
of here.
every copy of Cavern of Souls. That's
double
cute.
Cavern of Souls here, so just no counter spells will ever be useful. Wouldn't be shocked if Marco even just boarded out to No More Lies.
Lose 1 life, go to 23.
And this is now a double.
The table judge just flicks it over. All right. Show me your hand.
Ripping his hand apart.
Marco with the little smirk, just, okay, what do I do? Do I just play this 5/5? It does get in the way of the Roaming Throne, or do I play Consult the Star Charts and, you know,
try to buffer my hand?
Right, it's just like, what are you going to take?
I mean, Consult basically guarantees 2 more spells in hand if that's what he wants. So it's like, take my 2 best cards.
Exactly, because there's a Get Lost there too. So maybe he just goes Get Lost plus Consult, and then maybe Eduardo has a tougher choice here. I think that's what he took. Yep. It's like, all right.
It's a lot of action.
It's just double Thoughtseize. I mean, you are paying 2 black, so it's kind of fair.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Double Thoughtseize.
They just printed it twice on 1
there you
card.
go.
That's the only difference.
And you didn't take 4 damage.
Right.
Takes the 2 cards that interact with him.
Removal spell plus threat.
That makes sense.
Unagi of Kyoshi Island and Get Lost hit the bin.
Yeah, Eduardo just going,
I like that game plan.
Dig.
You
That's
need
fine.
to dig for an answer. I'm going to take your answer.
Continue pressuring. I can pressure your life total here. Attack.
Deceit down. Attack for 4.
And next turn, I mean, you can just play an uncounterable Wistfulness, draw 4, discard 2.
Wow.
This just...
Man, Roaming Throne doing work.
No, this has just been ridiculous here. Okay, Surveil. Pass.
That's an old Lightning Helix. I like it.
Star charts.
I thought it's so, I mean, I dealt 1 from Ashling. That's, yeah, I was right with 15. Sorry. I thought it was a shock then. Sorry. No, you're correct. Yeah. Draw.
Just a little life total discrepancy.
Yeah, it looks like it was off by 1 there. What did he hit? What did he hit now?
He drew a Spell Snare.
Oh,
and Marco Balaka is going to go for the kicked Consult the Star Charts this
that was
turn.
the best draw.
On that
man.
1 mana versus
So
4.
he's going to be able to play a Wistfulness, draw 4, discard 2, attack for 4, and Spell Snare.
That is
the Consult the Star Charts.
And he's going to like cast Wistfulness here too, right?
Right,
So he
he's
gets
just going to cast it. So next turn, Marco has to either just top deck something like a Jeskai Revelation or play stock up into a Day of Judgment to sweep the board.
And that's just to get him back to square 1.
Right.
And in the meantime, Eduardo is going to be reloading.
Throws away a land.
Marshall, I'm going to go back to the room and try.
Throw away an Ashling. Finds another Roaming Throne.
Awesome.
Whoa. You have my
This does not feel like standard.
Buy your Roaming Thrones before they spike another $10.
This power level is off the chart. Oh, here we go. Speaking of the charts.
Gosh.
Oh.
All right, it's time to stock up. What can we find? That's an Ultima.
Oh, we found Ultima off the top.
He actually just rips the Ultima. Now, you want to play a land first as it ends the turn.
You will not be able to play a land after.
Somebody on this table may have made that mistake in testing. I'm not going to say who.
I've done that
Ultima
before.
the
Forget my land drop
Eduardo
and play
says,
Ultima first.
Okay, you did it.
Guilty.
But remember, he just had double triggers off of Wistfulness, so his hand is still stacked.
Right, and there's just 2 more Roaming Thrones here in Eduardo's hand.
So we can play Roaming Throne with the Ashling to loot twice.
Lots
pitching
of
Winter Night Stories.
Maybe just play out a Vibrance, get your opponent down to 8, get a land.
Yeah, I wonder if the Vibrance. I guess you do want to try to get a Roaming Throne.
Right, it's just so powerful.
Right, especially because when you look at it, 2 Vibrances would be lethal.
Right.
After you get the throne down.
Yeah, and you can play this 2 triggers. You can rummage away Winter Night Stories, right? Because you can just harmonize at a later point if you'd like. Yeah, get rid of the extra Ashling.
Ooh. He has a Nagi?
Well.
Nagi.
Just so much action. You just never run
baby.
out.
All right, Marco.
What
do you get, buddy?
Fire off a stock up. You need another sweeper. Maybe if you really need one right away, you might go consult the star charts here, because that digs you deeper and still gives you the ability to play Day of Judgment. And
Eduardo's like, board white.
Main phase consult.
Look at 8 cards.
There's a Day of Judgment.
That's a Day of Judgment and a Get Lost. So Get Lost for any follow-ups here.
He also found a Jeskai Rev. I could see him taking Wrath and Jeskai Rev because getting a Get Lost doesn't win the game.
Claw back into this thing after this value onslaught from Eduardo.
Looks like that's what he did.
Remember, this is a straight-up winning in for top 8.
Okay. Eduardo needs to rebuild once again.
Let's see what he finds.
I think it was just a land there.
Yeah, breeding pool.
So you got Roaming Throne.
We can play Roaming Throne and then Winter Night Stories, harmonize.
There's also a Winter Night Stories in the graveyard.
But of his 3 creatures in hand, he just has to pick one, right?
And Marco also has a Jeskai Revelation. That must be his draw for the turn. It's actually not looking that bad anymore unless Eduardo can maybe find a Deceit here. He might be able to turn this around.
I take 1 damage.
Yeah, Vibrance is just going to be
both modes. You go to 8.
a 4/4.
Yeah.
And I'll go to 20.
Yeah, so Marco is at 8, and Vibrance is just getting a land here. At this point, we might see the Monastery getting fetched out here with 3 Cavern of Souls. That's probably enough. Oh, no. Likes all 4.
Another Cavern. Oh, it's not the 4th art. He failed us. He failed us.
Harmonize.
This is fun watching those guys. Thanks for hanging out with me today.
Smoke Braider, most likely. Just don't need that at this point here. There's
Did he find any interaction here?
Untapped Breeding Pool. I think he had a Spell Snare.
He did get a Spell Snare. That's a great draw.
And his life total is something that he can toy around with here.
But that can't counter Jeskai Revelation.
Nope.
And this is a post-board game. I don't know if Eduardo actually has counter spells out of the sideboard, but you might be interested in firing off this Revelation now. There is a Disdainful Stroke in Eduardo's sideboard.
But no.
Doesn't go for it. Interesting.
Oh, right. Oh, no, Marco choosing to
finds another Jeskai Rev.
Did board in Torpor Orb to stop the enter the battlefield shenanigans. But noting, if you do have a Torpor Orb in play and your opponent evokes one of these creatures, it stays on the battlefield.
Okay.
Thanks for the 6/5.
Triggers. Interesting.
I don't know.
Okay, a second Jeskai Revelation.
The table set for Marco Balaka to start his comeback here.
All right, he is at 8 life.
Right.
It's precarious, and the Helix does not deal with this Vibrance.
There goes Torpor Orb.
Oh, yeah, and of course.
And now he's tapped down from Jeskai Rev.
That is going to hit the Torpor Orb.
All right, that is a land here from Eduardo.
I'm at 4.
We know that Marco can use
and you can use Cavern of Souls on the Unagi.
Buffer his life total. Oh, yeah. Name Serpent. Yeah, there it is.
Smart.
Eduardo's
That's why he got the other Cavern of Souls over Quarry Mountains.
just all of it. Serpent.
And he's laughing at the table judge because he's like, you got to print me some more, buddy.
Not exactly a Kindred deck here, but let's have a lot of elementals.
Marco going, is it time for me to just go to the face here? Yeah, go to 7.
Buffer his life total.
And now with the Unagi, if the Unagi gets cast, you can remember, still pick it up, and then cast, and then maybe kill the Vibrance, and then draw some cards.
I go.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
He's going to cast Unagi of Koshi Island on end step.
So this is uncounterable.
It can still be bounced.
This guy bounces it to the hand.
Right.
Right. And he's making it uncounterable here as well in case there's a Disdainful Stroke. Counter, deal 4 damage.
And this does effectively take care of both threats, though we are on Marco's end step here.
Can I read the order of this? Sorry. Return target. Spell.
But you are gaining 4 life. You are drawing
Gave
2
him the
cards,
buffer.
and he has another Jeskai Revelation in hand.
And that was critical.
Top
what
deck deceit.
Eduardo
Let's
did.
see it.
He read the order on Jeskai Revelation, because if those
Aw,
cards came
just a
before
Flame
the
Braider.
Unagi was bounced.
I think Marco is in a
Although
good spot
it was
now
on the stacks.
with that second Jeskai Rev.
Kind of running out of action here. No deceit. Feels like that's one of the most important cards here. He's got the Roaming Throne, but nothing to take advantage of just yet. Still has the uncounterable Unagi, but Marco has that second Jeskai Revelation. If Eduardo goes for the Unagi end of turn, he doesn't even have counterspell mana anymore, right? So if he taps out, you can just pick it up, pay the ward, and kill the Roaming Throne as well.
Whoa. That has to get Marco back in the driver's seat.
And he knows about the Unagi, just pass.
Right.
Eduardo goes, do I even play this? Oh,
He's gonna run it out.
And this is gonna be huge here for Marco. Return the Unagi to your hand, deal 4 damage to the Roaming Throne, and pay for the ward cost.
4, 7, 2 mana left over.
Go up to 15, have 2 tokens, draw 2 cards.
Pay the ward.
Nice.
This is an incredible
Nice, that's a
comeback
good
here
set of
for Marco.
turns.
Remember, not too long ago, he got double deceited.
That's right.
With the Roaming Throne in play.
So now what can Eduardo
And he drew
do?
a Braid and get lost?
Lightning Helix,
Oh,
a
this is
Braid
a
for
sick
Marco.
game, guys.
So he didn't find any card draw or huge
Oh,
cards. Now
there's
there's
the
the deceit
deceit.
now. Boy,
Okay.
last
It's a little
turn versus
late.
this turn,
Right.
huge difference.
You can still pick bounce a token and get, I imagine, the
lost.
get lost out of Marco's hand.
Blue. Yeah. Both modes, this in your hand.
And he gets the 5/5 deceit left over.
And you get lost out of his hand, so he can't kill it.
Yeah.
Braid.
Marco does have the ability to just kill the deceit if he wants to get really aggressive.
Question is, does he
here.
want to play this
Oh,
Flame
just
Braider?
double
Just
spell?
double
Just
burn
have
spell
another
for
walker on
9.
board. Even though it can die to a Braid.
Like, that's a big hit, but
Or he
wouldn't
keeps
have
it in
much
his
to back
hand
it up.
because
I
it's a
think if
discard
he
outlet
finds
later.
something like star charts here or something, then
Nope,
maybe
he
you just
decides
go
to
for
put it
that
as a blocker.
delay.
That's fine.
Yeah, stock up.
Stock up, just some way to reload,
Revelation.
of course, yeah.
All right, Marco, knock the top of that deck.
That's a land.
Is that a Quarry
That was a
Mountain?
Quarry Mountain Monastery.
Okay.
That's a good land to
If you draw
draw.
a land, that's probably one of the best ones.
Yeah.
This game is fantastic,
Really
Jet.
curious to see what Marco does here. Does he
Marco
feel
plays a land.
A pressure to get things rolling in his direction, or does he think he can sit?
Yeah, maybe he just passes. Is he just activating the land here?
I would pass, personally.
I mean,
Maybe
he's at
he wants-
15
Because if
life.
if
has
Quarry
an
Mountain
attack.
flips over
Eduardo can't block.
Jeskai Rev, that's just bad.
Now he goes, okay, do I just kill the Flame Braider maybe? Just abrade the Flame Braider? Yeah.
That's what he's going to do.
Take
So
6.
That's 6. Oh,
Helix to the face?
Upstairs. 14, then take 9. You're at 5.
Okay.
I mean, Eduardo probably thinks he's just dead, but he saw his hand. He knows all
Yeah.
these cards.
So that's, you take 12 damage here.
Yep.
And
Need a
still
good
has
top
the,
deck.
the Monastery going. All right, Eduardo down to 5. Marco had a healthy 18 life here.
So he has the Unagi.
And a
what
Flame
else?
Braider.
A Flame Braider.
So has the ability to block these tokens, but Marco is at this point drawing 2 cards a turn. He's got 1,000,000 lands in play with that Quarry Steel Monastery. Excuse me, Quarry Mountain
All right.
Monastery.
He's gonna
Goes to
attack with the
combat.
deceit.
All right.
Love it.
13. We have a damage race here
what do
after
we
all
got?
is said and done.
A land
that
on
is a
top.
land.
That doesn't
Got
do
that
it.
out of the deck. Eduardo at 5.
What do you draw?
Jeskai Revelation would get it done.
We drew
Lightning
Jeskai
Helix
Rev.
would be extremely close to getting it done.
Oh,
Jeskai
that's how you make
Revelation.
top 8.
Jeskai Revelation, and Eduardo doesn't
What a great
have
top deck.
a counterspell here.
No, not at all.
And give it, I mean, you know Eduardo's just going to have to run that out. You just attack,
And just force him to play.
force him to play it, and
The
boom, go to the
Unagi.
face. Pick this up, go to the face.
And that's GG.
That should be enough. That should do it.
Yeah, top deck
Uncountable as well.
Revelation is fantastic.
Wow.
And he is going to pick up game number 2.
Oh, man.
What a crazy
Impressive comeback
game.
from Marco. You know, those 2 sweepers did buy him just enough time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with the elementals, that you still
This is what
have
we're
to
here
play
for.
out all those creatures.
This is what we're here
I
for.
mean, Eduardo was just found. There's just so many 2-for-1s that he got there, but it still wasn't quite enough. I mean, I am
Rev.
shocked that Marco
Crazy.
was able to come back there.
An amazing comeback from Marco Balaka. These players are playing for top 8. It's all on the line. And it's never
Blader
easy.
pitching Winter Night Stories is a great interaction.
With that, if you have that get lost, you probably just want to just get rid of it as soon as possible.
And then if he gets a land next turn, he can play Vibrance.
Here, right? No lands.
It really unlocks the hand, and that's what he does. Good play
this
there.
Is rough. Oh, but Eduardo finds a land right away.
So
does hit the breeding pool.
He can stories now.
Yeah, you can stories to try to find more lands. I imagine that's what you're going to want to do.
Play it. Draw free.
But no pressure.
Find another land.
He
doesn't have Cavern of Souls, which is important to say.
He got a roaming throne too.
I'm likely going to discard one of these large elementals.
And 2 lands.
And 2 lands.
Hey,
okay,
that ended up pretty perfect.
He's
for him.
right back in it. But Marco just gets to play a stock up here as well. So both players just kind of playing their game plan here.
So far, not a lot of interaction outside of that get out.
He is tapped out, which is a good sign.
Really important card here.
Looks like he found an Ultima, which is going to be a problem.
Of Get Lost. Now this deck has sweepers.
Yeah, you got to play fast. That second game took a while. So
you know, a good way to kind of attack these Jeskai control decks is just playing creatures with 4 toughness. We saw Tony Portoland get there with the Ice Tail Explorers and the Mindform Harmonizer.
yeah, so they're speeding up because they know they're low on clock. Because a draw right now does not make top 8.
Right, so if he goes untap land, get lost, just
the PTSD vibes.
1-for-1 against Eduardo.
I didn't play during Corey Mountain Steel, so I don't know what that feels like.
Activating your map tokens. I mean, that's a game.
All right, did you get an untap land? No, it's Spire Bluff Canal.
There is a deceit. Does Eduardo just want to get that
no.
in play here?
Go to 19.
He wants to find more lands.
It looks like he wants to get a Cavern of Souls here.
Yeah.
Rut Rose.
Yeah, and
that's like the worst case scenario there because he needed to do something while he's tapped out.
See what Marco's working with. Get a little extra information.
Stories, draw free.
Oh, never mind. Draw some cards.
Good patience here from Eduardo.
Absolutely. The thing
that's
is,
really good for Marco.
Really play anything that scary anyways, right? It's like more card draw spells.
You know, we're used to these Jeskai decks having a lot of planeswalkers in them.
Right.
Right, where you let them have 4 or 5 mana and they put something down that just generates advantage. That's not the case here.
Now, Marco, I wonder if he goes for a main phase consult the star charts here. Play a land first because of the existence of Spell Snare, right? That would be a really heads-up play here.
But he does. That's smart.
But doesn't actually play out the land first.
Yeah, I didn't play Magic for about 8 years, and then I came back recently,
I guess
unfortunately during Spider-Man block.
Most pieces of cardboard at
in
that
November.
Spot, especially if he was going to play a Surveil land.
I have a lot of history to catch up on. I think I've been doing okay.
Yeah, sometimes it is just a numbers game. I'm just
Deceit.
Gonna look at your hand.
Let's see the hand.
6 mana, 5/5, Thoughtseize on a stick. That's still very, very strong. Right, so there is an ultimate.
Imagine if Deceit could bounce lands.
Yeah.
Imagine Evoke turn 2 for double blue, you bounce your opponent land.
A card advantage race.
Would that be too broken?
You know, Eduardo says, go ahead, Ultima away my 5/5. Like, sure, he'd be happy with that result.
It does get all the map tokens off the battlefield as well.
It does,
which
actually.
Is pretty nice.
And
he's going to
go
for
like
it.
He's going to do that.
Yep.
But again, I think Eduardo can live with that.
Does the seat get... Okay.
He's got another Deceit and a Wistfulness.
Deceit. Yeah, so he can maybe play that out. Hey, you can get that... Once you get that Consult the Star Charts out of Marco's hand, Marco again...
Marco doesn't really do anything, right?
Just thinking where I leave up.
Probably wants to keep up Spell Snare.
Take a look at your hands. Imagine, yeah, right now it just bounces a land. That'd be sick.
Just no more lies here. Okay, so Marco, we're kind of at, once again, just need to start top decking some Jeskai Revelations. That's kind of what he's looking for.
That's what worked last time.
Go ahead.
All right.
Lots of lands here.
What do you get?
Some big spell
some
here.
Kind of action. That is a Day of Judgment.
It's a decent draw.
5/5.
Okay, he's going to be patient here.
He's going to let it go. So he's just hoping to get another elemental, basically.
Right. Yeah.
Because he.
What he could do is play a land, play the elemental, and then Corey on Marco's end step.
I just really hope Eduardo plays out one more creature here.
And I can get myself a little 2-for-1.
That's right. So this is a, what is this? It looks like we're lining up for, okay, it's just an Ashling.
I guess that counts.
That counts. It is not uncounterable, as you did not tap the Cavern of Souls here.
It's a lot of lands in hand there for Eduardo.
Yeah, but you can run out wistfulness as well.
And it looks like he is going to do that. So this paid off for Marco.
Oh, it absolutely did. Because, I mean, Eduardo's going to get a little bit of value here, but this Day of Judgment is going to be huge.
Eduardo can finally filter away a few of these lands and maybe try to find.
It's a lot of lands he threw away in one turn. I mean, it's really good, but this Day of Judgment is going to get Marco back in this game.
No, not very good there either.
Right.
So here's going to be Day of Judgment now.
Yeah.
And Eduardo one step ahead. This is why Eduardo's really good in the booth, too.
Right.
He knows what's going to happen.
Look at this. Marco heads up around the Spell Snare here, playing the Torpor Orb. If Eduardo goes for the Spell Snare, I think you're going to use No More Lies. It's not really going to do anything else anyways.
Right.
So Torpor Orb is now in play, so this is going to shut off a lot of the enter the battlefield triggers here from the Elementals. They're simply just large monsters.
A close game. All right, now it's top deck mode. Marco only has a land in his hand.
Eduardo has left.
Yeah.
And if Marco can find a revelation, it will bust this game wide open. Even something like a stock up or Insult would be amazing for him.
Right now, I mean, if Eduardo plays out this Ashling, it's just an extra 1/3. Oh, there is a Winter Night Stories in the graveyard. Okay, that's big still.
But he's got a lot of work to do here.
I don't think there's any way that Eduardo can get Torpor Orb off the board.
Okay, I saw a lot of spells.
He needs them.
Oh, Sunderflock still in the deck. Okay.
And he's got Spider
Sense.
One card, right?
And no, that was a good find because now the Revelation can be countered off of the Spider Sense.
You have a big elemental. Like right now, he needs to play a big evoke creature.
And I imagine if Marco plays any card draw spell, there's a decent chance Eduardo just fires off the Spider.
Did he just find Revelation?
Did he? Does he?
Oh, he did. He just cold peeled it off the top of the library.
But
there's a Winter Night.
And here's the thing: there is.
So Marco has not seen Spider Sense yet. I don't know how much because it's open deckless, right? I don't know if he has it in the back of his brain that Spider Sense can come out of the sideboard.
This is going to be a really good Spider Sense.
Spider Sense, don't even bother targeting, he says.
Whatever it is. What am I at, 19?
Yep. Wow. Clutch Spider Sense to keep Eduardo in the game. This was about to flood in Marco's direction. All that value. And now we're still at square one.
Hey, 7 mana 5/5 here. Right? We just cast Sunderflock.
So they are at turns now. So like I talked about earlier, the time is over, and you have the turn counter.
It's like you can
so there's 5 turns left.
You can actually just play everything.
Yes.
You can play the Flame Braider and a Sunderflock.
And you have to be able to finish the game before something, or it goes to a draw. So Marco is trying to get a draw, but the problem is,
can you top deck what you need here?
If you draw here, you don't make top 8.
Eduardo counting out his lands in one of the many languages that he speaks. In this case, it was French.
Oh, he still had.
He had one more.
Oh, and he found Disdainful Stroke.
No.
So he found the 2 counter spells that he boarded in here.
What's his mana
situation?
situation?
Did he play a land this turn?
He has not played a land yet.
Question. Okay, no, he did not. So now he gets to keep up Disdainful Stroke.
Play a
Flame Braider for 2 mana with Torpor Orb in play.
Oh, that's what we talked about,
right.
Paul. Oh, the Disdainful Stroke really covers like everything he cares about.
That was such a huge fight.
Right?
He only had one other counterspell in his deck.
It was a land off the top. He has to pass it back.
This is a 2-turn clock here. This is 11 damage coming in.
This is so
No need to play out that second Flame Braider. Has Disdainful Stroke for any sweeper as well, but there is the Mistrise Village in play now. So if Marco does top deck a sweeper of some kind, you can make it uncounterable.
Oh, that's right. That looked like a blank, but it might not be if Marco can get very lucky.
Right. If you find a Jeskai Revelation, what happens? You bounce the flock, kill the Vibrance. All right, so Marco has 1 draw step here. Otherwise, Eduardo is going to top 8.
Go ahead.
Here we go.
Here we go off the top of the library for Marco Balaka.
That's not enough. That's an Unagi.
And it is not enough. Eduardo has 4 lethal attackers, turns them all sideways, and secures the top
What a game.
8. What a run for Eduardo.
Winning on turns.
Team Worldly Council cheers for their hero.
I feel really bad for Marco. That is his 3rd win and any lost in a row.
Unbelievable run for Eduardo.
I mean,
I cannot imagine.
I feel bad for the Italian, but
yeah, I mean, what
the handsome Italian man there.
Right?
Look at him!
He's like, can I go hug my teammates real quick? That was incredible.
The whole squad rooting
that was a great game.
on, and it's great to see. Again, Eduardo's first top finish was all the way back in 2012, and now he finds himself in the top 8 at the Pro Tour.
Age does not matter. You can get to the Pro Tour eventually.
Oh, boy.
That's 3 win-ins in a row that he's lost.
That's right. He got to 10-0 this tournament, and that means, by the way,
what a crazy game! That was fantastic to watch.
That means that his tiebreakers
My heart is pumping. I can't imagine.
With a win in the last round to get him in, but he's got to close the deal.
He's got to close it. He's got to do it. Can he do it?
And he's got to try to
please,
shake this off. That wasn't
please, Wizards, do not show him for another match.
Losing 4 in a row and
like make him the backup
match
match or something.
Would be absolutely brutal. So
please,
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 get things back together. But I do believe if he wins, he's still going to have an excellent shot at top 8.
He'll have a really good shot. All right, we're going to take a short break here from Richmond. When we come back, more magic. Don't go anywhere.
All right. They're going to show him on camera again. So it's very rare that 11-4 makes top 8 in the Pro Tour, but he did have the best pairing records. The only people he's lost to are in the top 8. So he might be able to squeak in at 8th, but it's very, very unlikely. Because first he has to get over his losing streak, and that's probably affecting his mental, the poor guy. But please, I would like to see someone else in the last round. You can't have all but one round not be the one player. For production's sake, please. Please. Cross my fingers. All right, let's see what we're doing.
And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm with Paul.
It's really funny. I never want to go to Virginia until I started playing Magic. What's in Virginia I want to go to? Nothing.
Filling in seats for the top 8. We just saw Eduardo Sajglic pick up his top 8 seat in dramatic fashion, I'll say, and we've got more winning in action for you this round. Take a look at our 2 competitors, Tony Portolan versus Petr Sohurek, as they face off with 2 very
not the Jeskai deck.
Teamer Harmonizer versus Demir.
Later, Buff. Take it easy, man.
Petr back on the Pro
I will
Tour
be trying to stream early in the morning for the top 8, and then we're playing a bunch of Magic tomorrow. So today we're just going until the stream gets to a spot, and then tomorrow is top 8, and then we're back to playing Magic on Arena. Is our weekend schedule, which we talked about before. But I hope you have a good night.
Going on
Take it easy.
Nice little run here, as you can see, won his last 5 matches in a row, and now has the opportunity here to lock a spot here into the top 8.
As we join, we're going to start off with game number 2 here. This is Tony Portolan up a game. Both players having kept 7 cards.
That is a Lockmare, I believe.
Yeah, it was. Spell Snare your Lockmare.
Is that a Bossing? Okay.
This is Kaido?
That's Bossing Sand.
Kaido can make top 8?
And we see Preacher of the Schism there.
Whoa,
for
whoa, whoa,
Petter.
whoa,
This
whoa,
is
whoa,
a
whoa.
Demir mid-range list.
Are
It's
we rooting for
really
the Kaido
interesting.
player or the Harmonizer
Not very
player?
many players in the field on a deck like this.
Excuse you?
It's done really well for Petter. As you see, playing for top 8, it's going to get seared here is the Preacher, but he's demanding answers for each of these threats. As you can see, these are the type of cards
There's a
that
bat.
are all card advantage-based creatures. Lockmare, Preacher, they all get you multiple cards, and Deep Cavern Bat snipes a card from your opponent's.
It doesn't matter what you take because he has 3 removal spells, which is rough.
Removal spells in Tony's hands, so this Deep Cavern Bat.
But taking Ice still slows him down for a turn, which is fine. Your team Kaido? Nice.
But he's going to kind of force Tony to react to it rather than just getting down his creature right now.
I kind of want to try Kaido with Lockmare.
Ice Till Explorer.
That card right there in the fun art.
I
kind of want to try it.
Yeah, huge. And Tony deciding, I mean, maybe he drew a different land here. There's not a huge reason to just wait, I think, because you're going to want to kill this bat anyways.
Yeah, especially because he can get a Kaido in if you let it attack.
Gets the Ice Till Explorer back. There's plenty of removal here.
See Tony very much playing the control route. Ooh, no land drop here from Petter.
Peter missed a land drop. That's like the worst case scenario.
But that means he's got all action in hand if you're in Tony's seat. I don't know if you're happy or sad about that missed land drop.
It's like he could have played a land and just hard casted Kaido there, and that would have been a really good play.
Most of his spells with just 3 mana.
Yeah, very, very efficient deck. Just kind of playing all the best cards in the Bloom.
But it looks like we don't have the people behind them giving us the hand information.
But it just didn't get markedly better. It's kind of the same deck that we saw last year, whereas all of a sudden you see all these fancy new toys. You see Badger Mold.
Kind of cool to see a deck that people weren't really talking about.
You know what? Still a strong deck, right? In the if this is the type of strategy that you like to play,
there's a Fabled Passage.
This is still a very, very viable choice.
So this is pretty heads up by Tony
Fabled Passage and
cracking first before he plays Ice Till Explorer, because when Ice Till Explorer resolves, he gets priority to play the Fabled Passage.
Out of the graveyard and get your value.
Even if it were to get.
Hey, I should be a commentator for Wizards. I said the exact same thing.
So just excellent sequencing, not surprising from Tony Portolan.
There's the Explorer. So the first question is, does it resolve? And if yes, then he's going to go ahead and get that land back again. This is a priority situation where Petter has not had it.
Yeah.
Kind of still didn't have it, but
so has a bitter triumph here to kill the Ice Till Explorer. But hey, Tony still got his card already, right? Got that Fabled Passage immediately in play, and again, just making sure that you play that land first so that you guarantee yourself that extra card.
Yeah.
I see. So the trigger for Mill went on the stack. Petter responded. That was the first time he had priority since the Ice Till Explorer was on the battlefield.
Right.
So he killed it at the earliest possible time that he could.
Exactly. Does Petter have any other disruption? Remember, this deck is also quite good at playing at instant speed. You can play out cards like Enduring Curiosity, Tishana's Tidebinder, which is a very, very nice card in this matchup. Although I believe we know that Tony has at least one more removal spell in hand. I think a Seer.
Yes.
All right, Bossing Say doing some work.
Yeah, let's get frisky
but doesn't
here.
attack as he sees the Enduring Curiosity coming and then uses the Seer to get it off the battlefield.
Yeah, Petter didn't know about that Seer, right? It was 2 other removal spells, I think, that
I'm doing pretty good today. Stream has been great.
There, so
Chad has been fantastic.
There for Portolan.
Some of these games have been solid to watch.
Here. Now you
How are
can
you?
make a 4/4, but Petter can, of course, have another flash creature here. Maybe you just start making an army of blockers just in case, because that Enduring Curiosity is still in play.
Crack Fabled Passage.
Okay.
So he's sacrificing it.
Oh, okay. Not attacking, sure. Getting a land, and then getting the Fabled Passage back.
So what is in Peter's hand? I assume he has a couple Kaidos.
Earthbent.
He has to, right? Yeah, I see one in his flicking of his hands. Now the question is, does he have a flash creature
I mean, Petter has
to deal with
double-
Tony's something?
Excuse me, Tony has double the lands here from Petter. Has so much wiggle room here, in addition to the fact that he's got 2 copies of Bossing Say.
So we know 4 mana.
Is that the payoff, or
is-
is there more? That's the question.
Kaido does a
Is
lot
Tony
on 4 mana.
sculpting perhaps the combo waiting for a good opportunity. But when Petter is just passing with all that mana up, you know, at that point you can just go, hey, you know what, I'm just going to make a 2/2 every turn, right? Until you do something about it.
We can go.
Okay.
No, he decided not to. And
All
that
right.
was sorcery speed, so
Tony with a lot of mana.
Another enduring.
And this is Thunder Magic. Yep.
And that's why he kept that mana up. It would have
Okay.
taken him one too many.
Yeah, there is a Restless Reef.
You need to tap more than 4 for that. That costs
And he
6 to
hit
do
his
3
2
damage.
cards
It is
now?
2 cards, and I think I
Right.
saw Kaito in Petter's hand.
Oh,
so
no.
Perhaps Kaito can just.
It's only
Petter
4.
Can just
That's
play
correct.
Kaito, right, and just kind of hope you can get some. Because if you tick it up,
I wish you good luck
can
with
get
your
it up
progress
to
on your
5,
game.
So even if you activate 2 lands with Bossing Say,
When it's
would
all ready,
live.
we can try it
But
on
of
stream.
course, if you completely tap yourself out, Tony could potentially just kill you out of nowhere.
Right. Oh, and that's maybe why here. Petter's going to go for duress.
Counter.
And he's just going to get it countered. So he's still, I guess, maybe there's only 1 card left, though, for Tony. So
Yeah,
quite difficult to die from that position.
I wonder what the card is. He wanted to protect it here. Or I guess even if it was a land, I guess you just cast the Spider Sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
Analyze the Pollen's a great top deck.
The Pollen here. So now Tony can go ahead and find a creature. Ice-Tail Explorer seems like
Oh,
a
sweet,
nice
Seago.
creature to get
I
in
wish
this
you good luck with
spot,
that.
unless you're maybe trying to go for the combo. There's also Songcrafter Mage as a nice one of that you can search with the Analyze the Pollen.
You see he can collect evidence 8 here.
Oh,
Get a Riddler.
Quantum Riddler. I mean, when you have, I think that Tony only has 1 other card in hand. Right, warping it out here, draw 2 cards.
This is one way to take advantage of all those extra lands that you've got if you're Tony.
I wonder if Petter has a Tishana's Tidebinder here to counter the trigger. It would still get returned to Tony's hand at end of turn, if that were the case.
Petter's going to take a quick look at the exile and graveyard here.
Two cards
YouTuber Jam, it starts in 2 days and you have 1 week. Yo, good luck.
Petter's not
I used to do
gonna be
game
happy about
jams
this.
a while
This
ago,
is the
but
game he's trying to play.
it's been a long time.
Tony is just so far up on resources here. The way Petter gets back into this is trying
What
to
is
at
in
least
Peter's hand?
connect with a singular creature with the double enduring curiosity.
Yeah, the moment
that
he
are
he
still in
hits,
play as
he's just
enchantments.
gonna come back in. Wait.
Once you get that into the exiled zone, that signals the end of your turn. Could activate Bossing Say still with all the mana that he has up.
What do we do here?
We saw him
We know he
target
has
the
1
fabled
Kaido in his hand.
castings
What's the rest of his hand?
previously. Could still do that.
Yo, Outlaw Vane, thank you for the sub over on YouTube. I appreciate you. Welcome to Unkindness Crew.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Now warp resolve.
Okay.
Okay. So we just let him get a job. Get a job.
Gonna go
Get a
into the
card.
warp zone.
And Tony did not activate the Bossing Say, so that at least has to tell Petter that Tony's got some type of interaction.
You just slam Kaido here, you can't wait too long, right? He shows he doesn't have the
Petter
combo.
forced to just cast the
Kaito, it looks
Kaido
like
here.
he's just going for the Kaido here.
Yep.
Tick it up. Get it to 5 so that it doesn't die to a double activation from Bossing
Probably
Say.
because this is not the main match, and usually only the main match has people behind them with a tablet.
Feels like that's what you
Or like
wanna
they usually
do.
have like 2 extra
you try
side
to
matches,
connect
if
with
not
it?
3, and this
Right.
is probably
Draw
one of the
some
side
cards.
matches.
I mean,
It's
One of the
something
top
draw
4
so
tables,
many
right?
cards if you can get through.
Yeah. It's a multi.
Oh, this is not fetch. Sorry. I
That
just
is-
confused because of you. Sure.
Yeah.
I do 0.
Okay, just, you don't draw, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's going to do the 0.
Just surveilling here. Okay, so now the Kaito can die if Tony activates both of the Bossing Say onto their lands. Now he will need.
He should find
10
removal here. It
lands.
looks like he has a land
only got
and a
8.
shoot the sheriff.
So, because it takes 3 lands and a Bossing Say to turn an untapped land into a 2/2. Now, Seer would do it, but Tony's already
That's
cast one of
good,
those.
right? Yes.
Hexproof, I wonder if he's got the Seer in hand.
Sorry.
I kept both.
You kept both.
He topped with the Surveil, he says. That's not good news for Tony.
Yeah, but Tony has a Quantum. I mean, Tony has a lot of options.
Yeah, Tony
He's
has
got
Riddler.
That Quantum Riddler. And this is a Songcrafter Mage, it looks like.
Oh, it is. Is he just running it out as a
Is
creature?
it 3/2? That's what it looks like.
Find that.
Okay. Casting Consult. And this is going to get you 7 cards. We don't know the contents
Man, I
of
need to be
Tony's
more like
hand.
Riddler. ETDP 2 jobs. 2 jobs.
Right.
I need a job right now.
Yeah, using
this
the
is my
purple
job.
passage to get the blue source. We don't know the contents of Tony's hand. It's like we don't even know if he's got Mindform Harmonizer in hand, right? He could have something set up here. But one thing we do know is if he wants,
There's a Harmonizer.
Tony does have the ability to get the Kaito off the battlefield.
This Kaito is dead.
What is this? 8 cards?
Because of Bossing Say. And his last card was the Songcrafter Mage.
You're at 17.
Uh-oh. You're at 17.
That's a
Tony says.
Scary question.
Is he just showcasing the full board?
Oh, jeez.
You don't have to show it, right?
No.
No, but I have the kill.
He says I have the kill because he's got the win all lined up here.
And then you just bump it.
4, 4, 7, 14, 17 damage. Petter is at exactly 17.
Harmonize.
Yes. 14, 17.
Full bore, and it's exactly 17, and Tony Portolan
Oh, that was just game
secures
2.
top 8 here in Richmond.
Okay, so
Doing
that
it
was
in
just...
style. I was like, you don't have to show
that was
the
just
full
the second
board
game.
there. You don't. Well, unless you have the win.
No,
He
Kaito.
absolutely did.
Wow, yeah.
So yeah, so that was the
Incredible.
same
He just
round.
said,
It
"Look,
wasn't
I
the
got
next
you.
round. That was just
Counted it
the
out.
side
Exactly
match
17.
from the
And that is a
Elemental
top 8
versus
finish for
Jeskai
Tony
Control.
Portolan,
So that was the same
continuing
round,
his winning ways.
and that was just the
Remember,
side
he was
match,
the one that
and that's
took it
why
right
we
down
didn't
to
have
wire
the cheat
for
sheets
Player
of
the
the
Year
guy with
last
the
year.
iPad
Ultimately,
behind.
It was Ken Yukihiro who won it,
So,
but Tony was right there.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to win it this year, apparently, because now he's locked up a seat
So
into
close.
the top 8. And
So close.
his dominant run over the last couple of years.
You always root for who has the
And I
worst
can't believe that
sleeves.
This is the deck that's doing it either. I would have
What
not
flip
have
sleeves
thought
do
that
you
you were
use?
serious if you
Not
showed
at
me
all.
what that deck does. All right, take a look. We've got yet another winning in our
Sounds good.
feature area.
See you go.
Tron versus Loopy. Those aren't the deck names. Those are last names. And you see 5-color Rhythm versus Bant.
If that guy's
Airbender
last name is
here.
Tron and he doesn't play Tron in Modern, you gotta have words. All right, so this
come
is
into
the
the
last
match.
round of today.
We're
So
gonna come in
this
game
is definitely
number
on
2
win and ends.
with Tron up a game. Trying to close out. Oh, my goodness sakes.
Okay, well,
Paul?
let's try. Hey, let's try
Right.
to parse this. Well, I see Appa, Doc,
Or
Hour
just
Lock.
another
I don't
feature
see
match
Aang for the combo.
of last round.
So no full combo yet.
Oh, it's
but
round
that is
15,
a
okay.
Very impressive board
But
state.
there is a Doorkeeper Thrall in play on Guglielmo's side. So you can't do combo shenanigans unless you find another Seam Rip to get the Doorkeeper Thrall off the battlefield. Also, there is an active Ouroboros that's on the battlefield, on Loopy's side of the battlefield. So this
There's
game
also flipped
could
Aang.
get out of hand here if Loopy gets to take another turn here. Does Tron have the Seam Rip and maybe the Aang to potentially just close out the game this turn?
Yeah, I wonder how much damage
Oh, there
Tron
is an
can
Aang.
do
It's
here.
just flipped.
Oh, it's a flipped Aang?
Yeah, so you can get in for a lot of damage, and there's only 2 blockers. I don't know how much
Yeah,
damage
but if you
this is.
overextend,
That has to be lethal.
You could
affecting
die.
Creatures, right?
Well, you have 2 blockers, but everything gets a
Right.
+1/+1 counter. Aang is huge, by the way.
cheap black
It is a
sleeves.
trampler.
Hey, whatever gets you on the table, right, Mr. Cool?
Looks like they're doing
Use
some
KMC
math.
outers,
A little bit of
inners,
math.
Dragon
It's like,
Shield.
what are you gonna
Makes sense.
block?
You
As
can
you
take
can
a
see
look
here.
at Aang and Law Ocean's Fury. That's a transformed version.
So that is that will be a 6/6 trampler when it attacks. There's currently 7 toughness in play on the other side. That was my phone.
That's a tough time for a phone call.
That's an alarm, not a phone
All
call.
right, so imagine you don't block the Trampler and the other 2 biggest creatures in play. Let's say it's Appa and the Badger Mole Cub. That's, oh wait, there's more creatures. Okay, so if you block 2 of the 3/3s, that's 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage coming in. but then you also have to chump block. Like, I feel like this is probably just an attack you might need to make, because otherwise, what are you going to do, right? There's an Ouroboros that's in play. That's
So the math is there if he blocks incorrectly, right?
And once it gets to that stage, if you're a creature-based deck, that is big trouble. But interestingly, Loopy looks like he had a big
So he has
turn
25.
there, tapped a lot
So if he
of things.
taps everything, that's 25 damage.
Is it lethal?
7.
Everything gets a +1/+1.
So 25, he has
not
7
lethal,
toughness,
does it
so
leave
that should be
Loopy with
lethal.
Enough to try to win a game.
Yeah, I think.
Tron said, I think it's enough.
I think it's enough, because Loopy absolutely does not want to chump with the Ouroboros if he can get away with it.
Exactly, because that could be the difference between cracking back
3,
on the win
6,
right now.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
That's 15 damage on the left, right?
Without the trample of Ouroboros.
And then you trample over on the right.
So that's 16.
For 2 more. So that's 17 damage?
And that's enough.
3, 5, 7, 10, 13, 15, plus 2 trample on the right. That's 17 extra damage coming.
And that's going to do it. Cyprian Tron.
What a crazy
picks
board
up
state
the
to come into.
victory And a seat in the top 8 with a massive creature battle there. That was a heck of a lot of power and toughness on one board state as we came into it. Wow.
Yeah, that was an easy board to suss out, I'm going to say, but...
You crying because you made top 8?
The emotions flowing.
I mean, imagine making top 8 for the first time. I totally get it. No shade on that guy.
Heartbreaking losses.
That dude probably worked years to get there. That's amazing for him. Congrats. Good luck in the top 8.
Finally break through. That's when the
you don't care who wins the Cub Mirror?
See how much it means, right? This is the dream.
True.
If you decide to take
hey,
one
Cubby deck lost, though. One Cubby deck lost.
You dream about that top 8. So, I mean, he's locked up his spot.
How long is the delay there on stream? I should figure out how to shorten the delay on YouTube. I'm sorry. I wonder how far behind you guys are.
Win and yet another top 8 seat.
I wonder how far behind you guys are.
Take a short break here from Richmond.
There might be a way. I don't know. Because I think there's, what, 15-second delay between YouTube? There's got to be a shorter way. I know there's like a 1-second delay on Twitch. And Kick. Oh, looks like you can. YouTube Studio setting. Navigate to live control room and select ultra low latency under stream settings for the best real-time interaction. I guess you can now. Shame on you for making fun of people in jail. You can make fun of me. Make fun of the streamer. I'm not in top 8. That kid is. I'm jealous. And not true. Some people you need to make fun of. Because fuck them. Let's be fair. Like, make fun of me. That's totally fair. Zevin is 10-5. He re-qualified. Let's go. He won't make top 8, but shout out to him. Yeah, it looks like there's a way I can reduce the lag time on YouTube. So tomorrow it will be better for you guys. I just would have to turn off stream to do that.
Eclipse Commander Party? Check with your LGS to see if they're running one right now. There's also another Lorwyn
I don't know,
Eclipse
man.
Commander
If I
Party
do
coming
something
up
dumb,
soon,
you should make
February
fun of me.
13th
Not
to
in a
the
Magic
19th.
misplay, but
Play
just
in
like
this
if I'm
plane-shifting
stupid,
twist
I
on
might
Commander
I might
Party
deserve
before
it.
vanishes.
But true, opinions may differ on who needs making fun of.
While supplies last.
True.
Check out how it's played over on youtube.com/@playmtg. As night falls here in Richmond, Virginia at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed, we have one round of Swiss left to play to fill out the rest of our
Are they going to make us watch Jessica
This
Control
trophy
again?
awaits one of the people we will put into our top 8 by the end of today. Welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi and Monty DeVuti. I always say this is the most exciting hour of Magic coming at you. 3 players who are also very excited, who have just locked up their spots in our top 8. Talk to Cedric after their big wins.
Hey everybody, catching up with Eduardo here right before his match. Now, Eduardo, I know that you're the limited expert for your team, and I've heard about you giving lectures to your team, how the limited goes. Tell me, how did that go for this Pro Tour?
Less good than I would have hoped for, to be honest. So the draft strategy we had was maybe actually, to be honest, a little too complex. So the floor was lower than we normally have, and that led to like a lot of our teammates going 0-free. We had about the same number of trophies, and day 2 drafts went better, which just
All right, let's see if I can do this right now while he's talking. Hold on.
For the lower floor, but learn. Next time we'll do better.
Yeah, hopefully next time better. Speaking of doing better, you're actually playing for top 8 here. How does it feel to be in that spot yet again?
It's nuts. I mean, with my constructed deck, I've played 1 bot match versus Sparky to warm up. Look, I don't know if I'm gonna win this or not. So like, the truth is, the RC group for next RC and standard for World League Council really came together. I had to prepare the limited content on Tuesday, and they were like, okay, we got you. And they helped me in like 12, 13 hours, like sort this deck out, prove the mana base, make sure we had a better spell suite. And it was like back and forth with the testing house, them testing remote. That's why we have the Winter Night story. Shout out to them for that tech. And like, I wouldn't be here without them for sure.
Yeah. Well, hey, I hope you got one more win in you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Luck. Luck to him.
Ciprian, a huge win. And I'll just tell everybody at home, a little emotional about it. You put a lot of work into this game. Tell us what you're feeling.
Yeah, I don't really know, to be fair, what to think. Like, I've played so much this game. It's like the best game in the world. I put so much hours trying to find the best deck. Like, for years, I've watched nearly every PTs, and now I'm on the PT, and I top 8'd. It's like crazy.
Hell yeah,
I don't
dude.
know what to say. Like, I'm so happy. I just cried because, like, yeah, I don't know what to say, to be fair, because like it's like the best thing that happened to me maybe since I don't know. But yeah, I feel so good.
Well, look, it doesn't have to sink in right now. You get to enjoy this for as long as you want, because no one can ever take this away from you. Sure. And we could talk about this away from you. Sure. And we could talk about Sunday and tomorrow and if you'll win the tournament. That's a normal question I would ask, but I know you want to give a shout out to some friends.
Right,
that
I'll
helped
check
you
that out
get
later.
Here, so do that.
It looks like there's a way to do it, so we can make it low
first,
on the YouTube side.
Team
But
Porda,
shout out to that guy, made top 8.
My brother Arthur, and everybody in France that practiced with me, Guillaume Bord, Quentin.
Is he wearing an eggplant
Leland,
as a team mascot? Not bad.
Baguette sur d'érable, everyone, my parents, my friends, everyone. You, Rich Hagen, that I loved watching, Marshall Stock Life, Brian David Marshall, and yeah. And also, we have to have some thinking to Kaibud, yeah, it's quite hard what happened to him, and just think about it. Just play the PT and think still about it.
Yep. We love your passion for the game. I can't wait to watch you play tomorrow. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Tony, when you win, you stay.
Okay.
You get to hang out with me.
Okay.
That's a good thing, because then we get to do this.
Yeah.
A fantastic victory. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The matchup, you said, not good?
Yeah, I mean, the Dimir mid-range deck has a lot of interaction. Like, they played 4 Tidebenders, which basically counter the trigger of Harmonizer, and plus they have like 8 removal spells and counter spells, so that's quite a lot of interaction to go through. Luckily, game 1, I managed to get through. They punted a bit, like they forgot about full board that can be done through combat without, the combo kill. and they it swung the matchup back into my side. And then game 2, they kept a pretty slow hand, and then analyzed the Paul and managed to like get a Riddler, and I managed to win through card advantage. And then they needed to tap out for something, and I just killed them.
That's the scary thing about playing around this deck, right? And you have so much experience because you are playing it, where your opponents really don't.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice for this weekend. I'm sure people will adjust for the next weekends, playing cards like Into the Flood Maw or something like that. But I think it's a good thing to prey on the low interaction decks, and it's a healthy part of the meta. And I think it'll stay and come in the meta depending on the people sideboards.
Well, you say it's a good choice this weekend, not a great choice in the future. Yeah. There's one day in the future tomorrow. Is it a good choice for tomorrow?
I think so. So we'll see who top 8 it. So for the matchups, but I feel
like his deck is in a good spot for sure.
The last matchup is like even, so hopefully I will not be paired into the top 8.
Well, Tony, another impressive event.
Good luck, Tony.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
So what do you do when you know you make top 8? Do you go back to your testing house and just like grind that out?
Those elementals able to get the job done over.
How does that work?
Jeskai Revelation. How'd you feel about that matchup going into it?
I'm not 100% sure. I just feel like, I don't know if it's favored or not. I just felt like it's the typical like mid-range value deck versus control. So
but you have
I can't
Cavern.
really run the control deck out of threats. They will eventually top deck. They have Mystery's Village. So it really is about how can I put pressure in a way that allows you to keep developing value and push as much damage as I can until I get there.
Well, you certainly did do that. You got the victory, 12th win into the top 8. Now, you haven't top 8 at a Pro Tour in over a decade. You told me it's been 6 years since you played in a Pro Tour. And so you're back now. Now, you didn't win the last Pro Tour that you top 8'd, but maybe thinking winning this one?
Look, my loss in the Swiss was against Luis Salvato's 6/6 Demon thing. I don't care to read that card again in play, personally. Otherwise, I feel like there's reasonable chances. You know, there's 8 of us. I'm going to try my best. Maybe I need to get a pep talk from people in the room who have been there before and got in there. But yeah, for me, I just want to avoid that demon. That's it.
Well, hopefully you dodge Luis, but it's great to have you back in the top 8. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our newest members of our top 8. Speaking of our top 8, let's take a look at how it is shaping up so far. It's not filled out just yet. We still have one more round of Swiss to play here
boys
on
and
day 2
girls.
of competition before we're able to fill it out. But let's check out
so
who
right
has
now
already punched their ticket to the Sunday stage. Francisco Sanchez,
is it Lessons,
Luis Salvato,
the
Tony
Barracks Crucier,
Cyprian
Teamer Harmonizer,
and Eduardo Sajglic.
the Is It Lessons, and Bant's Airbending.
That leaves 3 spots still available here in round number 16. Let's take a peek at our leaderboard now and find out where we're at. We know what we need for our top 8. 3 more spots. Where will they come from? Taking a look at the players who've already
that's
clinched
so
that
one
spot,
Badger
you'll see
deck
12
so
wins
far
and more in their win column. A lot of people here though waiting on a spot in the top 8, and it could come here in the final round of Swiss, round number 16. A lot of heavy hitters here right on the cusp of making a top 8 berth. So because this is the final round of Swiss, we like to take a look at all the important matches, people who might end up in our
We have
top
Saltai
8.
Elementals, 5-color Rhythm, Jeskai Control, Spelementals, Excruciator, Bant Airbending, Is It Blink.
Tell me about this matchup, Monty.
All right, so the way I see it, this is the only potential clean win-in we have. If Julien wins, he's cleanly guaranteed into the top 8.
Yep.
If he loses, Guillermo has a fantastic chance, the best of this giant tiebreaker scrum that we have.
Yeah, so this is 6th and 7th place right now
certainly
on our
the
screen.
Top 8 among our win-ins.
Yeah, and you can see Henri will be coming into it with a lot
So
of wins, so maybe
there
the win at his
is-
back. Somebody who the opposite that is true of is none other than Marco Balaca, who has tried again and again and again to make our top 8 and has failed up against Andy Garcia Romomani.
But we have guaranteed one Badger deck in the top 8 right now.
This match is
we have potential for one more.
likely to place a player in the top 8. So when we're looking at that second of 3
Depending on
top 8
tiebreakers.
slots, this is the match I have my eyes on.
All right, that is coming up. Let's take a look at our next important matchup here. Ken Yukihiro, your current
But looks
reigning player
like-
of the year, up against Christopher
Looks
Larson.
like one
What do you think
Lessons
about
is
this
in the
one?
top 8.
Okay, so we
guaranteed.
have 3 spots. This match
One
is
Harmonizer,
the most
one
likely
Badger,
to put a player into that 3rd
a
slot.
bunch
But
of
we are in
elemental
the
decks.
place where the margins are
And that
so
Harmonizer
close
deck, so
that the next 2 matches
crazy.
we're going to look at could
Badger
have
got
implications.
shut down.
Ooh, very
At least the
interesting. Let's
Simic
take a look
Badger
at
deck
one of
got
those
shut
matchups
down.
right now. Arna Huschenbett up against Petr
There is a
Schiffurek.
couple, there's
Okay,
2
so this
opportunities
matchup
for
is
a
actually
Rhythm deck to
much
break
more
out, but that's
likely
about
if
it.
Arna wins, Petr has a much harder time. I think he has like 4% down. So Arna, he has a good chance if he wins. For Petter, it's a win and pray.
Okay, we'll find out what happens. And one more that we want to take a
And
peek
your
at
hero,
here. Marco versus
the
Karis
reigning
Dakidis.
world
Versus
player of the
Elementals
year,
up against Mir
is at
Midrange. What does
11th,
this
and
one
he's
mean?
playing
Very
Fan
similar story
Airbending
to
combo.
the previous one.
He's the
For
other
Marco,
Badger deck
he
that
has
can
the
sweep in the
percentage
top
to
8.
potentially get there.
If
For Karis, it's a win and pray, but it could still go
5-color
either
Ritter
way,
deck
and
loses
both these
on stream
players
here.
are vying for that third potential spot.
Okay, so a lot to be decided here in this final round of play. Let's set up our first feature match that we'll be watching here in the final round of Swiss. Take a peek. Julien Henry on Sultai Elementals up against a 5-color rhythm deck in the hands of Guglielmo Lupi. Let's take a look at these players. Julien Henry, 2 Grand Prix top 8s to his name. This is 10th high-level tournament since starting in 2016 on that French team, Baguette Syrup Durable, that's been doing very well here this weekend. Let's take a look at his tournament results as far as what's been happening round by round, Monty.
All right, so taking a look, he started day 1 with a 2-1.
Yeah, but Penn's on a Badger deck.
Losing to
his
current opponent, Guglielmo Lupi, to not take the trophy. Ended the day 5-3, so not an ideal day 1, but made it back for day 2. And then day 2, he's decided there is no
this
losing
Sultai
for
Elementals
him.
is the Scam Elementals deck. Let me look.
6-1 on day 2 to put himself in this position where he essentially came out of
Yep,
nowhere.
it is the Scam Elementals
The opponent,
deck.
Guglielmo Lupi here, started playing in 2023,
Sweet.
so hasn't been around the game very long, but doing very well for himself. Pro Tour Edge of Eternities was his first Pro Tour, didn't day 2, but qualified via Mox Showcase to be here this weekend. Talk to me about his round by round, Monty.
Yeah, just a killer streak of results leading up to this Pro Tour.
Lost to
and
Lessons.
He has not stopped. 7-1.
Lost to
on day
Lessons.
1. Day 2
and
not
lost to
going as well
Airbending.
for him. He has picked up 3 losses today, but he can undo all of that by winning this match against Julien.
All right, very cool stuff. Let's take a look at these deck lists, Monty.
Okay, so we're going
I
to
guess
start by
Badger has
taking
a
look at
the
Julien
rhythm deck
Henry's
has a bad
Sultai
Lessons
Elementals deck.
matchup.
This is the build of Elementals that Team Syrup Durable decided to bring. And of course, it's the Jean-Emmanuel Depra build that is maximizing these Evoke Elementals as well as
Last
of course,
round,
as
let's
World Championship
need some like chips or
for
something to
Minimal
watch this.
Speaker to go fetch these. And the big highlight of this deck, of course, is the inclusion of Superior Spider-Man, just allowing you to take advantage of all of these Elementals in the graveyard, including Sunderflock. On the other side, Guglielmo Lupi is on the 5-color Rhythm build that is the variation of the Cub Rhythm decks that Team Handshake Moxfield decided to bring, having access to, once again, Superior Spider-Man, as well as some more powerful silver bullet targets like Champion of the Weird.
Champion of the Weird is interesting. I don't think we've seen this deck get that card onto the battlefield, but
top 8. I'm going to pass that on over to Alien Corey.
See how it
Final
works.
round, Swiss.
Thank
Let's
you so
see
much,
how it works.
Maria. Yes, indeed. We've got 3 spots to fill out our top 8. Corey and I cannot wait to get into the action here. And we've got some excellent head-to-heads, as you saw there, as the desk was breaking that down. So many amazing players, but alas, only 3 spots remain.
Absolutely, and we already have an incredibly diverse top 8, top 5 so far. 5
So do we
different
want
decks, so we got
Scamamentals,
ourselves-
or do
and
we
no
want
matter
the
what
5-color
winner
rhythm?
does,
What are
will
we
be a 6
voting for?
different decks,
That is so cool.
Standards looking awesome. Great players in the top 8 as well. Should be an awesome match.
I think I want the Scamamentals deck to get in because we're anti-Badger this weekend.
Finishing off the last round, and the players who have made it, there's just a buzz around them, an aura, and energy. They are so thrilled to be in the
Am I
top
not
8.
live?
And because this is a sweat.
Yes.
Where's my
It doesn't matter for the
quality?
It doesn't matter for these players.
There we go. My
if
quality
they
went down
win,
for a second.
because
I don't
you
know why.
have
I'm
to
sorry about that.
determine
We're back.
Where you fit with the tiebreakers based on all of the other results from the other
I'm
tables.
sorry you have
The
a
only
cold, but
guarantee,
I
believe,
appreciate
is
you hanging
Julian
out, buddy.
Henry,
You are
who's
exactly
sitting at
correct.
11-3-1.
I'm glad that
It's gonna
you
be a
have come
great
back.
match
Makes me
here.
happy.
Guglielmo Lupi at the top of your screen there, playing 5-color Rhythm. Got some very interesting.
Starting off strong with
in their Deceit now for
Deceit.
Julien Henry. Gonna take a look at the hand and do some disrupting.
Take that, Badger.
Yeah, and Zampa up top there, we had a very solid start. It was X and 1 going into that second round.
That felt
of
like a
Limited.
really
Things fell off
like
a little
painful,
bit, but
like
still in
really
a position
aggressive
where
like
you
hit
can
on the
win,
field.
and you're the most likely
Yo,
person to
America!
take it to the top 8.
Thank
It's
you
a
for the membership.
position any of these players
I
would be happy
appreciate
to
you so
lock
much.
in
Thank
when
you,
they
thank you, thank you. It means a lot to me.
Absolutely. So
Dude.
Julien taking a good look
That's
at
so
the
cool.
hand there. Plenty of
I
ramp
really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
cards to
Welcome
go
to
and
the
find
community.
important tools, i.e. the
I should get you like a crown.
They're being able to fetch up
Instead of the bird with like a party, a raven with a
It's
party
just been
thing, I should
such
get you like a
crucial
bird with a
player
crown.
in this archetype.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry you have a cold
the
though.
bright glass gear hulk taken there, you just don't want to
Glad you've been enjoying the
allow
vibes.
Zampa to be able
Right,
to
the kids still
search
say
up
that.
any kind of fight spell or lantern,
Taking
anything like that.
bright
So
gas gear Hulk
one
makes
thing,
sense because you have
Julian is
Hex in
very
his hand.
good at dealing with right now is creatures.
Because like what, he
Couple
can just
emptiness
play
as well
Badger
as the
here,
Whiting Hex, so
and then Hex
happy
kills
to
it.
allow Zampa to have all the creatures that he wants.
This is a sweet list from the French team. You know, basically trying to cheat in the evoke elementals by playing Not Dead After All once they're on the board and
That makes
keeping
sense.
those big threats around. So kind of like, you know, similar-ish game plan. It's like you want to get ahead of the curve, and so do I.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's that was a really good draw.
Deck. And another deck, I mean, I feel
So
like
what
I'm
he can
almost
do
a
right
broken
now
record
is
saying
Shock in
this.
Watery
Another
Grave,
deck that feels
Emptiness
like
to
an anti-counter.
kill
You know, we have really seen so far
this
going into the
spider,
last round of Swiss,
and then
the
Hex
anti-Cub
whatever he
decks
plays.
are winning this Pro Tour against the Cub decks. Now, this would be the second Cub deck to be able to make it in.
I can imagine the Scam Elemental deck. We haven't played this deck. I should probably play this deck
way below average.
On stream.
Emptiness, the powerful 6-drop, able to
But it probably has a really good Badger matchup.
counters on a pretty key part that's, you know, been included in these ramp-style decks. Being able to untap off of a warped Riddler, for example, has been super powerful in terms of getting this deck ahead of everyone else.
Absolutely.
Speaking of Riddler, there's 2 in hand there.
Yeah, and 2 unknown Riddlers as well since Julian last saw the hand. So those Riddlers are going to really do some impressive work here.
Riddler number 1.
Riddler number 1. This Thunderflock is going to be great in this matchup, right?
And this
because this
is a
4-color
really
rhythm deck
nice
isn't the
play
combo deck,
here
so he
from
can't
Zampa.
combo off
Zampa
in one
could've just
turn.
went Badgermal Cub, you know, Earthbend the land, go for Keen-Eyed Curator to kind of double spell there, but the odds that Julian would have a removal spell here pretty high, so decided to play around it.
Yep, Requiting Hex we do see in hand there. Here comes Wistfulness. No shenanigans to keep this on board as yet, but this graveyard is
drew
getting
some
pretty
lands.
full here with these powerful creatures.
The really awesome thing about this powerful evoke creature is you get to draw the cards and then maybe find a way to keep it alive. That is a
that's a great point, yeah.
Nice piece of tech.
Because you draw first before they evoke death. So you can go find an answer or a way to cheat this elemental in. That's pretty cool.
Picked up from Julian, another one of the main reasons to play this kind of deck.
Would probably pitch the emptiness here. You have 2 of them.
Tough choice.
Your opponent's
2
board is
separate
empty.
Lands, but this is still definitely a deck where you want to be making
that's a good call.
land drops.
I appreciate how the players lay out their graveyard like this.
Yeah.
I do my best to keep
Very
it all
clean.
neat, but
Yep.
yeah, no. Lots of
What do you draw?
mana value in
Greater
the
Hoof.
graveyard currently for Julien. Would love to find.
We know that's a
something
1
to
of.
Bring those friends back.
But
maybe in a
even if he
certain
plays another Deceit, I don't think
the
he
worst
will
possible top deck in the deck there.
take that.
Drawing the
But these
Crater Hoof
Riddlers
is
are going to get him
something
back into
you
this
very
game.
much never want to do. You never really want to draw any of those silver bullet cards.
It's turn 3. He's on time.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. This deck is a deck that can perform a turn 3 behemoth, turn 3 win, but man, with all the decks that are very much trying
There's
to
the
be
Badger.
anti-Cub decks, I bet we have not seen a lot of turn 3 wins from the rhythm.
I'm going to agree with you there, friend. We should do a survey for all the Cub decks.
Right.
How often did you get to do your thing? Not a lot.
Yeah, there's not this many Cub decks out of 45% of the format. Assume that those decks got eaten alive.
Needing that extra Earthbent land to add extra mana, still being able to double creature here is a big deal.
Yeah.
Now Zampa is just going to try to get as low as cards on as possible, get these Riddlers out there, get that additional card advantage before Julian finds the ability to put a Thunderflock into play or one of these.
Fortunately, Julian didn't really find any.
I don't think this Keen-Eyed Curator is going to stick around too often. It can mess with the graveyards, but having
a way to cheat his elementals in.
To our little raccoon.
Because if he could cheat the emptiness in, and then he could just play Thunderflock, that seems really bad.
Not dead after all style of effects. You can trigger it in such a way where you give the -3 counters to Keen-Eyed, then let the card go to the graveyard, bring it back type thing.
Emptiness does cost 4. Or, sorry, emptiness does cost 6, which is the downside.
It could get
expensive.
busy in the yard there if you wanted to.
Exactly, and if the cards get eaten in the yard, that's fine. Julian doesn't need those cards and doesn't utilize those cards that much. It's using the evoke cards to bring it back. Superior Spider-Man, of course, still does have some utility with some creatures in your graveyard.
Mockingbird, what are we copying?
Mockingbird,
That looks
copy
like
the
a
land?
land to me. That turns into a
Hell yeah.
summoning sick flying land.
Summoning sick flying
Very
land.
Yep.
So an avalanche?
Yeah. So very important here in the sense that
Judge? Judge.
very important that you can now.
I don't know. I don't remember.
I think you do, yeah.
Oh, it's the classic. Do you have to take 2 damage from Temple Garden
copy
here?
a shockland with the bird.
It enters as a shockland. You need to pay 2 life or have it untapped. It works.
It is a copy of the Temple Garden.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
And now, since we're going
shocks
to
that
be
in because it
warping
is a
the
shock
Quantum
land.
Riddler, it is, are you okay taking 2 damage to have the ability to cast a 2-drop? In my opinion, definitely worth it, as Julian's going to be able to win this game. Kind of by miles, not the little chip shot style of plan.
It's not up against the
Cross
harmonizer.
2. That's pretty good.
Jumper doesn't have to worry too much about that. Finds a couple of goodies. Formidable Speaker, Gene Pollinator, and then the big old hoof in hand. Not what he wants to have, but such is the top of the library.
And didn't want to get in there with the Temple Garden, afraid of some kind of flash ability.
All right. So now Julian's at 6 lands.
And
now he kind of starts to
Nice. That's what he was waiting for.
kill some things.
That looks like you don't have the double white, though, so this is just the negative counter side of emptiness. Now, this is a Soul Tie deck, but you do have the ability to cast these elementals for full retail value with Cavern of Souls, with Starting Towns, and Secluded Courtyards.
Cavern of Souls definitely being one of the most important cards this weekend, I would say, for all the creature-based decks.
It just got
So
a
many
huge
printing the
boost
cards to help
thanks
out this
these
weekend.
elementals.
It's funny.
And just the mana base has got so much better in general in Standard, and that's really where you start. Yeah, that's really where you start in Standard when you're trying to figure out a deck to play at a Pro Tour. It's like, okay, what is my mana base first? What tools do I have to then approach the Standard metagame?
We've seen some really scrappy mana bases before all the shotguns.
Tobias, top bolt the board is usually used.
For an untapped dual land.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what can he do here?
Thinking about how
He can hardcast Riddler to draw a card.
Turn. Up against a 3/5,
Or he can
not the biggest
Speaker,
threat in the
throw
world, but
away
still
Forest.
pretty annoying to get through.
Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He has 6 mana this turn. So he can
everything
Speaker,
available. You could Formidable
pitch the
Speaker,
Forest, find a
discard
Badger.
Forest, get a Badgermon Club. You don't really ever want to discard the Behemoth because, well, you only
No.
have one. There's no real way to get it back. So that is a card you very much want to keep.
It's a
You
good way
also
to
just have the option of just
good way to
playing
unlock
a
this
Riddler
board because he
here,
has a
and that
bunch
is
of
hard to argue with as well.
like he has a bunch of those
No real
mana
way,
dorks,
as
right?
far as I can see, to draw 2 cards off Riddler unless you do Formidable Speaker and go find one, which isn't the best use of it. So
So
I
he's
love
just
this.
gonna
Just play a Riddler. That way, if
Just play a
Julian
Riddler,
does
just seems
have
just fine.
Cinderflock, which we know he does, you can at least get the Riddler back and get even more card advantage.
It does give you more value. It's not something you hate to see bounced. Sunderflock and Undying Malice, we know, is in hand here.
We drew
for
a
Julian,
Gene
so
Pollinator.
Able to disrupt this board.
So the question is with Sunderflock, the Mockingbird is the land though. Does it
Really
get
no
bounced when he
way
plays
to interact
Sunderflock?
with Sunderflock, and that's just why this card is so powerful against these Cub decks in game number 1. It is just, if you have Sunderflock, dang it, it's gonna work.
Well, now
It's
he
going
draws
to
all of
be,
his scam
what,
stuff.
A 3-mana 5/5 flyer that bounces all of your opponent's stuff and none of yours.
Seems good.
Yeah, extremely powerful when you just put it in that kind of vacuum aspect.
Everything bounced back to hand. This land does not go back onto the battlefield. Needs to either be killed or exiled.
Yep, and without the counters on it, the Temple Garden.
Unfortunately, that
Mockingbird does
3, 5,
stay.
6 drop is not really doing much.
Yeah,
That
it's
is
not a
just a
creature.
land.
Just a land, yeah. It's very confusing. The lands are creatures and the creatures are lands.
When you put it like that, it is very confusing, for sure.
So the points are made up and
is down,
score doesn't
down
matter.
is up.
Yeah.
Whose
Now
line's
we
in
have
it?
a
I love that
chock-full
show
hand,
too
and
much.
It's just going to come down to Zampa deploying more than likely as much.
So
mana
unfortunately, not dead
acceleration
after all,
as
Undying Malice
possible,
doesn't
so I
really
wouldn't
do
be
anything
shocked
at
if
this
we just
point
go
because you're not going to have
or
your
Temple
creatures
Garden War
die.
Riddler,
Yeah.
or you can go the 3 accelerants as well as Formidable Speaker and insert something up. And of course, you can always start by going to get a Badgermole Cub.
Whatever he does.
Yeah, it's just a normal clone effect when you clone it on a land.
Sense because there is a Sunderflock. That's a 3/2.
Sometimes you have weird naming on clones.
Yes, there's a cool blocker there in Quantum Riddler.
It's interesting to check, though.
Doing that, it just takes up your entire turn.
Yeah, I think this is basically...
So what he could do is just
Zampa
dump his
should
hand of Mana
be, and
Dorks?
more than likely is thinking, how do I hoof next turn?
Mm-hmm.
In what configuration do I need to do something to be able to cast Crater Hoof Behemoth and try to win the game next turn if Julian's hand is nothing but air, which it exactly is air.
This doesn't...
And yeah, I would think...
I do not believe the scam decks run any copies. We can look at his deck list right now.
And drop this 1-drop, play a Temple Garden, take 2, play Formidable Speaker, discard Riddler, and play Cub. What's the math on that? Play Cub, each...
It plays Intimidation Tactics.
I just feel like that is...
6 copies of the Scam, Not Dead for All, Undying Mouse.
Yeah.
2 Hexes. He plays Glarb in the sideboard, Soul Guide Lantern, Black Cat, Cunning Thief.
I think that is 9 damage, and you could
looks like he plays Naga
Speaker,
Fleshcrafter in the sideboard. That's its only copy effect.
The Crater Hoof itself.
But also he plays one of Wench.
Is the quick math that I got.
The Speedway Racer. Oh yeah, 1 clone in the sideboard.
Tapped out. Deciding what it is he wants to discard here. I mean, like you said, it can't be the hoof, right?
You wouldn't think so, but it is.
You throw away Riddler or throw away Hoof. This is a hard choice.
Quantum Riddler, so like you can try to play that more.
Because you could throw away Riddler.
Game, or you go for Cub and
play
you try
Badger,
to
and
really,
you can hoof your opponent next turn.
There's not spell snares in this list from Julian.
Yep.
So,
there it is.
The Cub is safe to resolve.
You also have Riddler in Warp, so that's not a bad choice.
With the Earthbending on the stack, but with the Earthbending on the stack, you still net a good amount of mana from these creatures. So I love this play. It's exactly what I would have done.
Nice. So Cub fetch to hand, Riddler in the bin, Hoof in hand as well. Julien doesn't know about the Hoof. So
what can he draw?
He
He drew a land.
Game 1 going to Zampa here.
Yeah, with that hand.
That hand with that top deck. Because I don't
there it is.
see Julian holding back Thunderflock.
There it is.
You have to present pressure. Eventually, Zampa's going to find Nature's Rhythm and the game's over.
There it is.
Doesn't know about Cub, doesn't know that there's no Nature's Rhythm.
Well, he'd know about Cub. That was revealed, right?
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, doesn't know about if there's a Nature's Rhythm or if there's Behemoth.
So just the 5 toughness to deal with.
So as far as I see for the math,
what can we do here?
Tap Llanowar, Gene Pollinator, the Badger Mole Cub, and then you can generate 9 mana, and then you'll be able to attack.
That would be dirty.
Speaker,
Evoke
Gene
Elemental. I
Pollinator,
mean, you're just
Crater
like
Hoof
double
Behemoth,
scamming at that point. It sounds like a win more
15,
play.
16, 17, 18 plus
But
5,
no,
that
it
is
doesn't work like that with an
23
elemental
damage
because it
coming
has to be
in.
cast
If
for
we
the
wait
cost,
for it.
and cloning it doesn't work like that.
I'm shook. What's
Unless-
happening here now? What's he doing?
I think that was 23.
No, I guess you're paying for the. It checks for the copy of the clone.
There we go. There we go. Zampa,
Right.
Zampa
I guess
gave
that's.
me
I guess
a
it works.
heart attack here.
Still
thinking he
cheesy.
was going for
it's the
Behemoth.
one
It's
on
extra
Spider-Man
cheese for the
who's
extra
gonna go
cheese
bench.
deck.
Yep.
Oh my.
But throwing away
Yeah, that's
Crater
awesome,
Hoof
'cause
to
now
go
my
find
Hard costume, and I
Caveiro.
can just be Spider-Man.
Exactly. This is way more damage
That's
than
that's
23,
funny.
so...
Oh,
Yeah,
there he
overkill.
is.
Always the best kind of kill, huh?
Yeah, and I don't think there was any card in the main deck that interacts with that as well. So, yep, my 23, my
Paltry.
tiny 23 point attack was
There's
nothing
Badger Mole.
compared to what Zampa did there.
You know what's cool about this
You
list?
cannot clone Sunderflock, right?
Yeah, a lot
Does
of
it get
things,
the?
but it's basically, build your own adventure. Which way would you like to go?
How does that work?
Oh man,
A
I'm getting
multiple
Does it check for
five?
cast
Like-
when it's cloned?
I'm looking at the other
Like
side. I'm
Caveiro
getting
does?
flashbacks. Zampa kept a one-lander
He did.
in our limited round and just kept a one-lander here.
But it's okay, because Soul Guide Lantern.
And well,
That's important.
Because you can
Did
make
also
a
top of the
like
lap,
you can
so
play
had it,
the
had it.
kindled elemental spell.
Oh boy.
When that copies
no, this is not what you
Sunderflock,
want to see
that's
for
not a
Julian
cast.
Henry's side of things, just a deceit and not dead off
Because
the
a
wall.
clone ETB
that is-
comes
that's
in
the
as a
combo.
copy.
Yeah. But then
How does that work?
we need the top of the deck to be extremely
I guess it depends on the wording
And, I mean, it's
of the
combo
clone,
with,
right?
Soul Guide Lantern. Soul Guide Lantern.
That
just
works
shuts
the
off
same as
combo.
Caveiro
So
or
you
not?
know Julian was just probably like, all right, I'll keep it. I can do this thing. And, you know, let's just hope my opponent doesn't have enough time to Bright Glass Gearhulk to search up the one Soul Guide Lantern. And
Soul Guide Lantern is a good bring in because when the evoke trigger, the creature would go in the graveyard, but it comes back with the
Black
trigger.
Oh, we're bouncing. Okay.
Yeah.
So blue.
That's fair.
Boing, back to hand.
This is smart.
And when it dies, and
This
comes
is very
back,
smart.
It doesn't trigger again. It's
Yeah,
just,
doesn't
it's
trigger.
just hanging out.
It is just a big creature, which is still not bad here.
Yep. It's a wicked roll too.
Yeah, Deceit
now
was
it's, what,
Deceit
6/6?
was really the
That's a big
only
creature
card
on
that
turn
can
3.
get through a Soul Guide Lantern here.
Yeah.
I guess Wistfulness could as well.
Very temporary answer though.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like this is just one big creature. You know, this is just one big 5/5 that
It's a 6/6 now, right?
If you cast a clone
6/6
creature,
with
it casts
the
it.
boost,
Cool.
so
Good to know.
6/6 that is pretty easy to get
Thank
through
you.
from this Cub deck if you're given enough time.
Like I said, I haven't done
And,
that
with the
interaction, so I'd have to
Accelerant
read the
on
card
turn 2
kind of
here,
situation.
You kind of are you do have enough time.
A copy of it is not cast. Yep. Yep.
Land number 4.
Thank you for the
And
clarification.
actually has the extra land in hand, it would seem, so it's just flooded. But also, if it's Botanical Sanctum, you would think you want to play that now.
Orboroid.
All right,
There's
so
the
that's gonna start
boy.
cooking. Getting larger and larger.
And
every
Julian
time,
has a
adding on
terrible
equal to its
hand.
Power. Just need some friends to go along with it, but yeah, this will get to the size
The
it needs
Julian-
to be able to block this elemental.
Still odd to not play Botanical Sanctum there instead of the Multiversal Passage.
Is it Sanctum? Is it not a Verge?
Yeah, maybe our spotter got that wrong. It looks like Sanctum to me, but
okay.
We shall see.
So,
Botanical
looks like you drew
Sanctum, Midnight
Sunderflock.
Curator,
You
Quantum
could
Riddler,
sandbag the
Spider
Sunderflock for next turn.
Excellent hand here from
Because you assume he's going to play out a bunch of spells.
Sunderflock. Okay.
And then you can temple it off
yeah,
the board
that's
for a
pretty
minute.
good pickup.
That has to be the best pickup.
Yeah.
Wow.
Naming elemental on the cavern.
Wow.
Yeah, you just
What
attack
a
here
draw.
for
Yeehaw,
6.
Here we
Now
go.
the real
Or
question
5,
is,
excuse
do you
me.
just jam that?
I mean, why not? You got to put the pressure on, right? You
Yeah.
know that your opponent's hand
Just
is
jam. Throw it in there.
statistically going to be better than yours.
For sure. Just put on the pressure.
But, of course, this is... If Julian is able to win this match, this is a guaranteed winning in for him.
Okay,
from
he
top
decides
eight.
to go
So,
tempo early.
taking his time, and rightly so. Sunderflock hits the board. Orboroid out of here.
That makes sense because you just want to have the pressure on.
Down to
You could also
10.
attack first and figure that out.
Now he just needs a piece of removal or something.
It's doubtful that
to
he's
get
going to
blocks
block,
out.
but
I mean, just a
doing it this way,
Quantum Riddler to
like
be
say
able to
he
do some blocking
draws,
here would be huge, but with playing Botanical
he draws another
Sanctum,
Sunderflock.
you know, it's going to be coming into play
The rhythm player is just dead.
This
I
turn
like that
you're
play.
not allowed to, you can't do that.
What would he have done last turn? Because it would have been tapped.
It's more proactive than sandbagging.
That would have been the third land
And he's
played,
tapped out
right?
in
No,
case he
correct.
plays like
The
Spider
fourth
Sense or
land
something.
was Multiversal Passage.
The enchantment is one of the lands, right?
Oh, is that an
Yeah,
enchantment?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, got you.
And maybe that's
yes,
what
all right.
maybe that's what Zampa thought as well. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
maybe.
I have 3 things,
Yeah,
but it's
this
not 3 lands. Yeah, so.
Okay, yeah, that would make sense. What is that? That's the Shimowell's growth or something?
Yep, exactly.
These little one-ofs in these decks.
Exactly. A couple of those in the main.
Shimowell's growth, yeah.
Yep. And maybe just kind of look down and saw, oh, I have 3 things. That's
Yeah.
3 lands, but. And this feels like the game, you know, your opponent mulled to 5, you have a pretty strong game that Julian gets out of this, you got to be
Plays a little spider
ecstatic from
and a
Julian's
gene
side.
pollinator probably. As a blocker,
Pollinator and
makes
Spider
sense.
Manifestation hit the board here. It has reach.
Yep.
Right, I'm not imagining that. That spider has reach.
It sure does.
Sure does. All
Yeah,
right.
that spider has
I mean,
reach.
just chump blocking here is definitely not ideal.
It's not the winning line.
So what did
here
Julian draw?
for Zampa,
Another
so
land?
in with both elementals, 11 damage.
That's
here.
rough.
Yeah, I mean,
Julian has been getting a little flooded both games.
On the spot, of course,
Sure,
but
of course.
and now we're just gonna have 2 lethal attackers coming in, and man, if Zampa was able to just play a Riddler, block a Sunderflock here, you feel
look a little different.
so much better. So it could be a bit of the nerves getting here.
Temple Garden, Orboroid, Keen-Eyed Curator, and Quantum Riddler. So
what? You just have to
it's
play a
Quantum
Riddler.
time. If Julian finds any piece of removal, though, this game is just donezo.
Yep.
Try to draw a card.
5. Yes, you can go Riddler, Keen-Eyed Curator, and have Spider Manifestation available. So 3 blockers, essentially. That is quite strong.
Yeah. And extra cards, so, you know, not dead yet. Or not dead after all.
After all, there you go.
He didn't have to shock in there, did he?
Riddler, Spider Manifestation, as well as Keen-Eyed Curator, all back on defense, is quite good, because then no matter what, you can... You still have to do a little bit of chump blocking, but you can go Quantum Riddler and the Spider Manifestation to the Sunderflock and chump block the Deceit, and then you're in a very strong position. So
yeah, so he did have the shock in to make sure
is
all
still
creatures
in
are
trouble
untapped.
without a good draw, but I mean something like Sunderflock, the game's
You did get to, because you got to draw 2 cards that way at least.
Elementals, the game would be over. Big draw step.
What did we find, Julian? Deep breath there from our player. It's an overgrown tomb.
Can I get an Oracle text? Yep. Do you want to do that? You can do that away from the table if you want.
Getting an Oracle text.
What did he draw?
What do you think he's asking about?
I don't know. Maybe an Oracle text. No, I'm not sure what it would be, but
let's see if I can find out some secrets.
Now the world we're living in.
So if that's
now,
true, he drew
Julian
land on the bottom.
not
That's
drawing anything of relevance here.
so what he can block with Keen-Eye, block with Riddler, untap slams Orboroid, and he's in a good spot,
Quantum
right?
Riddler and Keen-Eyed Curator to the 6/6 Deceit, or you can chump block Sunderflock.
Yeah, 3 cards.
Checking out the Oracle text of Spider Manifestation.
Yep. Okay. Double checking. Make sure that does indeed have reach. As does look like the card.
Not gonna block with that though.
Probably Italian.
Yep. So now it'll be the choice. Zampa gets to choose. Do you want to kill the 6/6 or do you want to kill the flyer here?
Oh, I'm thinking about this one still.
Verbalizing.
I would be shocked to not trade a Sunderflock for a 2/2 right now. That's all it's doing.
But at the same time, it's just bouncing off the 4/6, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I think getting rid of a 5/6 here so that you can have the Riddler to block the Deceit if you need.
Is he thinking about, okay, what happens if I get a hoof plus Orboroid or something?
Yeah, and I mean, I get it because you do get to play.
This is a little more
Orboroid,
proactive this way to
so
double
Orboroid
block
only costs 3 essentially,
and
with
make sure
Spider
it guarantees gets off the board.
I think it's just
because you can't play off another Sunderflock, right?
I mean,
like
what,
if he had
what Zamba's
Sunderflock, he would have
probably
jammed it
thinking is,
already.
Okay, if you have
you can't win the game no matter what.
A requiting hex or something. I mean, that still kind of ends up the same.
It's not really a terrible spot to be in.
Yep.
Okay.
Good to think about double blocks there.
Little Keen-Eyed Curator gets very dead. The 2 flyers just bounce off each other. Overgrown Tomb shocked in. Now, one little thing that could be a gotcha moment. We've got to take note of that wicked roll there. If the creature does die and that hits the bin, that is 1 point of damage. So Libby's going to have to be careful not to shock into.
What did you draw? Crater Hoof.
Oh, that's a hoof.
Oh, hi.
4, 5, 6, 7.
You're a little short of that.
Does make 8, and then you untap. Hoof is +3.
It's not enough.
Good. Okay, he's keeping track of that.
3, that's 9. +9, 18. That's 20 damage. So right now, if we just shock in Temple Garden and Hoof, the game is over and the match is over in favor of Zampa.
Oh my gosh, it is. That is lethal.
Any interaction, you lose.
Crater Hoof, really.
Oh, he's going to go for it, dude.
Go for it.
Oh my.
Crater
Tapping
Hoof.
everything. Hoof untaps that.
Here's the thing is you'll know right now
Yeah.
if it's over or not because, you know, you're more than likely would cast a removal spell.
Yeah.
If you had like Requiting Hex, you would cast it before the untap, so. This is a lethal attack, and more than likely into the top 8 if we just send all 3 of these creatures sideways.
Dude. Who needs a Badger Mole when you just have Crater Hoof?
Crazy.
Yeah, 11 + 9, that's 20 damage. It's so much easier to say it and go for it in this position.
Oh, absolutely, but we're just sitting here going, edge of our seats, go, go, go. Yes! Down to 1.
Julian,
Breathe that sigh of relief.
Unfortunately, got a little flooded there again.
better known as Zampa. Holy mackerel, that was insane.
Yes! Absolutely
Let's go.
pumped. You know, you could tell there were some moments where we could see a little bit of nerves here from Zampa.
A little bit of handshake.
And you just know those kind of moments after you start 9-1.
So that is a second Badger Mole deck into the top 8.
That handshake at the very end to get into the top 8, it's not even like that extreme amount of joy. It's relief. It's like, okay, I didn't blow it. Thanks, you know, into the top 8.
All right.
Man,
so what else is here?
Sweet matchup there. So congratulations.
So
to
now
you. We're gonna jump right into another potential win and in here for Ken Yukihiro up against Christopher Larson. Bant airbending versus Demir Excruciator. Ken Yukihiro, our current player of the year, up against a guy who's real
Unfortunately,
good at
Ken is at 11.
Yeah,
so 7 lost.
Excellent Magic player.
Or sorry, 8 lost.
Another top 8 to his
Ken is at 11.
So
his tiebreakers are going to be so close by like 0.2% if he wins this game.
Where the winner of this into the top 8, no matter what, that'll be our first copy of a deck. Which is
Christopher Larson, Ken Yukihiro. What an amazing match.
Huge match. Reigning player of the year here, Ken Yukihiro.
You cannot.
Christopher Larson. Christopher
cannot
also
shrug
just
off Christopher
barely
Larson.
Missed the World Championship, by the way. It was extremely close. Was actually the first person out. The first person out. Yep.
See what we got.
He said he was 1 point short for Worlds. Skipped the PT, but his second daughter was born, so you know he wouldn't change a thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we call.
Oh, this isn't game 3, okay?
Oh, right there. Yeah.
Family first, man.
100%. Looks like game 3 between these two players sped up a little bit.
Yeah, we want to be able to show you as much as we possibly can in the time we have left for this broadcast, my friends. If you're just joining us, you've missed one hell of a day. We're in round 16. We are 6 players out of 8 for our top 8, and we're looking for 2 more. Cruel Claw's Heist now. Going to take a look at Ken Yukihiro's hand and be able to disrupt whatever shenanigans Ken's got going.
It did look like Chris top decked the Doomsday Excruciator.
It's always funny when a Llanowar elf goes attacking.
Yep. Top deck the Excruciator from Chris's side.
So
and that
Speaker
kind of,
pitches a land, gets what? An Aang,
card
probably?
Of the tournament, every time we see
or
it,
Riddler.
It's never on anyone's radar, right?
I think I'd get a Riddler
Javier
here.
Won the World Championship with it.
Because his last card in hand is a land.
Everyone thought the deck was a little bit of a meme.
If you Cruel Call Heist, that is worst case scenario. If he doesn't do anything, you can get a Riddler and draw 2.
We were all a little less skeptic because we've seen this team do it before with that card.
Look,
number-wise, Cub is the new VV. It wasn't one. Here's the thing. VV didn't have an answer. Cub has an answer.
But we are going to see some
However,
in here.
The beautiful
if you talk about the 3 Cub decks, Cub is 45% of the meta. VV winner was only 41%. So it's hard. It's close comparisons. Like
available to do that. So.
In a format where you're almost half the meta and you don't make that, and you only make 3 in the top 8, or maybe 2, versus VV was like what 6 versions in the top 8.
Here and
it's hard to compare the versions.
Is basically the checkmate card for.
Is it a problem? Yes.
Minus Seam Rip. Seam Rip is basically the.
Oh my God, that's a 6/6 flyer.
And Torpor Orb also shuts this down.
Did Christopher Larson do it?
6/6 flyer for 6 that you get to draw 2. That's almost.
Torpor Orb just shuts down your entire deck.
It's definitely not cooler, but it's almost better.
Aang Swift Savior drawn to hand there, so.
Christopher Larson.
Checking out this Doomsday Excruciator.
How many does he play?
6/6. That does nothing right now.
Yep. And Ken coming
Except
off.
Hit
2 Torpor Orbits in sideboard.
Coming off one of the most historically dominant seasons.
Yeah, he had an excellent run last year.
Fresh off a top 8 here with Superior Spider-Man here at the World Championship.
Definitely the breakout deck is
as well as
this Demir Excruciator deck because it pairs so well against Badger. It looks like.
Final Fantasy.
Yep. Final Fantasy.
In addition, that Harmonizer combo deck.
Jump block there from the Doc. Doc is doing nothing right now, unfortunately.
Copies a Riddler.
Riddler is now on the menu here.
He doesn't get the effect.
The weird interaction here. It's still a Quantum Riddler.
It's still a Quantum Riddler, though.
But it comes into play as it's not a come into play ability.
Okay.
A little interesting, but now I think that's what they're double checking. I'm pretty sure on that. So this would. What I think would mean at the beginning of Christopher's upkeep.
Superior Spider-Man checks when it's on cast, right? But then the ETB trigger from Riddler doesn't draw a card.
If you're down to 1.
That seems pretty good.
If that's exactly how that works, this is not exactly the most common.
It's, yeah, Superior Spider-Man really gets into some tricky situations.
Yes, it's the new Tashana's Tidebinder, the Dress Down, all those cards that create a ton of judge calls, I imagine.
Oh, yeah.
I would for sure call a judge in this situation
You know,
as well, but that's what I think.
Sometimes reading the card does not explain the card.
True.
Apologies to everyone out there.
True.
Yeah, no kidding.
Looking to be an interesting top 8 so far.
So just double checking, we can read this as well. It enters as a copy, so it's not a come into play thing, would be my assumption.
Yeah.
And then the come into play abilities that it is copying, those would not trigger because of Torpor.
Yeah.
At the very absolute worst, this comes into play as just a 4/4 legendary spider human hero, and that's
Like the judge is
also
walking
pretty
away.
strong. But
I would
of
assume a
course,
judge would
having
know
the
this.
Riddler basically ends this
Yeah,
game on the spot.
Right?
Yeah, because the decision is made before it even hits the board, right? Or before
Wait, you're not
it's
supposed
on
to have
the
your phone
step.
out, are you?
So double
And
checking the
Uber Eats.
ordering some grub real quick, it would
Get
seem.
some dinner.
Oh, showing off the brand new baby there. Big congratulations to Christopher Larson. They welcomed their second child to the family.
That's adorable.
Christopher, one of my best
Because there was a
friends
rule for a
actually at
while
my
that
house
you
hanging
could
out,
that you were
after
not
the
supposed to
last
have your
Pro Tour,
phones
we
out
figured out he was going to be a dad for the very
during a
first
match.
time.
Hey, that's cool.
Pretty cool.
Because you
stuff
you
and
can
cool
cheat,
moments
but there's
to,
open deck lists
enjoy
now.
with him and his partner.
I bet the judges are discussing this interaction question here. So
Yeah.
the players, doing what I guess players do is just chat.
And Christopher doing what Christopher
I mean, I appreciate it.
does
I bet-
best, absolutely, and that is chat no matter what. Even if
Chat no matter what.
even if there's a language barrier, Chris.
Yeah,
will
Do I
still
think
be,
Badger
chat
is
master
as
for
bad
sure.
as VV?
I love that.
No. VV was worse.
Definitely
VV
makes you
winner was
feel
terrible.
at home at a Magic table.
However,
so judge comes back now.
The current standard meta we have,
Interaction
Badger
here with
does
Torpor Orb and Superior
unspeakable
Spider-Man.
things. But
Yeah,
the showing in the
and,
Pro Tour,
both
it
these
might just be here to
players,
stay.
Extremely friendly, great ambassadors for the game.
So
And now we're seeing, okay, so there's a Quantum Riddler
there you go.
underneath.
It is now a
I'm gonna
4/4
take a
flyer.
wild guess that is now a Quantum Riddler.
I would assume so.
And
Yeah.
things are going to resolve as I thought.
Yeah. Any draws
You can
from here
flash
on
in
out would
Aang, and
result
then
in
Aang is just a blocker.
extra draws if there's one or less cards in hand.
And that is a 3-mana 2/3.
Does nothing.
It does nothing. It does
Well,
now have the ability to transform.
It can transform.
So at end step, it is going to be tap
So
your
upkeep,
entire
you get to
team,
draw
water
2
bend, flip it to the other side.
because of Riddler,
There's
and
the
then
draw
draw
to
for
up the
turn.
demon, and there's the third draw there. That is how that interaction works.
So good.
And the backside of Aang here is going to be great. Chris taking a peek. It is very strong. It does turn into a reach creature, but it would be Ken having to completely tap out just to create this, so you can't flip it and block in this scenario.
That's not true. You can block and
Card
flip.
draw coming from that Doomsday Excruciator, so even though they don't have Enter's abilities, oh boy, Aven Interrupter gets got there by intimidation tactics.
1, 2,
And
3,
that
4.
looks like double deceit.
Yeah, it is.
In play. So, I mean, one thing you can do with the deceit is just pay 4, and now I have 2 5/5s.
Yeah.
And now you flip this, and
Cool, you got to
flip
flip
side
Aang.
of
I have a
Aang,
giant board of
anywhere near
monsters.
as impressive.
That
That's
is going to do it. Christopher Larson, congratulations, picking up a win here against Player of the Year, Ken Yukihiro. Love to see
Congratulations,
it. I bet
Christopher
you
Larson.
are ecstatic and just want to jump out there and give him a big old hug. He'll probably lift you up. So
Yeah, needless to say, I'd be right in that crowd getting a hug as well.
That's
And
2 people
Christopher
from his
Larson
team in the
does a
top
very
8. That's sweet.
common thing every time one of his other friend top 8 or wins a tournament, he picks them
Their
up.
team is stacked of
You know,
a
so someone's
lot
gotta go out there and
lot
pick up
of
Chris to celebrate
well-known
him.
gamers. Crazy.
No, I don't think I can do it. I'm not as strong as Chris.
we could try. With our powers combined, we could lift him.
Okay, sounds like a great plan. Let's go for it.
Oh, I hope
All
my
right,
help
they have one last match to show.
Anyway, friends, let's carry on here. We've still got plenty of matchups to determine the winner of Marco Balaka up against Andy Garcia Romo next. Jeskai Control versus what could be the deck of the tournament. Is it Spelementals? The team known
Ooh.
as the Boulder
All right, Marco.
have brought a pretty good deck. For
Marco
the
is placed right now at
after
8.
the first day, it had the highest win
If Marco
percentage.
loses here,
Now this is the
Christopher
only player that is
Larson
in
can be in
contention,
top
so
8.
day 2,
If not,
very
Christopher
clearly
Larson
might
gets
have not
9th.
been going the way of this Spelemental
So it
deck,
all comes
and
down to
that-
Andy
and
Garcia.
Speaking of not going their way, Marco on a 3rd loss in a row is just one of the toughest things here.
This
when
is
you are so close.
Crazy.
This is where
Tiebreakers are
the
within
power
like
of your
0.5,
mind
by the way.
comes into play so much.
It
And
is
one thing I was
that close for
seeing
top
that
8 right
Andrew
now.
Ellenbogen was talking about from the Spelemental deck is there's one card they fold to, straight up fold to, and that is a turn 2 Rest in Peace. And do you want to have any idea what Marco has lined up for turn 2?
Is it a Rest in Peace?
It is a Rest in Peace. So if Andy has a counter spell here, we're still playing Magic. Otherwise, per Andrew Ellenbogen's kind of statement here, we might be all done, but Marco recognizing how important it is going to try to protect it a little bit.
Spell Snare drawn off the top there for Andy Garcia-Romo.
Well, that wouldn't have went well for Marco there if we would have played Rest in Peace, and in response, Andy went to opt and found a Spell Snare.
Yeah, that would have been brutal.
That would have been brutal. So good restraint there from Marco.
Is it me or just like the camera's like minorly shaking?
Well.
Yes.
Just hit a rough patch of
I'm just
unlucky
losing my
losses,
mind slowly.
Fighting for his tournament life here, he has the best chance out of everyone to make it into the top 8. So
absolutely was 10-0 at one point with a pretty solid limited deck, and ended up losing that last round of limited.
yeah, he pulled a 2-1 out of what in most situations would have been an 0-3, maybe a 1-2 deck. So
yeah.
Look at those ops. Look at those pretty ops right there.
Speed things up here a little bit.
I'm
Let's
bullying
find
out
out
your
who
deck.
is going to take this down. Both players have a game win apiece. And would love to make it into the top 8.
Yeah, in these games.
What is their hand? I wish we could see their hand. Looks like he has an Ultima. Looks like he has a Negate. He has a Nunagi. A couple
Tend to
lands.
slow down a bit, but most of the time,
There is that one Rest in
structurally,
Peace.
The control decks usually do struggle against these spell decks that you just spin your tires,
No
spin
card
your
draw,
tires
though.
in the early game with ops and sleight of hands type thing, and then all of a sudden you go end step, just a bunch of cheap creatures,
Big crab,
and you overwhelm your
Big
opponent's
crab.
removal spells and sweepers.
Yeah, and having, the ability to flash things in on end step, it's never just a clean answer. You always have to be sitting there, okay, if I clean the board now, am I going to get smacked in the face by a 5/5 next turn?
Yep.
Chances are pretty high, yes, you will be, but let's see what Marco wants to do about this.
Flashes in Unagi.
He says, I see your 5/5 and raise you mine.
Okay.
And you can play that in response if you want. It's no problem, as you can target it with the crab, but you won't be able to pay the ward. So no matter what, it'll stay untapped. And we still do see Marco with the Rest in Peace being extremely patient, looking to back it up to kind of lock up the game.
Are we
And
racing here
rightfully
with
so. I think I
Unagi?
saw Andy has 2 spell snares, so it would not be doing much resolving.
Is it Spelemental's deck? Glacial Dragon Hunt now, able to...
Yeah, it's a May to deal the damage,
Yeah,
but
you
this
don't
is
have
just
to.
Andy just drawing a card, I imagine.
Yeah, just
It's
discarding
a May.
something
Right.
that he
And then
doesn't
you
want
may
drawing.
do
Yeah.
that ability, so I would...
Equal to the value of the thing that's discarded.
Yep.
Let's find out.
Giving him 2 card draws off Unagi, though, is
Draw a card,
a
and then
choice.
you may discard. When you discard it, deals 3 damage.
That is a ton of spell snares here, that is for sure. And now has 1 Spider Sense available as well, just in case there's something like an Ultima. And this feels like a very big turn for Marco.
Well, the one nice thing about this big 5/5 is anytime Andy draws 2x, or the second card per turn, then...
Yeah. So there is Rest in Peace, and wow, not even fighting over it. That makes a lot of sense. Because, well, if Marco...
Interesting choice.
If you spell snare that and then Marco just goes land, Day of Judgment, you feel like you're in a much worse spot, but...
Absolutely, yeah.
That is basically going to say... This is Andy saying, I need to win with these 2 creatures, because if they die, I basically can't cast anything. With the graveyard being gone, you'll have no cost reduction on Crab or Hearth Elemental.
These are expensive creatures, friends.
And Sunderflog is expensive without the elementals. So this is really Andy saying, I'm all in. I'm going to use these spell snares and spider senses.
Let's see how this game goes. This is going to be a really close game.
Protect these. And wow, there's just so many Day of Judgments. There's so many counters in hand. I would think this is very much favoring Marco.
Think you're tired? All right, Tobias. See you tomorrow. or whenever. Thanks for hanging out most of the day.
Here, so the stock up in hand, so consideration for
the top
that.
8 is pretty much
Decides,
locked
nice.
with
I'm gonna
Lessons,
sit here
Demir,
and
Teamer Harmonizer, Elementals,
turtle
Band
to
Airbending.
resource.
I suppose this turn
Saltite,
is
Scam.
kind of free because if the crab comes in, you can just
And
block with the
another
Kyoshi Island.
either the winner of
I would be
this
shocked if we see the
or
crab come in and no block once again.
another Demir deck. So
Okay, does look like the trade
2
there.
Badgers in top 8.
Elemental of
and 1
4/5.
Lessons deck.
So yeah, that's not going to get attacking anytime soon.
I think that was a broadside barrage as far as a top deck here.
Okay.
Andy.
Winter Night Stories, looking to dig a little deeper into the deck and discard a couple things. Might be able to harmonize this though, as Rest in Peace is on the table.
Yep. And also, this is Marco having Jeskai Revelation as an option and as well. And this feels tempting to be like, you do have 3 mana. You can pay for it if you want.
Yeah, go for it. Spell Snare, number 1.
It makes a lot more sense. You really need to hold some mana up, as well as Andy also needs this card.
So Winter Night Stories resolves.
Looks like he has Ultima, 2 Wraths.
3
This is going to be a hard game to fight through.
If he discards a creature, gets to keep them.
Yeah,
Okay.
it does
Celestial
seem
Dragon hunts in the yard.
It does seem a lot more difficult to win with Rest in Peace in play. And Andy had the Spell Snare to try to fight over it. And I don't see any other counter spells from Marco on the way back, so I'm not sure this Rest in Peace would have actually resolved, but maybe that No More Lies was there. And here's the Day of Judgment. I feel like Andy 100% has to fight over this.
Does he?
Oof.
Yeah, all right, so board cleared. Now, Marco is poised to take things over here, get back in more
Does he
control,
need to fight over that?
Of this matchup
I guess
here is
he has
Andy
no board
Garcia
presence,
Romo.
though, and the
Running out of
Jeskai
cards,
deck
running
just
out of
gets to do
answers,
whatever.
and running out of threats.
Yeah.
Consult the star charts now for what looks like a million, as Marco Balaka sculpts his
Looks
hand
really good
even
for
further
Marco.
to try and lock up, finally, win number 12.
And who knows at this point if it's for sure a top 8. We're not 100% sure if it's Marco. We're not sure if it's Christopher. Like, it is going to be a very close sweat between, you know, 10th place through 6th. Is all going to be very, very close.
So, best of luck to everyone out there who
Ral,
is sweating currently.
nice.
Waiting to hear if they are, in fact, in the top 8. Ral Crackling Wit gets to resolve here for Andy Garcia Romo.
Has to be about the best card that Andy could draw because, well, any of the other threats you can't really cast. So, wow, yeah, that really could have been a game-ending card there because are we going for, yeah. So Jeskai's Revelation, there was probably the one Spider Sense, I do believe, but I do think Marco has the No More Lies.
Yeah, he does. That is in hand. He has protection for this is super important spell.
But this isn't killing Ral, because Ral is at 5, so no matter what, this is bounce and kill the Otter, I guess?
Yeah, there'll be 2 critters on the board, though.
Yeah.
When this resolves, so...
Wait.
I mean, it's definitely
Ral
huge,
gets
don't
bounced
get
to
me
hand.
wrong,
Okay.
but the Raw Living is still Andy's best and maybe only chance to win the game.
As it stands now, Marco, super, super well positioned here to...
Looks pretty
get
good
into
for
the top
Marco.
8, has just a hand of removal waiting for whatever it is Marco is trying to deploy. Sure, he's shields down right now, but just wait.
Yeah, and that is just blue cards, permission spells in hand, a couple spell snares, and you got to think, Marco just like casting a couple lightning helixes, casting stock ups, and attacking with these prowess monks almost looks good enough, even if no spells truly resolve.
Prowess is one hell of a ability.
Yep.
Bounce 4 damage.
Jeskai Revelation number 2 on the stack. Spider Sense says, please no thank you, but there is a spell snare to get that to resolve. So now Marco pushing his advantage even further, able to get this Ral off the board if he wants to. I mean, hell, he could just go straight for face here, but...
I think that was the GG moment.
Yeah.
I don't see Andy really having any way to come back. Hard cast Sunderflock, which I highly doubt is still in the deck, you know, and we're still very far away from that.
He's so far away from that now.
Exactly.
2, 4,
so
6, 7,
I don't
8.
think there's going to be anything. I would assume this is the last turn of the tournament for Andy Garcia-Romo.
Played excellently this whole time, so kudos to him and Team Boulder. The Boulder, excuse me. Here comes Marco Balaka, though, digging deeper into the deck, sculpting the hand, making sure that there's no possible way he's leaving this table without another win.
Yeah, playing against Rest in Peace with this deck definitely feels like pushing the Boulder uphill for sure.
Absolutely.
And that's 2 more Jeskai Revelation there. That assuredly has to be
So we
the
need
nail.
3, 6, 9, 12. We need this to be 4 power each to get this one and done right now.
Yeah, and I think at this point, Marco wouldn't even have to cast another spell, and he's just got blue cards. You could just attack with these 4, with these 4 monks and be able to clean it up pretty effectively.
Down to 1. Tap, tap. To the dome. Congratulations, Marco Balaka, finally able to get that 12th win. What relief he must be feeling. There we go. We got
what
a
a day
smile
he has
from
had.
him.
Yeah, and
absolute relief.
You can
for
tell
the Italian.
that was not excited first. That was relief first. Like, oh my!
Yeah.
I went from 11-1, losing 3 in a row. Last shot to make your flight home feel a lot better when you sneak into the top 8.
That was a really good cleanup by the Jeskai control player.
Sheer force of will.
I'm glad that
Congratulations
we got to
Marco.
see
You did it.
a bunch of good stuff out of him today.
Right now, because we have a top 8 to figure out, friends.
I'm nervous.
Me too.
All right,
man.
let's see the top 8.
All right, there's a little bit of a preview as we get ready for our top 8 match. Hey, welcome back to the news desk. Marie Bertholdi and Mani Devuti here. Not top 8 match, our top 8 announcement. What an incredible tournament it has been.
So what was your breakout deck so far to you guys? Do you guys like the Jeskai elements, the Is It elements, the Spelementals deck?
I think it's the layers.
The Demir deck. What was the breakout deck for you guys?
Which was Badgermole Cub and how
Badgermole was expected,
but also the development
but it didn't.
of Standard throughout the rounds.
Sure.
Because one of
it's
the
crazy to
things
see the
that
deck.
was
It was either
as
Badger
the
or you
Cub
hate
decks
Badger, right? And
fell,
that's kind of what
which
this Pro
we
Tour has turned
expected
into.
them to do, given how much people were targeting them, it became a question of, well, how do you beat the other anti-Badgermole Cub decks?
True. How do you beat the
that's
anti-Badger
when we
deck?
saw
What a
some players
weird
start
format.
falling. Is this Spelementals? I don't know if we have any copies in the top 8 here, because they said we beat Cub 70% of the time, but against the rest of the field we're 45%. Well, once the Cub decks start falling, you need to start winning some 45% matchups. And that's something that just started happening throughout the rounds. We started seeing some decks start losing.
So I guess that begs the question then, when you have decks fighting against each other that are, were built to play Cub, but end up facing one another, who comes out on top in that kind of situation?
Yeah, that was our big question over the course
I look
of
forward to seeing the
weekend was
percentage values
which
after this
anti-Cub
of
deck
like
is going
what
to
was the
prove
win
to be
rate
better
Badger
against the other anti-Cub decks. And I don't even
and
know
all
if
that
we've
information.
answered it so far. We've started seeing, well, okay, we have the control deck that beats some of the mid-range decks, but also we saw these elemental mid-range decks that could go over top of, let's say, for example, the Is It Spelementals deck. When we saw Dom Harvey go up against Jeskai Elementals earlier on today, it was just an absolute massacre. It just wasn't even close.
Yeah, so I guess like widening out and thinking about our top 8 now, as it stands, we knew of several members of our top 8 were in different archetypes. Do you think Standard's in a good place right now?
I think Standard's definitely in a good place. I think it's not nearly as simple as you play the Cub or you beat the Cub.
Sure.
I think as we go past this weekend and we see the continued impact that Lorwyn Eclipse has had on the format, just the sheer number of elemental builds and what you can do with all of the cards available to you, there is going to be a required tightening of, okay, well, I need to figure out my other matchups because I've had more time with
That's an interesting take.
Well, whoever ends up winning this tournament, of course, a lot of
Watch
life-changing
Badger
money is on the line. Let's take a
wins
look
the
at
tournament.
the prizes here for our top 8. It's a lot of money. First place goes home with $50,000.
Whoa, that's so much money.
$30,000 for the second place finisher. Third through fourth go home with $15,000. Fifth
So much
through eighth
money.
go home with $9,000. So an incredible title and trophy on the line, as well as a lot of money. It is now time for our top 8 announcement with with Cedric Phillips.
Thank you so much, Maria. 305 players have braved the conditions here in Richmond, Virginia to play in Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. And we have narrowed the field down to the final 8. So it is time to meet the top 8 competitors of Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. In first place from Spain, Francisco Sanchez.
Is it lessons, by the way? Is it lessons?
In second place from Argentina, the Pro Tour Rivals of Ixalan champion, Luis Salvato.
This is the Demir Excruciator deck.
In third place from Croatia, Tony Portolon.
This is the Teamer Harmonizer combo deck.
In fourth place from Canada, Eduardo Sanchalik.
This is the Is It Elementals deck that we saw beat Jeskai Control. It's not Is It, it's like 4 color.
France, Cyprian Tron.
There's our first Badger deck, the Badger Cub. Or our only Badger Cub, looks like.
In sixth place from Italy, Guillermo Lupi.
I was wrong. This is another Badger deck. So 2 Badger decks in the top.
In seventh place from Italy, Marco Balacca.
Here's the Jeskai Control player we saw all day. So does this go to Christopher Larson?
And in eighth place from Denmark,
It is.
he is the Big Dane, Christopher Larson.
So that's the Demir Execution. So we have quite a top
Ladies
8.
and gentlemen, the top 8 of Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse. Let them hear it.
So we have 2 Demir Excruciator decks, 1 Is It Lesson, 1 of the Teamer Harmonizers, 2 Elementals, and 2 Badger decks. 1 with Rhythm, 1 being the Airband combo. So on paper, that's a diverse top 8. That's a huge top 8. Right? There is only 1 deck that's a copy, and that's the Demir deck. Because every deck is actually technically different, right? That's no Simic Badger Mole in the top 8. That's no Simic Badger Mole in the top 30.
In there in that 8th place spot.
The suspense.
It really was a tiebreaker scrum for those last
And I want to point this out because this
really
is sweet.
Cool to see him getting the job done. And
Going into last round at 19th place was Rakdos Monument.
All right, it's time for our deck of the day. Monty, what have you got?
We're going to play that deck.
It's the only deck with 2 copies in the top
That's so
8.
sick.
It is Demir Excruciator in the hands
I think,
of
let's
Luis
see.
Salvato
Rakdos Monument is
and
12th
now
place,
Christopher
boys
Larson.
and girls.
This deck looks
Rakdos Monument
really
got
cool.
12th
It
place.
is, of course, a throwback to Javier Dominguez's World
Looks like a
Championship winning
Simic Badger
a year
deck got
and a half
11th.
ago. And so far,
So there was
pretty
one that was
impressive
close.
with the updated version featuring Superior Spider-Man
The
and
first
DC.
Cabero
Yeah,
list
this
is
deck
15th
super
at 11
cool.
and
Anytime
5.
you can just cast a giant demon. I am in.
And Shota Yasuoka got 18th, which is really good. And our Azorius Tempo deck, Zevin Foss himself,
Sanchez,
is 21st place.
Lessons,
Our boy, the only
nobody
Tempo
thought
player.
was dead after the World Championship, but certainly
Hell
has
yeah, dude.
been underperforming
Hell yeah.
a bit leading up to this event.
Right.
Well, for Francisco, that wasn't an issue as he picked up 1 loss and lose 6.
Right. So that being said, that is it for me today. Tomorrow is going to be a very long day. I'm going to wake up early and stream will start to watch the top 8. And then after the top 8 tomorrow, we are going to play a ton of these fun decks. There's a lot of decks to come out of the Pro Tour, which makes it a lot of fun. Because this top 8 is so diverse, I don't know if there's going to be any bannings coming forward. got 20. But yeah, I think that's it for me today. I will see you guys tomorrow. There's a ton of decks from the Monument. This Rakdos Monument deck looks sick. The Monument deck, the Demira Excruciator, the Elementals, all 3 versions of Scam, Is It, which is 4 colors, the Jeskai version with Beza. We can try the Blink deck, which got 17th. I mean, I guess we played that before. The one player with Bant Omniscience got 19th, the Jody K guy. So he did do 11 and 5, which is respectable too. Oh, there's 2 tempo decks. Oh, I'm sorry. The second tempo deck is 25th place. Hold on, look at this. He plays with Malcolm and Kellyan. Still plays with Aang, Interrupter, Lightstall, Inquisitor. Whoa. And he does High Noon. So he does look at this, Kellyan. Daring Traveler. We have a different version of tempo to play, boys and girls. That is really, really cool. I don't want to see that. I want to see this bottom. Yeah. The other Flash tempo deck. 2 Flash tempo decks in top 25. This was 25th. High Noon does the card. All right, guys. Thank you for hanging out today. I'm going to talk more on Discord. Check out the Discord, ! Discord in the chat. But thank you for hanging out. We had a lot.